Hey, how's it going, everyone? Just back in with another live stream. I was just on ETT's spiritual flow, and I told him to drop that link, but he doesn't have that many hours remaining. So, I have a little bit. So I thought, I'll just go live to preserve some of his hours, and it's just an open panel. Again, there's no topic. Doesn't even have to necessarily be religious for this one. Don't really have anything to share. Uh, so I'll drop the link as long as I know you, um, or you have a genuine question. Feel free to join. Um, I'm not really in the mood really to debate. So if unless it's a genuine question, I'll address it. But for the most part, at this point, unless it's like not religious, I want this essentially to be an echo chamber, on the things we agree on and that type of thing, and then that's one of the reason why, I'm tough on ETT and Bible Defender, but we do agree on quite a bit. I would say there's not that many people on earth, really that, I can interact with. And so, and I'm thankful for that because, the things that we agree on, the things that we discuss about the Bible are very obviously true, and which means that the Bible's true, fundamentally. So,
Hey,
but
can you hear me,
oh,
man?
man, yeah, I can hear you now. I'm gonna add Bible Defender as well. Um,
Yeah. What's up, man? Hope
what's
everyone's
up,
doing
man?
well tonight.
Shalom, shalom,
We got
kings.
the terrific trio. What's up, man? Try and come up against these three. So these are my disciples. Maybe I don't know. What's up, man? I'm just kidding, man. What's up, guys? What's going on?
Yeah, we're just surviving.
Dude,
Yeah,
ETT, I gotta ask you, if I can't afford to make it through the Great Tribulation, what happens to me according to your eschatology? I was trying to ask that yesterday, man, because I listened to your spiritual flow, but I'm like broke like a joke, man. So
word. Me
what's
too.
up?
I mean, I
I'm just
mean,
kidding,
here's
man.
here's something here's something to think about. There is a chapter, I believe. I wouldn't know it off the top of the head, but there is a chapter in Revelation that speaks about. It says, speaking about the elect, it says that they shall not hunger anymore, neither shall they thirst anymore, neither shall the sun light upon them. So I'd use that to imply that there are some people that are of the Lord's chosen people that are going to suffer, you know, going through a lack of food, a lack of water, and being exposed to the elements. If someone knows that precept, you can pull that up.
Yeah,
But
I'll read
anyway,
it.
what do y'all think about that stream yesterday, the spiritual flow? You like that show?
I like those, man. I feel like that's really where we're at now, like we're letting people know that we're real people. We have real problems. We have real bank accounts that are dwindling. I know you for years now. That not a
Right.
lot of people do that, and I think really that's where it's at now. Like we're just waiting to see. We're waiting to see, either the next stupid thing that the government does because they're coming up
Right.
with new dumb things every damn day. Or will God intervene? I think we know he will. It's just when.
Right.
So, I listen to most of it, you know. Yeah,
And my
listen.
channel go back up tomorrow so I can finally get back to, teaching finally.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, how many do you have, Bible Defender? How many channels total, dude? Like
I actually got 6 channels, but 4 of them is down and 2 of them is up right now. My
yeah.
underworld channel is up and my other channel is up and my main channel is going back up tomorrow.
Okay.
Tired of YouTube. But I got an alternate channel too. If you ever heard of I think it's called BitChute.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yep.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that I ain't gonna lie, yeah, I gotta start making one of those. It's like an alternative website or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody
Yeah.
it's basically like where content where you could put up anything, like literally anything. You don't gotta worry about them taking your videos down and none of that, Anything you could post anything. So I'll be going crazy on that. Anything I can't put on YouTube, I just throw on there.
Yeah.
And if you want to check that channel, well, you could go. You on my channel, you could go to I think where his description is at.
Mhm.
Click the link. You know,
Yeah, man. I mean, the block is hot, so to speak. You know, like everything's just
right.
popping
That's
off
a good
like
one. That's
popcorn,
a
man.
good one.
Let me read a good verse that ETT brought out, man. And this is a good one, man. Everything in the Bible is good, you know, but this is really good. Revelation 7:16-17. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst anymore, neither shall the sun light on them, nor any heat. Verse 17. For the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them, and shall lead them unto living waters, living fountains of waters, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. That's an incredible thing. Has that happened yet? Really? William Bell? Okay. That's happened already. These demons, man.
Well,
Oh,
wait a
you
second. Wait. Let me chime in real quick. Because if
Yeah.
you go to his page, as I said, all you got to do is look up William Bell. The ministry he has is called All Things Fulfilled Ministry, and it's crazy, man. Because he got more people on there
wow.
listening to him, and they actually believe what he's saying. Right? His
Yeah.
videos get at least 1,000 views. 900,000 views at least, if not
Yeah.
more. And think about how crazy this is. He's on there telling the people that we're living in the kingdom of heaven today, that all things have been fulfilled, and that Christ is ruling over the earth right now.
Yeah. That's wild, dude.
It's like, well, wait a
That's
second.
Wow.
insane. That's literally
Yeah,
insane.
that one is
Because
insane.
Yeah.
real quick, let me chime in on this. Because when I was watching the stream he did with Sakari, right, which I believe you guys might have seen that, but there was a part in there
Yeah.
where they asked him, wait, so Christ is ruling over the world right now. It's like, so why are there these, these nations, uplifting acts that go against the law of God, such as these rainbows, right? And
Right.
in certain states, you can practice, what is that? Laying with animals. They let you do that in certain, places over here. That way, that goes against the scriptures. So wait a
Right.
second, how is Christ ruling over the world right now? Because William Bell said that all dominions are under Christ, under obedience to Christ right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, how the hell can one say that? By logical deduction, it just doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah. It's amazing, man. I mean, it's better to be an atheist than hold some of those type of views, you know. Like, I don't get it, man, because people like that are essentially saying that God's evil. That's what they're saying, because they're saying that the best God can do is what we see now, which is evil. It's very clear to us.
Right. Right.
So they're actually that's why it's better to just to say God doesn't exist. That's why it says it's better to be, you know, neutral than to be, or sorry, to better be cold than to be lukewarm. Then you're just whatever. You don't know. You're just some zombie, okay, who has no opinion on
Right.
God. But then if you start saying things like that, where this is the kingdom or this is the best God can do, then you're attributing evil characteristics to the Most
I
Right, I
High.
got
wanna.
something to back that up. I
Right.
got something to back that up real quick, then we'll send to the Bible Defender the scripture that says that he that knew something was wrong, but yet he still did it after he knew, he's
Yeah.
going to be beaten with more stripes than,
Right.
with,
Right. I know that
someone who
scripture.
didn't know,
Yeah.
better from doing it. I'll throw it over to that brother.
I was taking a stroll, yesterday, looking at the water or whatever, and I ran into, one of the Ashkenazi Jews, the small, I ran into the small hat. So, I pulled him to the side. I'm like, yo, can I talk to you real fast? He's like, oh, what happened? I gotta go. I don't want to talk too long. I said,
Hmm.
hey, by any chance, do you know when the Messiah is coming back? Because I mean, there's a lot going on in the world. Like I want
Yeah.
to. Shouldn't I be seeking answers from you guys? He said, what do you mean the Messiah? I said, Messiah, Mashiach. I said a Mashiach. He said, yeah, the Messiah. I said, yeah. So when is the Mashiach coming back? He said, I don't really know. I'm not sure. I said, well, you guys, I can't, talk about the New Testament because they only believe in the Tanakh. So I
Right.
said, I said, according to the, the New Testament, we're living in the end of the world. So I asked them, I said, okay, so if you don't know when the Messiah is coming back, why are they holding LGB, in Jerusalem? He said, look,
Right.
I don't, he said, look, I don't know what's going on over there. He said, everybody over there is not the real Jews. I said, but wait, so if that's the case, what do you have to say about that? What's your say on that? He's like, look, I don't know. Okay, so I said, okay, we don't gotta go that far. So I said, one question before you leave. I said, so okay, so all of these things happen in the world. You don't think this is leading up to something, or you don't think that the Lord is gonna do anything? He's like, I don't know. We gotta see. I'm like, wow. What do you mean you don't know? We gotta see.
Well, wait,
Like,
Bible Defender, did he admit that he was not the real Jew? I didn't quite catch that. Did he admit that, or
no,
what
no,
did he
he
say?
didn't. No, he didn't say he was the real Jew. He said the people over there are not the real Jews.
Oh, that's a good concession. That's amazing, actually.
Because when I asked him that, I said, "There's no way, if you guys are saying y'all the real Jews, that could be possibly happen in the Holy Land, because we know." Well,
Right.
he doesn't really understand the Tanakh that much either, because I
Yeah,
said
they don't
so.
believe in that either. Guaranteed.
Yes,
Hell no.
because I asked him. I said, "Why are you guys?" He said, "Why?" I said, "Why are you guys letting them do that over there?" He said, "We can't. We gotta wait to the Lord to return to do that." I said, "Well, according to the Tanakh, you're able to execute the judgment because you're in the Holy Land. How
Yeah.
can't you execute the judgment in the Holy Land? That makes no sense."
Right.
I don't know. He just like confounded, and I'm like, so we're supposed to look for Yah, in these trying times, and it's getting slim to nothing with people that have the truth. That's how I know. That's how I know we at the peak of this thing. Because when you go to certain brothers' channels, or certain people channels, you're like, yo, this dude is off. This dude don't know what he's talking about. This dude is just through. And then you go to some people channel, you're like, okay, there's some truth here. But then you go to some people channel, you're like, okay, hold on. I really see what's going on. My eyes, I'm illuminated now. Now I know what's going on.
Yeah.
It's not too many people like that. Because ETT brought out in his last live stream, he was just YouTube. We have like a YouTube world going on,
Yeah.
and everybody is just getting a platform. Oh, if y'all know who Fopi is?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all see what happened with those dudes, right? Those
I don't follow them. I just know I've heard that word from Tahar.
yo,
Yeah.
check out shout out Remnant Shade 144. Go to go to just go to YouTube and type in Fopi. Those brothers, they like, they pop up. They pop up out of nowhere. One day they in it, and a couple of months later they pop up and come up with some whole new bugged out doctrine. They
Right
laugh.
when Scott Eder started talking about taking the juicy juice, I was like, no, man, I can't even listen to this, man. This is garbage. So it just shows that all those people, Son Eder Radio and all that, they're all set up, man. It's
Right.
bad. Yeah. It's
Right,
crazy.
but they all set up through the spirit, because when they come against the people that have the truth, one thing that happens is, whether you want to say, oh, whoever got the truth or whatever, one thing that happens is their spirit gets condemned, because they don't. When people come out to us, they're like, damn, I gotta change. And that's the thing with Sarnetta. He doesn't.
100%.
He doesn't want to
100%.
change. He wanna ask the Kemet gods for something that can't help us.
Right. Because
And
it's
people.
actually, this is the amazing time about the times that we live in now. We can't prove that the Bible's true from beginning to end until the last happens, but it's very obvious, actually, the things of the Bible. And then you're right, because once you tell it to people, they're now marked in that sense. They're now responsible for either debunking it, or you got to live by that. For example, Mystery Babylon, the shape of the earth and all these things. And then, the judgment that's coming. So yeah, that's why a lot of people, it now makes sense why they'll only talk to other actors. Like Son Eder will bring on Naz, because he's not going to say anything serious anymore, because those guys are totally lost. They're
Right.
drowning in toenail
Ankle
deep
deep water.
water. Yeah, exactly, man. They're finished, dude. So, now we know, again, this is why people will ask me even like, why do you talk to this guy? You call him a demon every day and stuff. The reality is like, it's either one of us that are right on this panel. You know what I mean? It's come down to this. And then who would have thought some
And
random
that's
dudes
crazy.
some random dudes on YouTube. I've never met these two, but it's not far from what we're teaching, and we say
Right.
that
Let me chime in
humbly.
on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me chime in on that too, as I definitely do agree with that, and you got to look at it like this, really, this is the deepest of the deep. Hey, look, this is where the rabbit hole ends, right? On these platforms, on Mind of God's page, on ETT's page, LOP's page. When we come on, that's where the rabbit hole ends. You're not going to get any guys who are going to go deeper than we go, on YouTube. I've never seen it. I've never
No,
seen guys
not
that are
even
covering
close.
the subjects that we cover. And
Yeah,
I've
it's
seen
not even
guys
close.
touch on one subject, right? The flat Earth topic. Some might touch Babylon, but I've never seen anyone go into the subjects we go into, such as saying the hell is the Earth, right? Nobody else is talking about that, right? Everyone
Right.
else believes that hell, is underneath our feet right now. People are burning down there, as we speak. You know what I'm saying? So this is the
100%.
deepest of the deep, you know, where we're at right now. You really can't get deeper than what we're talking about.
No, and again, you know, I'm not saying this. I know that I'm tough on the quote unquote Hebrews because we have differences that are important, you know, for us to understand, because there is only
I would
ultimately
agree.
one truth.
Very important.
Yeah, but I'll be honest. Like, one lesson that Obadiah's judgment did, and this is a gentleman that we went back and forth. We actually had a phone conversation privately. He did a video on hell talking about Topheth and like went into the history and all that. You know, I learned a lot. You know, I'll be honest. Like, you know, I can't say that like that teaching came from God or something. You know, like we examine the scriptures, we look at what other people teach, and then again, that teaching came from the quote unquote Hebrew Israelites. And so again, I feel like I built a little bit on top of that, but that's the first time that I heard it. And so this is why we're saying that it's going to be in our time, because these truths are not going to get, you know, propagated by the next generation. They look at us like crazy. Our family look at us like, what the hell are you doing? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like even ETT was talking about that with his own family. And so we can't even talk to our family because they'll be like, what are you talking about? Like they'll literally be like, what are you talking about? Like,
I don't
what is
even
that?
got family.
Yeah, like UFOs and stuff. They're like, what are you talking about? Kind of thing. So it's crazy, man. But I want to bring out a verse quickly, just in line with what ETT will like this one, dude. So because he was talking about like bestiality and how disgusting this world is. I want people to know there's things going on in the background that a lot of people who are not awake can't even understand. Okay. God's left-hand side are disgusting. Okay. If they're drawn to evil, unclean spirits. And so if that unclean spirit is even in an animal, they'll literally be attracted to it sexually. Let me read this. Mark 5:8-12. For he said unto him, come out of the man, thou unclean spirit. And he asked him, what is thy name? And he answered, saying, my name is Legion, for we are many. Okay.
Right.
Verse 10. And he besought him much that he would not send them away out of the country. Now there was there nigh unto the mountains a great herd of swine feeding. So where do the evil spirits go? And animals are going to go in a pig. Okay, this is one of the many reasons why we're not supposed to eat that. Verse 12, and all the devils besought him, saying, send us into the swine that we may enter into them. So why did I bring this out? Well, I want people to know these God's left-hand side are literally drawn to one another. Wherever that spirit is, even if it's an animal, this is why God has given these people up to their perversions. Okay, but from a spiritual perspective, these people are sick. If that spirit is an animal, they have no issues, you know, doing that kind of stuff. Okay. Even if it's a man with another man, they have no issues with that. Okay. This is gross. Okay. So I want people to know this is how deep it is spiritually. And so one other important thing about here in Mark 5, these left-hand side spirits are asking Christ for permission. They can't do anything unless God says, okay, go and do that. Okay.
Right.
And so again, this proves that they report to the right-hand side. It just feels like the opposite now because evil is winning. But this is what we're reminding people. What the Bible ultimately says is that, you know, Christ or Yahushua is actually ultimately going to get control of all this, just like he has control of these spirits, sent them into the pigs. And then what did they do after they were in the pig? They just killed themselves. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And the thing about the time that we living in is like it's some higher stake stuff, because if you think about it and you sit there and you really meditate on everything that's going on, when you go to if you read, you know, pertaining to the curses in Deuteronomy the 28th chapter, I was just reading this earlier. If somebody could get it
Yo,
real
can you
fast,
guys hear me?
yeah. If somebody could read,
Sorry about that. I just had to drop for a second. Sorry about that. Who's the other brother we got in the show?
We got F Ladder Boxer. I just muted him because they might have had some, you know, static or whatever. But when you're ready to talk, you can unmute.
if somebody could read Deuteronomy 28:66 right now.
Yeah.
Somebody could pull that up.
Deuteronomy what now? 28:60.
28 and 66.
Okay. Dude,
While
you
he's
missed your
getting that,
favorite topic, ETT,
yo,
about
Primal Man.
wine.
Yo, real quick. We got Primal Man in the chat. Primal Man, hey brother, click that link. Let's bring you on the show, man.
Yeah,
there's
no topic today. This is just informal. You know, we talk about the Bible.
Yo, did you guys see that video where I stabbed Steven Anderson and Jeff Durbin in front of their churches?
What did you do?
I went out to Jeff Durbin's church and I set up a bunch of signs. And I asked them why he can't say the thing is a sin, and then he panicked. And then I showed him that 666, that Nero Caesar does not add up to 666, and I exposed his entire church. And then I went to Steven Anderson's church and told him that because he said that if your job says you have to get the thing, it's not a sin. And I told him
Wow.
it's a sin, and why aren't you teaching it's a sin? It's made of aborted children. And then he called me an idiot, flat earther, and then ran inside of his church. And then he preached the next Sunday. He preached for the first time in years, one back to back, in the morning, Daniel's 70th week, and just said a whole bunch of nonsense about that. And then after that, he preached about the 1260, 1290, 1335 days, Daniel 12, Rev 12, etc., etc. And then he butchered Revelation 12, the interpretation of that, just terribly, and made some joke about landing on the moon. It's just insane faggotry that came out of his mouth.
Yo, real quick.
I'm on all of these niggas' head.
Yo, wait 1 second. I didn't even know that Steven Anderson was like even relevant, dude. Like, so he still has Faithful Word doing that?
Yeah, I would say, let me just, give a shout out. Let me self-promote real quick, check out my YouTube channel. Check out Asking Jeff Durbin and Steven Anderson if the thing is a sin or something like that. I think that's what it says.
I'll watch that later.
Yeah, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, ETT, I'll pass it to you in 1 second.
Yep.
Related to this is good because even back in the day, I would kind of go on his channel and even ask him in the comments, like, dude, because this is back when I was a microchipper. I was like, dude, how come you don't talk about that? You talk all this mess, but you never talk about the mark of the beast, even back in the day. So now it's not surprising that he's really not going to talk about it. But go ahead, whatever you want to say.
Yeah. I wanted to just say this real quick. Flat Earth Boxer brother, did you say that that Trump was the Antichrist? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want to ask if that's what you stand upon.
Hey, ETT, you're fat, and I have nothing to say to you.
I knew that was coming. I think he teaches that he's the son of perdition. He's a son of perdition.
But real quick though. It's like why we got to do this? I'm trying to be respectful.
And just see what happens.
But really though, I'm trying to be respectful and have a friendly discussion about the scriptures.
Because I would
why
not.
Do we have
I
to
wouldn't.
act like
Because
children?
here's the thing, ETT. I believe in a real existing God that has standards, of decorum, and has standards and expectations of me. And my sharing any sincere word with you would be an affront to my God. Spending even a second that I have on this earth that is about to come to a swift close, giving you even a second of sincere discussion is a dishonor to my God. So I advise that you just leave me alone. Okay, have a good day.
I sort of saw that coming, but ETT, you can ask the panel. Generally, maybe we can address it. So go for
it. That's cool. But I'll do that. But I just don't understand. What does this brother have against me? I asked the brother, and he doesn't know. He's just saying he don't like me, and that's cool. I don't need to be like. That's totally fine. But it's like, why do you think that way? That's all I want to inquire.
Well,
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll tell you this. I'll be straight up with you. It's because you're fat and you're ugly and you're dumb. That's why.
It's I don't know. Maybe
what?
I don't know if it's moon pie related or zingers. I don't think it's diet related. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's changed.
It's because your whole spirit is off. Your whole soul is off. Everything you say is retarded.
But
you
ETT, let's
look
avoid
like Jabba the Hutt.
Let's avoid getting into the feelings, man, because then that could be a whole different kind of hangout. You know what I mean? So
I don't want to talk. As I said, leave me alone. I'm just trying to give some testimony real quick. Jeff Durbin.
Who is that, by the way? Wait,
Jeff Durbin is the head of the Calvinist preterist sect of the so-called Christian world. There's something called the New Apostolic Reformation, which is the most powerful, most popular strand of the Christian movement in the world right now. Most Christians don't even know that's what they're part of, but the New Apostolic Reformation it's running on something called the Seven Mountains Mandate, the purpose of which is to establish control and dominion over 7 spheres, as they call it, of culture, which would be media, entertainment, finance, business, blah, 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 blah. And this is the beast upon 7 hills and the whore that rides on it. And what they're about to establish with this so-called Great Awakening, what they're going to do is say, oh, we beat the Luciferians, and now they're going to roll in. They beat the Satanists, and they're going to bring in the new light, the golden dawn. The turning point is what's about to happen very, very soon. A volta, if you will, in the narrative. And yes, it is a narrative. It's a script, and we're all actors in the movie, obviously. And ETT is a terrible character. And the function of his character is to be someone that I bomb on while I say sincere things to TMoG. and maybe whoever this other guy is, in order to make it abundantly clear how big a difference there is between people who are real and people who are fake and disgusting and fat. And what's going on with Jeff Durbin is that his option, his function is to be the
what is wrong with
intellectual
this
sort of
dude,
like
you know?
lightning rod for the entire preterist movement. Steven Anderson, his function is to be the opposite. And what's interesting about these people is that they both live in the same state, both equidistant from my house, and yet they hate each other.
Wait, time out. Just a second, dude. You're just for our audience sake, these people's names and just you always bring information, but it's sometimes hard to get the point. So if you do mention a new person's name, just explain who it is. We get the Durbin thing. Keep going.
Steven Anderson is the head of the sect of the NIFB.
Yeah,
and they're very big into this whole. Well, I mean, not that I don't believe. I mean, if you're the elect, you're the elect. I mean, you can't unelect yourself because God elected you. And so, but I don't want to get into the things I agree with or disagree with Steven Anderson unless we end up in a whole bunch of conversation. Then
Steven Anderson, I have a video on my channel where he believes he's one of the 24 elders, and I'm
I
not.
know,
I'm
and
not
that's the
even
next
kidding.
thing.
Okay,
that's one thing I got to explain to him as well. That the 24 elders are listed in First Chronicles chapter 24. Like that's all right there. And then that's the numerology, First Chronicles 24, because it pertains to the 24 elders.
Right.
Anyway, so this guy, I've made a whole bunch of signs that that talk about. Okay, it's a long story short, but Steven Anderson, he's a little man, and he's the head of the Baptists, the New Independent Fundamental Baptists.
He's funny.
And the Durbin is the head of the Calvinists, who are a lot like Baptists, but they're Catholic and gay and middle class.
All right. Just call them rainbows. Just call them rainbows, but that's fine.
Okay, can we chime in yet? The brother been talking.
Wait. Actually, no. Let's go back to Bible Defender wanted to bring out a verse, and then we went into a rabbit trail. Something about Deuteronomy. I'm gonna give it to him, and we'll do this orderly. And ETT, maybe you do got to look at your weight issues, but that's not the topic of today's discussion. Okay.
I got
it's like why do we got to act like children? I mean, we're just trying to have a friendly adult discussion. You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna keep it civil, man, because TMoG's kind of in a rare good mood. Okay, it happens maybe once every 2 years. Okay.
Right. So just for my defense, right? Just for my defense, real quick.
Yeah.
Just let me just say this. All I'm trying to do is have a friendly discussion, right? You can see ETT is trying to be very friendly.
No, but ETT, just to be fair, if somebody asks you a question, you don't have to answer it. So he doesn't have to answer it. That's fine. We can just move on. You can ask the panel. Maybe he'll get interested, but you can ask.
No. But whatever. This is one thing I do want to say on that topic, though.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's like saying if somebody watched your video and they say, TMoG, we know, this and this and this is not talking about that, but you don't want to talk about it face to face. It's like, why not? I mean, I don't know the brother. I don't know him at all. I'm just asking. I don't know because I know
you don't know the history between them two. I actually flat boxer on this topic because, and just again, ETT. I know you were joking, but just in general, you have to understand people are allowed to take whatever your words however they want. For example, when those guys on 44, Naz and all those guys would say, "Oh, I'm going to meet you in the streets." That's when I dropped, from LOP's hangout, and I'm like, I don't want to deal with those dudes anymore. I don't even think they were joking.
Okay, cool. I agree with that. I agree with that, but the Bible says to forgive your enemies.
I wasn't done my point. I understand between you and I, we understand we have inside jokes. We say this is it. We do all. We have our inside jokes. Flat Earth Boxer is not into those inside jokes, and this is the one aspect when he comes on here, he says certain things that he's learning and all that, so he's allowed to take what you said however he wants, and then that's I agree with him.
Okay, cool. Go ahead. Okay, cool. But what about how the scriptures say to forgive thy enemy, though?
I forgive you, but you're still fat, and I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, just because you for example, if you're in an abusive relationship, this is actually the spiritual lesson here. For example, people out there, if you're in a quote unquote abusive relationship, and you do have the God-inspired ability to forgive that person, you don't continue in that abusive relationship, okay? Like this is not related necessarily to this because it was kind of funny and joking around, but I want people to understand because people do manipulate those verses in the Bible. Not when you are in those situations, and then even religious people, and this again is thing that I went through and read with Ravi Zacharias when I read his criminal report. Basically, he would manipulate these women and use Bible verses to say, oh, I'm a man of God, and I'm under so much stress, and he would literally use the Bible to manipulate these women for sexual favors. So again, I want people to understand for the concept of forgiveness, forgiving your enemies and all that kind of stuff. It's a beautiful
Amen.
thing, but that doesn't mean to go into that person's presence continually. Go ahead, whoever wants to chime in.
Let me wait real quick. I
Yeah.
just wanted to say, Flat Earth Boxer asked your brother about. He mentioned the 7 hills, right? So I'm not sure what he's
And
referring to.
in the
I know
first
what
place,
he's
this
talking.
guy's talking about forgiveness. Okay, I don't remember this nigga even saying sorry.
No, I clearly did. This was a few months ago.
Oh, so
I
you
clearly
lament,
did.
you feel
We
bad.
had.
Okay, if you're
Yeah,
sorry,
it
not
was,
gonna
it was kind of a half apology,
That
honestly, but that's fine. Anyway, I
if
don't
you're
want to talk about
sorry,
this.
I'll
I
forgive
don't even
you.
want to talk about this. So we're gonna go to
Okay, I'd rather
Deuteronomy.
talk about other things too.
This is so effeminate to even go down this road. So let's go to Deuteronomy and let's get into the scripts, or let's talk about golf or something else besides this, dude. This
I
is
want to
not
talk
right.
about killing these pastors. That's what I want to talk about.
Well, we can get into that actually. I'll
These
actually bring up.
pastors, they live in the same state. They live like 5 miles from each other. Stephen Anderson and Jeff Durbin. They are both they're both leading characters in their respective, theological verticals. One being a preterist, one being a postmillennial. Preterist postmillennial, which is to say they believe that that their job in life is to spread the gospel and make the world so awesome that Jesus comes back and says, you know what, you did a really good job. Thank you very much for your efforts. And then they rule and reign together.
Right.
And then go to like Bed Bath & Beyond.
The dude thinks he's one of the 24 elders, man. I'll give you a verse and then I'll pass it back
That's
to
Anderson.
you, and then I'll give it to Bible Defender. Zechariah 11:8. 3 shepherds also I will cut off in 1 month, and my soul loathed them, and their soul abhorred me. So God has made these people, program them to actually hate God, just like we mentioned earlier with William Bell talking about we're in the kingdom. That person abhors God because he's saying that Christ is ruling now, in a spiritual sense. So God is, we know this now because God is behind the evil. So God has set up these people are actors, Steven Anderson, all these other people that he's talking about. And so, yeah, they are incredibly evil because Steven Anderson, for example, does indeed teach that America's Mystery of Babylon, but he'll teach that America is going to go into the Middle East and destroy Islam. Like God cares about destroying Islam. And first of all, how would you destroy Islam? Like what is that? You kill all the Muslims? Or where is that in the Bible? Okay. So he's just a terrible actor. But I'll be honest with you, I used to watch him back in the day because I found him entertaining when he would bang his hand on the podium and like he'd go crazy. So it was
The
funny.
issue is that these guys, they live right next to each other, but they never have debates about theology ever. They think that each one thinks will leave the others, sending people to eternal damnation. That's what they think. They sincerely believe that. And yet, Stephen, let's make a faithful word branded masks, Anderson. Because did you notice when their church started making face masks for the thing?
Oh yeah, maybe him and Sicaria partnered and got the same supplier.
I think they have. And then despite all these things, despite how all this boisterous, this yelling, this anger, this contempt these people allegedly have to one another and the spiritual implications, they'll spend more time making masks than they will confronting each other in the street. They won't. You can just walk over to their church. You know where they live. You know where their church is. Say,
but
hey,
FEBR, dude,
the hell.
I saw you preaching saying that, what's coming up is going to be deemed aliens and all that. And dude, I have to admit, I like that, man, because I don't know if you were a blue beamer before. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but there's a lot of blue beamers everywhere.
I'm messing with you. Yeah, no, I'm not. I've never been a blue beamer.
Okay, cool. No, that's good. I didn't think you were, but we have some other people we chit chat with, Pops and Mike and all these people. And so again, we're not saying that people could do that. The government could do a quote blue beam, but the problem is that the quote unquote rapture event, that's a spiritual thing. It's not just a light show in the sky. It's not just like magic tricks. It's something very, very real. And the Bible says it'll be a strange thing, to those other people. But for us, it's going to be very, very obvious. First of all, it's a spiritual thing. So when your parents come home, you're comforted, so we'll know right when those, and I even have a video, I'm not even kidding, on my channel of a senator, this demon, I think his name's Kucinich. He's claimed to have a UFO encounter. And guess what happened when he said that it close to him? If he felt love. Can you imagine? This is God's left-hand side. Okay. So like, this is why you can't fake that with Project Bluebeam. So that's cool, man. And I agree with you that I do believe that Christ's second coming will obviously happen. And then the Christians are going to be coddled and be like, oh no, those are aliens. Oh, the aliens are here. Oh, really?
So Jeff Durbin, the thing with him is that, again, being the head of the sort of Calvinist preterist dominionists, which is to say, make America so great that in Christian that they basically establish a new Catholic evangelical. It's so gay in every single respect, so rainbow rather.
No, those guys are finished, man. Anyway, they're not gonna
Jeff
succeed
Durbin's
in
dad
anything.
worked on Area 51 on an Area 51 movie set too, working
All right.
logistics. And Jeff Durbin is a literal actor. If you look up Jeff Durbin, it says actor, and he acts as a theologian. And he
Well,
claims that
ETT is an
Nero's.
actor. I'm just kidding.
I mean,
I'm just messing.
I don't want to get involved in this.
All right,
Yeah,
dude.
so
Let's give it to Bible Defender, man. Let's get into some Bible stuff. Like the Durbin and all these demons, man. They can go burn. We don't care, man. Pastor Anderson.
No, I was just speaking when I brought out Deuteronomy the 28th chapter and the 66th verse. I was just saying, like, because we live in some exciting times. Like,
correct.
It's so much judgment going out. You got tornadoes, people dying by the hundreds. You got people dying by the tens. You got shootings, killings, stabbings, raping.
Dude, tornadoes. Freaking damn tornado just plowed through Kentucky.
And that's a part of the curses. It says
that's part of the curses.
When you read the 66th verse, it says you should not have assurance of your life. And that's the time we live in it today. You could die any day. You know, not saying that, like, the people that's, you know, because the scriptures do say, if you read Ecclesiastes 8:5, whoso keepeth the commandments shall fear no evil thing. But, you know, even with that, you still don't have assurance of your life, because we still in the flesh. Anybody could just walk up on you and, you know,
100%.
do anything to you, you know.
Yeah,
so
I mean that's why the Bible says to store up treasures in the heavenly places, because you could have the greatest car or whatever, and like even your woman could leave you on a freaking before the dime hits the ground, dude. Gone.
Right.
Okay. That's the world that we live in. Let me read Deuteronomy 28:66. And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shalt have none assurance of thy life. So this is the cool thing. This also proves that it's the times that we live in now. Why? Because even quote unquote lower upper class, okay, even obviously the middle class, are experiencing doubt. Why? Because their businesses are being shut down and locked down. It's not like they're all living good either. So,
and you could get Matthew 24:12 too, because it's also prophecy.
But I forgot though. According to Pastor William Bell, all this took place in 70 A.D. is what he said.
Right. And I want people to know that verse is in 66, not by coincidence. That's talking about the times that we live in now. Okay. That's very, very clear. And here's people will be like, and this is what we went into last time, right? Like somebody's like, oh, they've been saying this forever. Yeah, that's true. But this is what's unique about the times that we live in now, is that everything we're talking about, it applies to every country on earth. That's never been the case in human history. Okay. Everything we talk about, we could have this live stream in Australia and the same people be like, yeah, that's happening. India, everywhere, China, all that, it's the same. And so that's what's unique.
You got to get Revelation 3 and 10.
Right. And so
let me chime in real quick.
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, the brother that just was on here, right? We know we were trying to be friendly with the brother, you know, just ask him, you know, because I wanted to inquire, because I believe he said that what is it, that Trump's the Antichrist or something like that, right? So I was trying to be friendly.
Yeah.
Right. I was trying to be friendly with him, but you saw he was just acting like a child, you know, and it's like, well, it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be, you know, an argument, right? We can have a friendly, you know, back and forth friendly dialogue, you know, about the subject, just like that we did with, you know, Primal Man when he came on, right? So I wanted to ask the brother, you know, about that, because I wanted to ask him, you know, like what's some of his, you know, go-to proofs that he could show me to give the authenticity to the statements that he believes.
He said the Edomites is not the white people. This would have been my question to him. How do you line up prophecy with them not being the Edomites? Because, you know, last time I got on the panel with him, you know, he was trying to use all of this science.
Well, yeah, let's not, unless you go speak about with him. I don't want I don't want to ask questions to him when he's not here. So let's stick to the panel, okay? Like what we can discuss.
Right. But you see though, when we had him on there, we can't even ask him questions when he's on the show because he wants to sit there and act like a child.
Let me say this: all three of us will agree. Donald Trump is not in the Bible, man. Stop. Okay, there's no way Biden and they're not that important. Okay, give me a break. We know that God rules in the kingdom of man. Okay, if you want to say that there's one entity behind anything, you have to pick God. Okay. And again, I do know that God does specify individuals. We know that the elect and different individuals in the Bible, but if you're going to attribute one entity who's orchestrating the mark of the beast and orchestrating the deception? It's God, according to the Bible. It's not freaking Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin or Modi.
Right.
That's what we're all about. Okay. And so that's why it doesn't make sense that a person like that, who really has no power really anyway, even in America, would be in the Bible. That's ridiculous. So no. Matthew 22:12. And he saith unto him, friend, how comest that? Is this the one we were
Matthew 24 and 12.
My bad. Let's see this. So Matthew 24 and 12. Okay. But you know, I got to give credit where credit is due, man. I'm glad that Flat Earth Box just not pushing that damn blue beam. You dumbos, a lot of dumbos
Right,
out there.
right. You got to give
All
them
these
credit.
blue
You got to give
beamers.
them credit.
Yeah, all these damn blue beamers, man. Really, you can't. No one out there can say that the chariots are what they are. Faison Love knows what the chariots are. He's a damn comedian, man. How come flat earthers don't know what the dude? And that video clip, I'm glad Trusting in the Most High sent that to me, because he was saying it like it's obvious. He's like, what do you mean that the aliens are here? That's what he said. And I'm like, that's what we're teaching, man. The damn evil people are here on this earth running your governments, if you haven't figured that out. So anything that comes from the sky, even if it's enacting quote unquote evil, that's God. Okay.
You know what? Let me chime in real quick.
Yeah.
I was watching. I sent one of you. I believe I sent both of you the clip. But there was one of the GMS elders, which he gets on me sometimes, but they like me somewhat. But he did a video just like yesterday, talking about how the moon landing's fake and all that, how they faked it, which he was right on that. But then
Yeah, he
he
was.
can't get
I
it
know
through his
videos.
mind
Yeah.
that they also lied about the shape of the world. That part they didn't lie about though, but they
Mhm.
did lie about going to the moon. So it's like, wait a second, if they lied about that, why the hell would you believe what else they're saying?
Yeah.
Scriptures say to never trust thy enemy.
100%. And Naz, actually, I remember years ago when they were bringing out the flat earth, he used that same argument when they did a video on the flat earth. They're like, oh, everything else is true except the one thing about the shape. They're lying about everything else, but just that one, they're not going to lie to you. Are you kidding
Right.
me, man? They lie to you about everything. Like literally, dude. So that's ridiculous, man. Matthew 24:12. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. That's in 24:12, 36,666.
Right. So as we see in these times, you know, prophetically, you're gonna see iniquity increasing on the earth, and I mean it's increasing
100%.
for real.
100%.
It's
Dude.
for real increasing. This place is waxing worse. Oh, let somebody get that. Evil men shall wax worse and worse,
Yeah.
being deceived and deceived. Yeah, this place is gone, man.
I wanted to mention when you mentioned that Ashkenazi Jew, dude, I have a really cool video of Louis Farrakhan on my channel. Dude, I used to listen to this literally almost every day. He's like, I'm talking about the synagogue of Satan. And dude, the way he says it, man, like you like start shaking, dude. It's like, you know, you obviously I don't agree with really anything he says at this point, but he's a powerful speaker, man. And he got me onto that, the fact that the real Jews are not in Israel. And so I went through a time period where I was like, very quote anti-Jewish, but I think now I know we take a step back. We see God is doing all of this, okay, making the weapons and all that kind of stuff. But again, I'm not opposed to getting into some of those discussions as long as it stays biblical. But I mean, this is why ETT and I we talk more often, because our eyes are open to the fact, and not very many people's are, the fact that God is controlling everything, the good and the evil.
Right.
You bring that out regularly. 2 Timothy 3:13, but evil men and seducers, that's a good word. This is what's going on. Everybody's trying to seduce everybody. Okay?
Right.
It's not just a male man woman thing. Okay. It's not, everybody's trying to quote unquote seduce you with like false teachings, or, oh no worries. No, the God's laws. No, God doesn't exist. What are you talking about? God's laws? God doesn't even exist. That's what a lot of people will still say. 2 Timothy 3:13, but evil men and seducers shall wax worse and worse, deceiving and being deceived. They're not going to stop.
Right. And you know what's funny? What's funny, man? We always deal with this, but it has to be mentioned. It's like, you know, dealing with these churches, it's like they'll sit there and tell you that Christ done away with the law, right? So you don't have to follow any of those today, is what they're saying. But yet, though, if you ask them, well, what is their message? Basically, what it is, you know, believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, and, you know, you'll be forgiven for your sins and that you can receive salvation, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, well, wait a second. Well, how exactly can you sin if there's no law to follow? Because we know, according to 1 John 3:4, that sin is the transgression of God's laws. But if Christ done away with the laws of the Most High, well, then how the hell can one sin? right? How does that make any
Agreed.
logical
Simple.
sense?
Yeah.
And
Simple.
and someone has to ask the question, a Christian, that question next time they see him, because I've never
And I got
seen
another good
anybody
point.
ask them that,
I
but
got
it's just
another
such
good
an
point.
easy cut. Go ahead.
Right.
Just to add on to that, you know, Christians preach repentance. If what are you repenting from? If you're
Yeah.
saying the
Agree.
law, if you're saying the
100%.
law is not in effect, because if you're
100%.
saying you're repenting from your sins, we just brought it up,
100%.
right? So it's either you cut either way. Don't say you can't say, oh, you know, I'm teaching repentance, and then you can't go and say, you know, you preaching, you know, believe on Jesus. You know, so either way you cut Christianity. So you gotta sometime, you know, what you gotta do in life, you gotta just say, you know what, I've been totally deceived.
Yeah.
Right.
And I want
Right.
people to understand, like Mike, when we get into these conversations, people like Mike and that, he'd be like, oh, you know, do you spill the seed? He gets into like masturbation stuff. So I want people to know I'm not coming on any like spiritual high horse. I'm very upfront with people about how I cannot honor. I don't even know all of God's laws. Okay. And then I have sexual sins. Okay. But the one thing that I want to remind people, because I needed this taught to me, is that God sees the world through his law. That has not changed. That's an important point. That's the first important thing that I protect. And then I'm going to read a verse to support that. Now, the second question now is, how do we honor God's laws? And that's an individual thing, because people are in different financial circumstances and all that. But the teaching in the Bible is that God's laws are on the top shelf, so to speak. Okay. It's
Right. And
not like,
you could
maybe.
get Baruch.
Okay.
You could get Baruch 4:1, because the
But
law
that,
was never done away with.
right. And that's why I want people to, I know that it's easy. And I understand actually when other people hear us say that, because it sounds like, oh, you're preaching down to us. Oh, you're keeping all the law. No, dude, my fabric on my shirt, I guarantee you it's not lawful. Okay. I don't know what it is. It's not probably not what the Bible says. Okay. And that kind of thing. So we have to believe that we're in a time period where Christ will forgive a certain group of people, ultimately his elect. And so it's already been predetermined. So we hope we're in that group, but we cannot keep all of God's laws. Okay. When we start keeping them, first of all, our family will be like, what the hell are you doing? Our family.
Let me chime in real quick.
One second. Let me finish this point. I'll definitely give it to you.
Yep.
Our family is going to think about that. This is why Christ said your enemies are going to be in your house. If your family was like, yeah, you know what? You should go and teach. You should go and tell the truth. You should do this. Are they your enemies? No, they're like telling you to do God's laws. So your own family is going to snitch on you. And then, so if your family is going to do that, what the hell do you think your freaking mayor and your governor and your president and all them are going to do? They're going to be like, dude, get rid of these people. Okay. What's YouTube going to do? So that's what we're talking about. Okay. So now the question of how to honor God's laws, that's what we're wrestling with. And that's why I want people to understand. That's why we're asking for salvation. Revelation 18:4, come out of her, my people. Okay. So I just want to say that, because I never want to come across, at least for me personally, because that's not what my ministry is all about. I'm not on anything like that. I'm just an everyday average person. Okay. You know, I look at women, you know, I like all that stuff. Okay. I'm struggling with whatever, but what we know is that this whole world is out of order. We don't even want these women anymore, because they don't even know what the hell's going on. Okay. A lot of them, not the few that come by here. I'll pass the DTT before I read a verse. Go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to ask something real quick, because I remember a few days back we were having a conversation on Gmail. I don't remember the whole discussion, but basically it was about how how I said, that we got to keep the laws to the best of our ability, and then you were saying that that's wrong to say. So I just wanted to like ask, what part about that is wrong? Because let me say this. What I mean
Yeah.
by keeping the laws to the best of your ability, it doesn't mean that you keep the ones you want and the ones you don't. That's not what it means. It simply means you keep the ones that you are able to, because as you would agree, there are certain laws in the scriptures that you can't keep perfectly today. So that's what we mean when we say following the laws to the best of your ability. So you always bring that up to say that's like a negative thing that we're saying, but I don't understand, what standpoint you're coming at, because it's basically, I would think it's the same thing that you're telling the people, that you agree that there's not, we can't fully follow every law today, right? There's certainly things we can't follow, but we do as many as we can in the circumstances we find ourselves in. Would you agree on that?
Yeah, I think you would now we're getting into the point. Here's what I would say, and maybe you'll agree with this, is that there was a time period where we weren't explicitly being propositioned with violating God's laws explicitly, with the money system, for example. Yeah, we know that the money system is an unjust balance, or you're not allowed to charge usury, with the Israelites. But we're not being propositioned with that because that money system's in place. Okay. And then we have to go and make money and all that kind of stuff. This narrative right now is explicitly propositioning people, with, and I do give you credit because I hope even more fervently now, you're saying that if it does come down to what Matt was even talking about, he's like, I can't buy and sell. The Bible teaches that you die then. That's what the Bible says. I'm not saying that's easy, and my time's coming soon for that too. So I'm not trying to say, oh, I got millions of dollars. Who cares what happened to Luke? All we can say now, though, okay, I would say in the past, that's a reasonable thing to say, when we didn't have this narrative going on right now. But now, the times that we live in now, because the left-hand side's turning up the crank, we got to turn up the crank too. Okay. And I'm not accusing you of saying to go and take that. But you did say after Luke took it that he'll potentially be forgiven, but you don't know that for sure. Okay. You don't know that.
That's true. That is true.
So that's my point. And so in the past, I would say, in the past, I'll finish my point. I'll pass it back to you. In the past, I would say that's okay. But what we do have many, many references, and I would say you and other Hebrews have brought it out the most, really. So is that there are many examples in the Bible where a person is even on a lighter thing like bacon or something, forget about the mark, you have to take death. I'll pass it back to you. Go ahead.
But one thing I will say, only reason why I'm saying he's wrong, but he's not 100% wrong, is because the scriptures, the Lord say, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy on, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion on. So the Most High could do whatever he wants. There's no question on that. He can save whoever the hell he wants.
Right. Let me add on to that. Let me add to that. Because that's a beautiful statement. That's a beautiful statement Bible Defender's making. Someone grab Romans 9 and verse 15. Let's get that real quick. Okay. Because one example to use is King David committed a sin unto death. He slept with another man's wife, right?
Yeah.
In fact, he had the man put to death, for that. They set him up at the front of the army to make sure he died so David could get away with what he did. So what the Lord did is he killed the child that he had with the woman. But wait a second. The law says if you lay with another man's wife that you are supposed to be put to death. But the Lord didn't do that to David. So the Lord showed mercy. Or another good example is, what is that, John the 8th chapter, with the woman taking an adultery. The law says what? The law says what? If a woman commits adultery, that's a sin unto death. No ifs, ands, or buts around it. But guess what? Christ decided to show mercy to that woman. He didn't have to do that, but he decided he was going to. Right.
Yeah, I think ETT, I don't want to actually say that we disagree. I just think with this topic of the mark of the beast, which you and I both teach, and Bible Defender probably teaches too.
Right.
Whatever you believe the mark is, you can't come back from it. We have differences on what it is or what it could be.
Yes,
so
I agree.
I'm not on this topic. I'm genuinely saying the Hebrews deserve credit. Who revived the law? Who said there is even elect? The Hebrews brought it out that the law is still alive. So I'm not trying to say that, oh, this is my teaching, TMoG. I'm saying I'm learning from that group that there are many examples like Eleazar and all that in the Bible that they will take death. Even Christ Yahushua himself. Here's the deal with the mark of the beast. If that word Dexios did not say right side, I would say it's not the mark. We are going to wait for something in the hand. That's where we have to be aware of the fact that it could be what we're dealing with right now because of just that word. If I looked at that word Dexios in the blue letter and it made no reference to side, it always said hand in the Bible, I'll be like, don't take it. But like, if you do, it's not it. Okay. It's just like dealing with this evil money system. Okay. We all got to do it to make money. Okay. We have to do a lot of things that we have to lie in our interviews. What's your 5-year plan? We're not supposed to say that, but they tell us, oh, what's your 5-year plan? This and that. Okay. So that's a lie. Actually, we're not supposed to say that, but that's my position just on the mark. Okay. I'm not talking about your teaching on the other things. I would say that's a reasonable statement to say. I would just say in the times that we live in now, you have to clarify because people like Luke and then they look up to you. Okay. Because they're like, yeah, I go to ETT and learn from him and all that kind of stuff. And so there's ambiguity. And I believe that this is part of the Bible prophecy, because if it were certain, even the damn Christians wouldn't do it. Okay. They'll be like, no, hell no, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? Like billions of them would be like, no. So that's where we have to be careful with are the way you word that now, because if this yab is it, then there is no coming back from it. It doesn't matter if you didn't go take a
and one thing I will say, you know, pertaining to that is, you know, I 100%, you know, I make sure I make it clear. It don't matter if you took. First of all, let's cut the nonsense when you speak about the jab. First of all, we could not. I'm not saying toss the Bible to the side. I'm saying in general, it's already killed hundred thousands of people.
Facts.
So
Facts.
you're already playing with your life. Forget that. I'm not
Right.
saying throw away the Bible. I would never say nothing like that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying if you don't even want to go to a biblical standpoint, let's go to the actual facts.
Just biology.
I got the facts. The facts on it is hundreds of thousands of people is already dead.
Yeah.
From taking one dose. So I mean, like, there's no like literal, you know, maybe no, because after then, you know, you go ahead and take it. Now what? Now you are finished, and you know, so I understand what you're saying. That there's no leeway. Like, you can't try to be nice to somebody when it comes to that. Like, you got to just no. You take it, you're gonna die.
And dude, I would say, this is funny, man. Back in the day, I remember ETT and I literally remember this conversation. I was like, why is the mark of the beast evil? And it's funny, I learned this from the Hebrews. The reason is because it violates God's laws. If the mark of the beast was something that didn't explicitly violate God's laws, how can we be held accountable for it? Let's just say the mark of the beast was you got to wear a yellow t-shirt on Fridays, just because the left-hand side wants to mess with us. How would people know? It'd be like, well, that's another requirement of my job because I got to wear boots and pants and whatever. How would they know that that's the mark? The only reason we know the mark of the beast is the mark is that it has to at least violate one of God's laws.
Right.
Let's just say the mark was something virtuous. You got to honor the Sabbath. Well, that's honor. That's lawful. So how could that be the mark? Okay. And so it has to violate one of God's laws. And so you guys taught us that, man. So anyway, I'll pass it to anybody. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on real quick. Well, what are you trying to come at me on that you're saying I'm going off on? I'm not understanding.
No. All I said, this is something to consider, because by your very words, and I think what you've seen with the word Dexios, we don't know for sure what the mark is until we see the next thing happen. Okay, Revelation 16:2. So with your teaching on the topic of the law, in lieu of the fact that this thing, you cannot come back from it. Okay. And then God's citation will be, well, my law is still active. Okay. And then I've had people in history who will not violate my laws, and then they'll take death. And so that would be his explanation. So if this thing is indeed the mark, you can't go and say, just don't take the rooster, because then they're not going to be able to come back from it. Okay. So in the times that we live in now, because a lot of people literally every single day are being propositioned with, if you don't do this, you're going to lose your job, get out.
Right, I agree with you on that. I do agree with that.
So I would say in the past, quote unquote past, where this is to summarize my point, we've never been explicitly propositioned with violate God's law or keep your job, or violate God's laws and, like, you know, keep your wife or whatever. Because, like, people are probably getting divorces over this. I was literally talking to a woman yesterday, and then she was like nervous about how her kids are going to have to start doing it. And, like, you know, there was all this like stuff, because like there's going to be all these divisions, like some will take it and some not, and all that. So it's never happened in human history, or at least in our life, where they've explicitly propositioned the whole world with violating one of God's laws, or you lose your ability to make money. It's unique. So, you know, that's what's amazing about it. And I would say,
I agree with that. I agree.
If Dexios did not include side in the definition, I would have no foundation. I would not go and teach that it is potentially this, because then I'll be like, we got to wait. Because every time in the Bible that word says hand, whatever language it is, Greek, English, everything, then I'll be like, well, we got to wait. It's something else. So that's what's amazing about the times that we live in now. We could very well, obviously everybody knows what I teach, we could literally be watching the mark of the beast right now. Okay, let me see how many people worldwide have been taking the yab. And the argument about whether it's a multiple thing doesn't hold, because then what would Tahar go and teach? Oh, just take 2 marks. Go take the charagma in both hands and you'll be okay. No, that's not going to work either, dude. You take a chip in your right and left hand, you're toast. Okay, that's not going to get God be like, oh, okay, oh, no worries. You took it in both hands. Okay, you're fine. Really? Are you kidding me, dude? 3.63 billion people have fully been pumped How many doses have gone out? Dude, this is updated in the last couple of days. 8.5 billion times God's laws have been violated worldwide. And people are being essentially blackmailed. I want people to know this is blackmail, what's going on, okay? They're being told, do this or get out of your job. And then this woman that I was talking to, she said she knows doctors and medical people who were like, no, hell no, I'll quit. So if doctors are quitting over this, should we be doing it? People who believe we're Israelites? Hell no.
Of course.
It's a joke.
Of course we should be quitting our job if it comes to that.
Correct.
You know?
Let's read Romans 9:15. I agree with the spirit of what ETT is getting at here, that ultimately God chooses. In the broad scheme, God decides. I don't decide, and ETT doesn't decide who gets forgiven. For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I'll have compassion on whom I'll have compassion. So that will always be true, no doubt. But we do know on this topic of the mark of the beast, there is no coming back from it. In human history, people could, be forgiven, like the adultery and all that stuff that we talked about. I don't disagree with that 100%. That's what's amazing about the times that we live in now, that you're either all in or you're all out on that thing. It's crazy, man.
And another thing concerning now, like I said, I give my reasons, you feel me, why I personally think it's not. But like I said, people make a strong cause for it. But my personal reason is, I'm not gonna go into it right now. Like Manda God said, this is just a friendly topic. Discussion right now. But concerning the jab, one thing you do gotta understand is there's a lot of things that go into just taking it alone. If you just a smart person, let's say you're not biblically smart, let's say you don't research nothing, let's say you don't do none of that. Just sit there and think about it, like, bro, they really forcing me to lose my job just to take something, bro.
Exactly.
Bro, I'm not doing that, bro. That's you literally forcing me. You telling me if I don't do this, we gonna do this to you, nigga.
Right.
Who are you? You not God to tell me what to do.
And Bible Defender, did they care about your health before that? If they did, then it would be very deceptive. If they did, then I would be like, well, that's confusing because those people actually were helping me. And then now it seems like they want to help me. And then they're telling us exactly what's in it. But that's not happening. So that's why no one's going to be able. They're all going to be. God's going to be like, you fell for that. You're an idiot. You're done. There's no excuse at this point. And I want people to know we should be excited. All the people that have been in the Bible, whether you came into the Bible yesterday or you've been in years, like people on this panel, this is the payoff time. Because if this is it, the kingdom is not far. Okay, we disagree on maybe a year. We're not talking. They're not 10 years down the road. People like Good Serpent. Okay, we know that the kingdom is not far, and that's the reward. If this mark of the beast never happens, the Bible's not true.
Right.
God's a liar. He said he's going to do something, and he's like, well, God, remember that mark thing you said all and all that? Where's that?
Right.
It's worldwide. It's going to be very obvious. Okay. And so, but it also has to be very subtle. Why? Because majority of the Christians are going to take it because they don't know what the hell's going on. So it's crazy.
Hell, these churches are out here telling you, hey, look, make sure you get your juice, right? Make sure you go get these juices because that qualifies as loving your neighbor.
Exactly.
Right, so they're out here pushing that Romans 13, nonsense, man. Saying obey, the authorities because those are the ministers of God, right? They have your best interest in mind.
But dude, I give you guys credit, even though I'm hard on you guys individually. You have laid the foundation for people to not fall for this, because you've said Romans 13 is talking about righteous leadership. You guys will bring up Revelation 19:10, which we bring out almost every hangout. Why? Because if you're going to quote the Bible and cherry pick it, like even ITR does, you have to tell us a prophecy. If anybody, Biden or anybody's reading from the Bible says you got to love your neighbor, okay, well, where's your prophecy then? If you're going to read from the Bible, they're not going to prophesy. So they don't have a valid testimony. So we don't listen to what they say. Okay. So they can tell us whatever the hell they want. And we're going to tell them to take that and shove it up. You know what I'm saying? So no. So that's the amazing thing. Let me read a quick verse and I'll pass it back to you. I want people to understand God's laws are still active. Okay. And we got to give credit where credit is due. Who brought this out? The quote unquote Hebrew Israelites. Oh, they just figured it out randomly. Oh yeah, let me just preach. No, we're dealing with the Jews. Okay, of the Bible, 2 Ezra 13:38, and shall lay before them their evil thoughts and the torments wherewith they shall begin to be tormented, which are like unto a flame. That's real fire. More than a flame. Sorry, that's actually a good one. Which are like unto a flame. That's real fire here on earth. And he shall destroy them without labor by the law. listen to this, which is like unto me. The law is inside God. So how can, if the law is dead, then God's dead because it's inside of him. That's the way he thinks. And so that's what these people are trying to do. That's why the Bible says Christ is going to be spiritually crucified, because they're trying to kill his law.
Have you guys ever heard the teaching that some people are coming on there and they're saying that God is a woman?
Yes, there's a song about that.
Yeah, you got.
And what about this other one? You know that one verse that says that the Lord is the sun and a shield. Guys will use this. I've seen multiple people do this online. What they're doing is they're saying that the Most High, right, God is the sun that we see in the sky. That's what they're out there saying, that the Most High.
Well,
Off of
somebody got
that
to
one
get.
verse off of the
Somebody got
one
to
verse
get
that says
Leviticus.
that the Lord is the sun
Jeez.
or a sun.
Somebody got to get Leviticus 24:16.
You know what's funny, man? It's like, you know how we're like, oh, why are there all these preterists and all that? We read the verse earlier, man. These seducers, they're gonna come up with dumb ideas every day now at this point. Like,
Right.
they're gonna literally come up with new stuff that, like, you know, it shouldn't really surprise us at this point. Leviticus 24:16, and he that blasphemeth the name of the Lord, he shall surely be put. Wait a minute, let me read that. Maybe that's a mistake. And he that blasphemeth the name of the Lord, he shall surely be put to death. And all the congregation shall certainly stone him, as well as a stranger, as he that is born in the land, when he blasphemeth the name of the Lord, shall be put to death. I want people to know these people do not goof around. This world goofs around.
Right.
Okay.
And I was just talking about this last night. I was just talking about, like, like, I don't understand, like, when Christians say that, like, we're too harsh, or we're like mean, and I'm like, what do you mean? Well, this is the people of the Bible. They were not. They didn't play around. It was and these people, like, when you're reading the scriptures with flavor, you really understand. Yo, these people were not.
No,
they're
really about it, man.
They really, like, just imagine.
Yeah.
Let's go into more like like we're in Israel right now. We in Israel, right?
Mhm.
We're in Israel, and just think about it. Now, I don't have a problem with this because I put my mindset in ancient world times. But let's say just us, right? We was in Israel, right? And as stern as we are, and we saw, the ABC people, right?
Mhm.
Your first instinct would be, oh, now we got to kill them.
Yeah, I mean, I would say
that should be your first instinct.
100%. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Here's the deal. I want people to understand. Sexual sin is going to exist on this earth. First and foremost, they can't be leading us. Okay. Apple is one of the biggest companies in the world, and it's run by a rainbow. Okay. You think they're going to care about your wages and all that? This is why we have to understand this is very, very important. All these women out there, a lot of these women are like, they're cool with all these other rainbows. Oh no, he's cool. No, we're not cool with these people, man. They're not leading us. You can go get led by them if you want and see where that takes you. I'm not. Okay. So yeah, he's right. He's like, we can't get away from them. They got to go, man. Okay. And they're definitely not going to tell us what to do. That's for damn sure. So that's what these people are all about. I want people to know in Arzareth, they went a journey 1.5 years. Get me the hell away from these people, man. You know what I mean? Like, I want people to know this is what we know now, man. The Israelites are really about that life. Why? Because they know God exists. They don't think that God exists. They know God exists. God visits them. Okay, go ahead, Pastor.
Yeah, you know what the hypocrisy is? These people will sit there and say that the Bible is the law of the land. Who was that? Wasn't that Ronald Reagan who said that the Bible was the law of the land?
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's the one who said that.
Yeah. So it's like, well, wait a second. And then these Christians and all these people go around saying, right, God bless America and all of that. It's like, well, wait a second, though. First of all, where in the scriptures does it say that the Lord blessed America? Because the only nation the Lord's dealing with are the children of Israel. There's no other nation that the Lord's dealing with other than the Israelites. That's strike one. But then strike two is, how can the Lord bless Babylon? How can they bless America if over here they allow you openly? They'll openly accept you, dealing with, the same, gender of people. And, they'll even let you, as I said, in certain states here, they'll let you lay with animals, which both of those things are sins unto death.
Right.
Okay, both of those things, the Lord hates that. So by what logic could one sit there and say that the Lord blessed America? It just doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah, agreed.
Somebody get first.
It
Somebody get
blessed it with
first.
confusion. Okay, that's what
Somebody
America's blessed with. Go ahead. What was that?
somebody get 1 Corinthians 6 verse 9.
I want people to understand, man, as much, and I genuinely am in a bad mood a lot, but I say this not just because I'm in a decent mood today. This is the payoff for people. Creation Bear in the chat's like, let me read this. This is a great comment. The spirit of gambling never resonated with me either, really. That is to say, I've never been a betting man, but I am told to go all in now. And that's what we're saying with people. This God, once you go all in, he's got a lot of things that are going to be stored up for you. He can't show you them right now. We can't go and visit them and I'm going to give you this condo with this view and all that. We can't promise you that. But we can promise you that there is a kingdom coming on this earth. There has to be. Okay. This kingdom is absolutely disgusting. Okay. And so this is the payoff, is what I may even do a video like that or a stream.
But you know what the ironic part is?
Yeah.
The ironic part is hey, look, in all factuality, because as we said, we can't call down the Most High right now to show himself to us to prove he exists. Because someone might ask, well, I'll believe you if you can call the Most High down now to show us, him. Just like when Christ was on the cross, they told him, well, hey, if you are the Son of God, come down from the cross, save thyself, and we'll believe you, right? We'll believe that you are the Christ if you can do that. Now, he wasn't going to do that. Why? Because he had to fulfill what he had to do. But, with us now, we have to take this all upon faith because, we're taking a gamble with this thing, right? We're taking a gamble with this thing of us, right? Because nobody really knows, right? We have to take it all upon faith, because what does the word faith mean? The word faith means a belief in something that can't be seen, right? So we can't see the kingdom, right? We don't really know what happens when we die. We know what we believe, but we're not going to find out until that happens, right? So it's just, we got to take it all upon faith.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because we can't also show you the law, for example. Okay. But it's tangible. Okay. It's written in the text, but you can't go to a place and like get the law kind of thing. We have to believe that it's still active. That's a faith thing. Even though we see lawlessness everywhere, we have to still believe that it's active. That's why we bring it out on every single live stream. And this is not a shot to LOP, but he gets bored sometimes when we bring out the pork and all that kind of stuff. But we have to keep reminding ourselves first and foremost, and we push it out, this vibration, out there, because if it is active, then this place is going to get burned. Okay. And we want that. And so our family will think that we're crazy. Wait, you want this place to be burnt? Yeah. Because then God's not a liar. And then there's a kingdom that's going to be brought on top of this. And then we want to be there.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick, my God, drop a link. Hey, Primal, man, why don't you join, man? We want to bring you on, man. We can have a friendly chat. If you want to come on, just click the link.
This one's open. I didn't have a lesson plan today. So, if Creation Bear or whoever, I would just say, if you're going to troll, just do it lightly, I guess, like that I would say, just.
But real quick.
Don't forget to get the scripture.
I was going to say.
Yeah, let me read it. Let me read it, then I'll pass it to you. Let me read it to you, then I'll pass it to you, ETT. 1 Corinthians 6:9, know ye not that unrighteousness shall not inherit the kingdom of God? That means there is a kingdom. Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind. All these damn leaders are a bunch of effeminate clowns. First of all, we're not supposed to be taking orders from Pelosi and all these demons. So that right away, we're not supposed to be led by women. Okay, that's also effeminate. If you're in a meeting and you're talking to other women and asking their opinion, that's effeminate. Okay, that you think the Israelites did that? Oh, let me see what this was. No, we don't care, man. Okay, I'll pass it ETT.
Wait, but apparently, though, according to Mike, the whole law exists in his heart today. But yet, when you ask him, well, where in the scriptures could you quote me this law or that law? He's like, he doesn't know. But wait a second, I thought all the laws are written in your heart. You know what I'm saying?
I've heard that before from somebody like Right the Hand, who I respect as a flat earth debater, but he made that argument to me because he's like affiliated with the Bible, but he was like, yeah, the law is written on our heart and the Bible's written on, really? The Bible's written on your heart? Okay, well then tell us certain things about it then. Okay.
Oh, well, ask him this. Ask him this. Ask him what chapter did the Lord give Moses the 10 Commandments? Ask him that. See if he knows, because apparently he should know where that's at, because it's all written in his heart. So ask him. Let's see if he knows that answer. Right.
And
so
that's deep about the 10 Commandments. How did those things get etched? I believe by these UFOs with these lasers. So even the 10 Commandments itself, it's deep, just how they were made. it's deep, you know, with the UFOs. And I believe those UFOs actually sort of 3D printed this earth. Okay. So you can't get around it. Okay. And we're not saying this to be arrogant, but if you don't believe that these quote unquote UFOs are the chariots, the government's got you in a trick bag, man. You're finished, I would say, at this point.
Right.
So that's just what it is.
And it's like if the UFOs are not the chariots, well, what exactly are the chariots then? Right? Nobody really knows that.
Oh, it's a horse, ETT. Yeah, it's just, he's gonna be galloping on a horse. You know what I mean? Just equestrian style. Really? Oh, okay, that's cool. Come on, man. We got Primal Man here, dude. We're just kind of shooting this stuff. You know what I mean? Just random, but we believe we're at the end, man. What do you think?
What's up, fellas? Can y'all hear me good?
Yep.
Yeah, Shalom, man.
All right, nice.
We
I'm
get
on my
you. We
phone.
get you.
So, no things in mind in particular. Just wanted to come on here and enjoy the discussion and say hello.
Yeah, that's
do
cool.
I think we're in the end times? Is that the question?
Yeah, I mean, I was just making
Yeah.
conversation. Yeah, that's what we're discussing. Yeah.
Yeah, no man knows the day or the hour, right? But I would lean more towards to say absolutely. I think we are most definitely closer to the end.
Love it.
So I would agree. A lot of prophecies at the end time looks like they're coming to be true. So
let me read that verse, Matthew 24:36. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. Okay. And so why does Christ refer to the Heavenly Father as his Father if they're not separate entities, first and foremost?
Good point.
And so not even the angels. So this just shows, this is the amazing thing I want people to understand about the Most High. He's not like God's left-hand side where he's like, do this, do that, socially distant, wear a mask, wear 2 masks and all that. No, he gives people information. Okay. But he holds certain things for himself because again, this whole movie is for his pleasure. He wants to be the one who ends it whenever he wants. Revelation 4:11. Okay, he's allowed to do that, but I want people to know this also tells us that there are certain things that the angels know, you know, and then they don't know this, but you know, he equips people with what they need to know to do the things that he wants.
Can I chime in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, man, did you ever look into that reincarnation scripture we brought out last time about what was that, Revelation 10 and 11? Have you ever looked into that one yet?
I'm assuming you're talking to Primal Man.
talking to me?
Yeah. Yes.
Let me read it, Primal Man. He just.
What was?
I'll read the verse. He's asking about reincarnation. ETT really aggressively pushes the doctrine. You know, I have no issues with that because this is true. Revelation 10:11, and he said unto me, thou must prophesy again. Wait a minute, maybe that's a mistake. Thou must prophesy again before many peoples and nations and tongues and kings. Talking about John the Revelator. So
Yeah, let me be honest with you, ETT. No, I have not done any homework on that scripture. I will give you my word and say I will do research on that further. So no, I haven't. So I can't really comment more than, and I'm no more knowledgeable in that than I was the last time you asked me. So I'll look into it.
That's cool. I'll give you another one.
Okay, that's cool.
I'll give you another good one. Behold, Revelation 1:7. Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him. And all kingdoms of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, man, I want people to know the Bible's deep. Why would it mention that? If it already says every eye shall see him, what's the point of adding in the and they also which pierced him? What's the point of that? If every eye will see him, why would the Bible waste how many words is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why would it waste that? 1, 2, 3, 6 words. If it didn't serve a purpose. In this case, reincarnation.
I think the Bible uses added words to capture certain, I don't know the word I'm looking for, but to capture certain imagery, to capture certain emphasis, maybe.
No, but I think I sort of agree with that. But you see my point. If every eye shall see him, so it's a worldwide event. What's the purpose of talking about a specific group? Right. And they also which pierce him. That's obviously not an other group because it's already said every eye shall see. So it's everybody of that group, right? What's the point of that? And so I want people to know this is a rhetorical device I'm using. That's a secret for certain people. And in fact, when you tell people like Good Serpent that, they'll make a video calling me a demon. Okay. A wolf.
A damn devil demon.
They call me
And
a
I got
damn.
and I and I,
They
and
got a damn picture of TMoG as a wolf, man, in sheep's clothing, man.
wow,
That video's got like
wow,
250 views, man. I was
wow.
trying to bring the butters some edification, and then they turned their back on me. And so I did
Yo,
what.
let me say this. Let me
Yeah, go
say
ahead.
this. As I said, I like Primal, man. This brother's cool, man. We always like to have that brother on the show when he stops by. It's always good. But Primal, man, I did want to ask you this, man, because I didn't hear what you said last time we had you on. But dealing with the topic of hell, what is your thoughts on that? Do you subscribe to the belief that is like under our feet somewhere, a spiritual dimension, or like what are your thoughts on the whole hell, topic in the scripture?
Yeah, no, I think I don't think hell is hell is like deep in the center of the earth, and it exists right now, ongoing. I don't believe that that's the case. I believe that hell will happen. I believe that hell's going to happen on earth. I believe this earth will be consumed with fire one day.
There we go. Let me give you a good verse, actually, back in Deuteronomy. So the Israelites have known what hell is from A to Z. So how come these Christians don't know? Deuteronomy 32:22, for a fire is kindled in my anger and shall burn unto the lowest hell and shall consume the earth. Wait a minute, let me read that. And shall consume the earth with her increase and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. Are you kidding me? So these damn buildings that all these people are building, you think God cares about those? Oh, but I got a nice view of Central Park. Yeah, that's cool. That's going to be burned. Okay. That's the spirit
Yeah.
that we're in. Okay. That's what the Bible teaches. Okay.
And I wanted to bring out a point about you bringing up Revelation 1:7, and now that makes sense. And I always thought of that, but I never wanted to bring it forth. Why would it be important for the Lord to say, and the people that pierced him? So that means the Lord is telling you, yeah, I'm coming for you people that had something to do
Correct.
with that situation 2,000
100%.
years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
if you
agree with I agree with Bible Defender on that. I think it's just added emphasis, like, hey, including
Wait. One
y'all that
second.
pierced me.
Just let him finish his point, and then we'll let you respond. Go ahead.
Yeah.
so like
Yeah, go ahead.
so like when why would he have a controversy with people that did something to him 2,000 years ago? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So that's
Exactly.
clear indication that reincarnation is in the Bible, because he's obviously taking vengeance on the people that's here today
Yeah.
that did that to him 2,000 years ago. Or
Let,
else why would he say that? That
let me
wouldn't
give
make
you a
sense.
2-for-1 because TMoG is very economical. I'll give you maybe a 2-for-1. Get double the value. Psalm 9:17, the wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God. Those are all the past nations and the current nations. So if those past nations forgot about God, which is clear, they're going to be turned into hell, which is the earth. So they got to be brought back here for their final judgment. Okay, so Psalms 9:17 tells us that hell is here because you cannot forget God in the spirit realm. When you are out of the body, you're in the presence of God. How can you forget God when you're in the presence of God? Really? Oh, I forgot
Yo,
about
I
it.
don't know. I'll let him go because he was waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was Psalms 9:17, which proves hell is the earth, that there's reincarnation. Okay. And then there's a judgment that's going to happen here on earth. That's in 9:17, 26, 66. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's interesting. I want to say first, I agree with Bible Defender with Revelations 1:7. I agree with him on that. I feel like that I'm understanding him correctly. But as far as Psalms 9,
Yeah, 17.
as far as reincarnation, so my thing is I'm not fully sold on the idea, but I would say this is a spiritual reincarnation, not a physical reincarnation.
Sorry, say that once more. What was your point?
I said maybe scripture's talking about a spiritual reincarnation, not an actual physical or fleshly reincarnation. What do y'all
No,
think
it is
about that?
spiritual.
How would that work?
Yeah, that's the whole point of it. It is the whole teaching in the Bible is
How would that
spiritual.
work?
Okay, the soul goes up to the Most High, like we read in Ecclesiastes 12:7, and then it remains until the next judgment. It's judged.
Wait. I want to say something real quick.
Yeah.
I don't want to misunderstand what the brother said because when I was listening to it, I think I'm understanding it. That he's saying when we read about these verses that it's like some type of spiritual reincarnation, that do they not like come back with earthly bodies? Or I don't want to misunderstand what the brother's saying, but that's just how I understood, from what I was hearing. So maybe the brother can,
Yeah, I don't mean that they're
elaborate.
gonna come back and be reincarnated in fleshly bodies. I don't believe that.
Okay. Well, what about, then let's deal with this though. If that's the case, well, why did Christ say that John the Baptist was Elijah? He had a physical body, right?
No, that's fine, dude. At this point we're gonna agree to disagree because we brought out many precepts. I would say, Primal Man, just chew on it. Just again, we're not here to convince you in this hangout. We could literally bring out. I argue at this point hundreds. That if you understand them, that they're talking about reincarnation. So that at this point is a fact. And so, but if a person can't receive it, it's because God doesn't want you to receive it ultimately. Okay?
Hey, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew this or not, but dealing with Revelation 1 and 7, they actually, preterists use this verse to say, well, see, this proves that Christ returned back then in that time, because it says that even those who pierced him. So they'll use that to say, we'll see, that's undeniably proves that the Christ returned, back then. And what they also will do, which I haven't seen anyone use this as far as I know, maybe one person over the years, but they could use, what is that? I want to say Matthew, what is that? The 27th chapter? Well, after Christ was on the cross, right? When he gave up the ghost, it says what? That the bodies of the saints rose from the grave. That one can say, well, see, the dead in Christ, they rose. So that shows that the rapture happened, right? Christ took the elect back then, right? They could use that, and that would seem like a good argument. We know that that's not what it means.
Right.
But I wouldn't be surprised if somebody starts to use that as an argument to say, well, see, the rapture happened back then.
Wait, you might have started a new doctrine.
Yeah, I mean that's the crazy thing about it, and that's why we quiz people. We're not trying to put Primal Man on the spot. I think you should look into this, but we test people's spirits, and that's a concept that is a building block, as ETT said in his recent video. That's foundational. If you don't know the chariots or the UFOs, what are they then? Then you don't understand how they're playing a major role in the entire narrative of the Israelites from the beginning to the end. They, I believe, carved this earth. So first of all, how did the earth get made? Okay, and I mean that's a bit deeper, but like, how did all these things happen? That like leading the people, in the sky and all that kind of stuff throughout the Israelite history. So it's extremely important. Okay, and then clouds are mentioned many times in the Bible. Okay, so it's not like it's not a big deal. Well, how and when can Christ return then if we don't know how he's going to return? Good Serpent talks about how the fact that he's saved. I'm like, well, what's going to save you? I don't know. Oh, okay, cool. So you're not saved then, man.
Let me say something on that. I agree with what Mina God's saying, about these building block components. I recently did a lesson on that. And it's true that, think about it like this. When you construct a building, right, you have to have a perfect, even, firm foundation, because if not, and this is even in the scriptures, I believe, what is that? Matthew, the 7th chapter, speaks about having a firm foundation. My God, you might want to pull that up. That's a good one.
Yeah.
But if you have a weak foundation, like these tried and denied, tried, died, and fried, guys over there, that's going to all crumble apart, and it's going to come to naught, right? So we have certain building blocks that we have our foundation upon. For an example, nobody's going to come on here and prove to us that Christ is a white man. Nobody's going to come on here and tell us that UFOs are aliens, right? Nobody's going to come on here and say, and prove to us that Vatican's Babylon.
Exactly.
Right. Nobody's going to come convince us that, the so-called, black man is not the Jew. Nobody's going to convince us of those things, because those are building block
100%.
components, right? Our full structure of our belief are built upon those, right? So if those get moved out of the way, the whole other doctrine comes down. Just like Mind of God said, if America isn't Babylon, where pretty much our whole doctrine falls apart, because that's 100%. One of the major building blocks behind it. We'll throw back.
Yeah, and it completely falls apart. It's not anything you can sort of, quote unquote, wiggle your way around. Okay, I leave room for people about the two witnesses because it's nuanced. Okay, the plagues are going to happen whether it's the two witnesses or whatever. Okay, I'm not saying it's not important, because I cherish that personally, but you can't wiggle around Mystery Babylon. You cannot. Okay, You cannot wiggle around the shape of the earth. You cannot wiggle around reincarnation or the chariots and all that kind of stuff. Okay. And so those building block things, again, this is why I say that we're the elite on this panel. And I don't say that in an arrogant way. We're discussing amongst other elite Bible people. This is what we do when we get on these hangouts, because other people don't even know what the hell we're talking about. Okay.
Right.
Reincarnation sounds evil to their ear, but it sounds like good news to us. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. That explains all these verses, and then we read them to you.
And
so
that also explains that what you just brought out a good point about it being evil to their ears, because then you would have to not admit that if you're saying reincarnation is not in the Bible, you're saying that there's not righteous people on the earth right now.
Exactly. 100%.
Where's those great men?
Yeah, exactly. And then there's too many verses that literally you'll be left scratching your head, and then you could become a preterist, like ETT was saying. You could literally make a religion up. And I'm not even saying that you necessarily will even be quote unquote evil, because you just won't have that building block. Okay, you won't know. Okay, Matthew 7:24-25. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man which built his house.
What was that?
I'll just mute. What the hell? That was, I think it was Sacramento. Matthew 7:24-25. Therefore, whosoever heareth these things of mine and doeth them, I'll liken him unto a wise man which built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. So one thing I want to address in the chat, Sacramento's like, hey, TMoG, FYI, Rage and LOP are working on a video to expose you. Not sure if ETT told. Hey, I want people to know, man. I would say I highly recommend people exposing TMoG. I recommend.
Hey, well, for the record, I didn't know about that. He might be playing around on that. I haven't heard anything about it.
Either way, I want people to know. I want people to know. I recommend you expose TMoG. Okay?
Oh yeah, we welcome that.
And I would ask you, please put my link to my channel in that video. Okay, no worries.
Agreed.
I've literally put my entire academic resume. I put everything. I put what's in my bank account. I've shared everything except my social security number. Okay, and I don't care. Okay, because I'm not going to be in the body for much longer. Okay, and so I don't care. And so I would just ask, if you do that, put the link to my video there so people can come.
Wait, I got a good question. I got a good question for you. So when you say you're not going to be like in the body for much longer, you're basically saying you're going to get beamed up soon, basically.
No, we'll talk about that offline. But just I want people to know we sense that our lives are on the order of days, okay, or months. It's definitely not year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 years, 5 years. So all I'm saying is TMoG is in a very strong position now because I can speak my mind. No one's got anything hooking me or whatever. And so I can call out the evil in the world. I can read the Bible, and I don't care who accepts it or not. And so I want people to know, if you're running out of money or running out of anything, you're actually in a very powerful position now, because we don't care about this world. Okay. I don't care about exposed videos and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, what are you going to expose, dude? Like, and that's fine. If my teaching is incorrect, I need to be exposed. So I ask you to expose me. I do ask you.
Let's say this.
Time. Yeah, go ahead.
Mind of God's right with what he's saying. A lot of us, on here, we don't have much money. It's and that's, of course, it gets hard at times, of course, seeing what everyone else has compared to what we don't. Of course, we all have those feelings that we're in the flesh, of course. But at the end of the day, the scriptures say what? It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to make it into the kingdom. And it also says, I believe that's what is it, 1 Timothy, the 6th chapter. That's a good one. It speaks about how the rich fall into diverse temptations. There's many people out there, man, who, became rich. Right. And what happened to them? The first thing that happens when you win that lottery and people find out, man, hey, look, you're going to have people who knew you back in middle school and high school who are going to magically get your number and, want to be your friends again. You know what I'm saying?
Right. For all those people that are into rap music, Big Pun is like elementary school. If people know what song I'm talking about, Big Pun, he's like, I knew you from where? And that's what people do, man. I want people to know this is the worst time in human history to be rich, because his money is worthless. It's absolutely worthless. First of all, the whole world's on lockdown. You can't even go anywhere. So what the hell is this money going to do anyway? Okay. And this is not even money. This is just numbers on a screen. used to control people. Okay. It's not even actual money. Real money, according to the Bible, are people like Job and all that. They had cattle, they had women, they had concubines. That's wealth. Okay.
Right.
That's
And
something.
the thing about all of this money, you know, that you Negroes or you Negroes love so much, is that you don't know that is literally the reason why you're in captivity today.
Yeah.
You haven't figured that out. The reason why you're in captivity is because the money you love so much. You know, and it's so crazy because when you ask somebody, they don't even understand like how deep that is, and then you know they'll literally go kill their own people for some money that they're in slavery for, and it's like
Right.
it's insane. It's like it's like you like y'all brought out when the panel first started, you could speak to somebody in 3 minutes and just tell how low they are, and
100%.
that's how that's the vibration you
You
get
don't
with
even
these
need that long.
yeah you
These
don't yeah
times, yeah. It's
yeah,
fast.
yeah, that and that's the vibration these Negroes is on. It's like, bro, you already say you would die for this money. Your vibration is the most lowest vibration is
100%.
out there right now.
Let me read a verse to support you guys on that. Proverbs 28:20. A faithful man shall abound with blessings, but he that maketh haste to be rich shall not be innocent. They'll be
Right,
corrupted. A gift destroyeth the heart. That's what the Bible says. Okay. What
right,
can you give us now, dude? This treasure is worth infinite money. Okay. Knowing America's mystery Babylon, all these simps, they don't know that. We do though.
right, right.
So, because that's God's word. And so if we then can be faithful on this side when we don't see God, what can we get when we are with God? That's
right.
something our brain literally, the Bible says we
Can't
can't even imagine it. It's amazing.
no.
Right, let me chime in on that real quick.
Yeah.
You know, the one thing we're definitely putting our whole ministry on, the one thing we'll hang everything on is America being Babylon, right? If that's not true, then
Yeah.
all of our teachings are pretty much, out the window if that one teaching is not true, right? So we'll put our life on that teaching, right? That this is Babylon, right? Because
100%.
we know we're right on that, right? We
100%.
know these tried, died, and laid to the side. They have their little following, right? They have 50, people that come on their page and like what they're saying. Sometimes if you watch their videos, you get like what 400 views on some of them. And on the main page, tried and refined, they'll have 100 people listening to it, right? The people are subscribing to what they're saying. And hey, that's cool. Hey, look, if that's what they want to do, they can do that. The scriptures speak about if the blind lead the blind, they will
They shall
all
both
fall
fall
into the
into a
ditch.
ditch.
Right.
Right.
Right. So, hey, as I said, if that's what people want to believe, go teach, Vatican is Babylon the Great. Hey, look, you go do that. Right. You go do that. If you want to leave from what we're telling you, that's cool. Don't let the door hit you in the behind on the way out. That's
Yeah.
all I like to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is again, I want people to know, I may even label the stream this way. This is the payout. Okay. Hold your hand out, but don't hold it out to these Biden. We're asking in the heavens. Okay. We God is extremely generous, and he has everything. So we're putting our hand out. Okay. I only want a handout from God. I don't want a handout from Biden. That demon's
Right.
just going to try and put another damn rooster in me every freaking 6 months.
And then another thing that you gotta understand when you speak about this thing of ours that we believe is all about faith.
Right.
Because the scriptures say the things that you see are temporal, but the things that you can't see is eternal. So the things we speak about you can't see because they too deep for you. That you can't see it, and that's why the scriptures, when you read in Matthew, it says, blessed are your eyes for they see, and blessed for your eyes for they hear. Because we're blessed. We can see. We're not out here looking for the answers. No, we know the answers. We know what's
Yeah,
coming. We
agreed.
know
Agreed.
what's next. We know what to do. We know what not to do. So it's like at this point, if anybody is watching and you think this is a game, you have to answer, to the Lord and say, well, I taught a wayward doctrine. I said, that mystery Babylon is, some other, it's just like these things are getting old now. We're too late in the game
Yes,
for
agreed.
you to be trying to figure out certain things. That's why, at this point, debating, I don't even want to debate nobody no more. The only debate I would love to have, and I always say this, we got to get vocab. We got to get vocab. You got to get.
Vocab Magone, man. His damn mind's Magone, man. It's gone, dude. Here's something deep I want people to understand, going back to reincarnation. the generation that's going to know what this means, it's going to be in their generation. This is not anything boastful. It has to be in our generation because we understand this verse. Let me read it. Matthew 24:34. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. We understand that verse. Okay. So it must have been us. Okay. That are back here now. And that's in 444 FFF 666. So I want people to know just by reincarnation coming out proves that it's this time, because no other people in the future are going to explain that verse properly. No one. And I'm not trying to be rude to Primal Man, but hopefully he does his due diligence and researches that topic, but the Hebrews brought it out. So it's got to be for this time period. Oh yeah, you really are. Do you think Deacon's going to go and push that to his seed? The guy's in the club and it's a strip club every day. He's not teaching anybody, like his next generation, all that kind of
Right,
stuff.
right. Let me say something on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like with Primal Man and everyone else that's listening in, hey, if you can sincerely believe in it, what we're telling you, today, then you there's a good possibility you could be an Israelite. And what is that? If you go to what is that? Daniel 12th chapter says the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand. Right. So if you can sincerely believe, in what we're saying, and there's a good chance that you could be, a brother. You could be an Israelite, or I should say a brother. Right. But
Yeah,
just like with
agreed.
Primal
Especially with
Man,
chariots.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah, with what's this guy? Right, with Primal Man and even Flat Earth Boxer, right? Even Flat Earth Boxer. Hey, look, these guys could get right. And hey, look, I hope that they do make it on the chariot, right? I'll say that about Flat Earth Boxer. Hey, look, if it's the Lord's will, then hey, may the brother make it onto a chariot. You know what I'm saying? Hey, if the Lord's will is that, then hey, that's a
I
good thing.
told I
You know what I'm
told I
saying?
told TMoG this. I told TMoG this the first time I met Flat Earth Boxer, and I'm gonna say it again. And I'm not going, we're not gonna touch on it because that's not what this panel is about. Like I said, something about that dude's spirit ain't right. I'm not pinpointing it. I don't know him.
Right.
I'm not about to go on a 20-minute rant. I'm gonna leave it at that. I said it the first time, and I'm gonna say it again. Something about that dude ain't right. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna
Yeah,
leave
I
it
mean,
at
I
that.
would say,
Let you know that.
in general, well, yeah, I'm not even going to add to that. Here's what I will say though about, I try to be fair, even though I'm obviously very, very tough on people, even the people that are on this panel. I do try to be fair, because again, ETT and I agree on a majority of things. 3 major topics we disagree on. Maybe check out our round tree debate, but that's a lot. That gives us plenty of things to talk about. For hours on things that we agree on. And Flat Earth Boxer, this is the thing that's difficult for me, is that I agree with him on those 3 things that we disagree on. Okay, so that's the thing. But those other, like, let's just, again, this is not specific, but let's say 10 things. ET and I agree on 7 out of the 10. Flat Earth Boxer will agree with me on those 3, for example, and then he might agree with some of the other 7. But I just think
Right.
I just think for me, my vantage point, people are saying that I don't want people to think that I'm like playing both teams. I'm just all I can do is like let people maybe share their opinion. But if somebody says Donald Trump's son of perdition, in my opinion, I
Yo,
dismiss your
mind of
entire
God.
opinion. Go ahead.
Read this guy's comment in the comments. The brother's name is Austin Holmes. Read his comment real quick.
Austin Holmes, 1948 Israel to Psalms 90:10, 70 to 80 year generation 2020.
Is he trying to say that those are the
Let's
real
address
Jews
that.
of the Bible?
Yeah, let's address that. First and foremost, this is an important topic because this is one thing that the Christian church has hoodwinked people. The land of Israel is essentially irrelevant in the last days. We do understand they parted the land. There are some verses that speak to the condition of Israel, no doubt. I'm not taking away from that. But the core of the teaching of the book of Revelation makes no reference specifically to that land and when it was formed as a state or anything like that. There's a bunch
And
of
wait a second.
Go ahead.
I had to add something. Here's the main, this is the spiritual KO, so to speak, for lack of better words. The spiritual KO is this. If those people are the real Jews, let's roll with that for a second. Why are they still celebrating these rainbows over there? Why are they still having these parades over in Israel today if those are the Lord's
And
people
let
back
me
in their
double down
lands?
on that. Why aren't they prophesying? People come by here and say, "Oh, that can't be the Negroes, can't be the Jews." Well, who's prophesying them? Okay, we can disagree with them, and I do. Okay, but where are the Jewish people prophesying? The Jewish, where are they? Where are their prophets? Send us their links
Yep.
and their breakdowns. So the proof is in the pudding, so to speak. You're right about the rainbow thing. Yeah, they're gonna build the temple again and do sacrifices there. Like when? After the gay pride parade or before? When? You know, like come on, man, give me a break,
And
dude.
then
People talking about the temple being rebuilt. Give me a break.
right. And then not even that, on a deeper level, you know, speaking about the so-called Jews, I mean, every so-called Jew I ran into, they had no idea what time they was living, or they had no
100%.
idea. They had no idea what answers, like what do we do? Every time I ask them about what do we do, they just, believe in the Most High.
Let's discuss that. Bible defender, not to cut you off, I'll give it back to you. I want people to understand it's their heaven. Only the elect are going to know that they're in hell, because they're going to realize that these people are happy, dude. They don't care. They're rich and they got money, and they're going to oppress you and put a mask on you and
Right,
put this
right.
and that in you. It is their heaven. So if you do tell them this earth is hell, they'll be like, what are you talking about? You know, they'll be like, no, everything's great. You know, I got a job, I got a nice car, I got a condo, Central Park and all that. Yeah, but it's our hell. Okay. And we don't care what if they get it or not. We teach first of all, what the Bible says, even if we're living okay. Some people are, God can bless them in the last days. I don't take away from that, but we complain continually, whether it's for ourselves or our people that are being destroyed. And then also, we're even supposed to look out for our enemy, because even them, we're supposed to say, well, they're not happy either, even though they're telling lies and making money. Okay. They're obviously deep down, they're not happy either. So
Right.
that's deep, you know? Yeah, those so-called Jews, the proof is in the pudding. First of all, if you go up to them and ask them for a testimony, they'll be like, what are you talking about? They'll be like, no, like.
That's what I just said.
Right.
They have absolutely no answers. I mean, I ran into this Jew dude. I was going to Taco Bell, you know, and it was raining, and I stopped them, because every time I see them, I gotta stop them and ask them about the end times,
Yeah.
because of the times we living in. I said, yo, hey,
you're having fun with them, basically, man. And I don't get me wrong, I did that with Good Serpent, but go ahead.
Right.
We do it.
I said, when is the Messiah coming back?
Yeah.
This dude says 2240.
Oh my
2240.
God,
2240.
Oh my God, dude.
We're not even gonna be here. Nothing's gonna be here.
2240. Let me say this. If that happens, TMoG is a damn devil demon. Okay, because none of my teachings are wrong. Okay.
So am I.
Yeah, I'm an absolute demon. Okay.
2240.
Oh my God, dude. Somebody wrote 1,000 years on my channel, so that person is close to that. So that's wild.
We're in
dude.
2021. 2240. That's almost 1,200 years, bro. Are you
As
kidding
ETT
me?
would say, let me say this. Okay, Christ does not return. Okay. Prior to 2024, first of all, my teaching is complete nonsense, but I don't think the Bible can be taken seriously, man. This is the times that we live in now. Okay. There's no way it's even beyond, I would say at this point, 2 or 3 years. No way with what's going on.
Look, I'll say this. 2024 is a little bit too far. But after 2024, I'm sorry, you gotta start reconsidering.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. I agree.
You gotta start
Right,
reconsidering, because you gotta be like, hold on. So everything just stopped. Like everybody, because think about it. Let's say tomorrow, because the government, they could do whatever they want in reality. Let's say tomorrow everything went back to before the pandemic, right?
Yep.
And then a whole 2 years later, boom, some whole other shit just kick off.
Yeah.
Right? Wouldn't that be like they're playing with us at this point? Like they're just
Yeah,
trying to make you feel like prophecy is here.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. They'd be
and
trolling the Bible. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
But we can clearly see. You don't want to know why we in the end times without a shadow of a doubt?
Mm-hmm.
Because bloodshed is actually happening. Like real bloodshed is really happening. This is not a game. Like you got people really dying. Like
100%.
people are really dying. Like people are getting pushed on trains, shot in the head, blood, head splattered. You got people just dropping dead from the juice. I mean, it's really real life happening now. It's not really a
100%.
game. Though. That's how we know. Now, if these things wasn't really happening, if it wasn't like people really dying, and it was just kind of like more so of just everything being full propaganda, then we might have to consider like, hold on, we're not really in there. But we can clearly see death and judgment is running rampant on the earth right now. Everybody's dying, and literally dying. I'm not talking about, they're just missing and they're in somewhere like, how people say, Tupac is in Cuba somewhere.
Yo,
Yeah,
grab
Biggie right here.
Oh, I mean, hell, people are still on there saying Hitler's still alive right now. I mean, hell, you got cats
Wow.
out there saying that they seen Rooney McNutt, over in Japan or something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But I want people to
No,
know
and I'm
this.
being
I
serious,
want people
man.
to know this is deep. This is deep. Spirits like Hitler are alive, but they don't understand reincarnation. All those
See
leaders in the
what
past are
thou
here now.
sayest.
They're
Right.
here. Nebuchadnezzar and all that. You don't think Nebuchadnezzar who wanted people to worship the statue? It's just a different form of worship in these days. It's the same thing, though. No, there's not going to be a statue erected where you go and worship, but you're going
Oh,
to
wait a
worship
second.
science. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait a second, then. Going by that, what is that? That's in Daniel, the 3rd chapter about that statue. So wait a second. We must then agree that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they are in sin against God then because they didn't obey the law of the land
Right.
and
Exactly.
worship the statue then.
Right.
But then when you bring that part up to GMS, they'll be like, oh, that part, that's different. That part's different somehow. You know what I'm saying?
Ah,
Ridiculous.
it's crazy, man. And here I want people to know, if people think Job's an Edomite, why did God declare this? God loves certain people more. That's fine. He's allowed to do that. Ezekiel 14:14. Though these 3 men, Noah, Daniel, and Job, were in it, they should deliver but their own souls by their righteousness. So what's all this stuff where Christ gives me the righteousness and all that nonsense that the Christian church talk about? But their souls by their righteousness, saith the Lord God. Okay. So yeah, Daniel, God loves Daniel. Why? Because he didn't give a flip what the leader said. He's like, I don't care what you're talking about. Okay. No, he's not doing that. And then he ate, foods properly and all that kind of stuff. 2nd Ezra 9:1, he answered me then and said, measure thou time
Measure.
diligently in itself. And when thou seest part of the signs pass, which I have told thee before. Why do we know that we're in the end? Because first of all, we're into the Bible and we understand Bible prophecy and we see it coming forth right before our very eyes. Then shalt thou understand that is the very same time, not 20 years down the road when you see them. No, now, wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made. And so the God of the Bible makes a bold claim that he not only made this earth, that he controls the entire narrative, every single thing.
Right.
And so I trust that. Okay.
And matter of fact, read verse 6.
Yeah, 2nd Ezra 9:6. Even so, the times also of the highest have plain beginnings in wonder and powerful works, and endings
the
in
end is
effects and
manifest.
signs. Right. Yeah.
Right. So that's clear. That's clear. So we understand that, this is, it's no clear indicator at this point that you're living in the end time. You don't have, and then the scripture is a plain beginning and an end. So you
Agreed.
Negroes out there, you thought that America was going to be.
Yeah.
You thought America had a million.
Well, Bible
years
Defender,
of it.
let me do it, man. Let me read one more to cut these Christians, man, just because we're having fun today. Let's read verse 7. And everyone that shall be saved and shall be able to escape by his works. Oh, wait a
And
minute.
by faith.
Yeah, and by faith whereby ye believe. Wait a minute. That sounds a little different. If Good Serpent's listening, he should be. What does that mean? Okay. So no,
Good
this God
question.
cares a lot about what we do and don't do. Both things. Okay. So that's we've been hoodwinked.
Yo, real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick, let me build on that. All you got to do is go to what is that? James, the 2nd chapter, speaks about, I'll show you my faith by my works. And then you got to ask, well, wait a second. If the Lord doesn't care about your works in life, why is it then that when you go to Matthew chapter 25 and verse 31 on down, it speaks about when the judgment day comes, the thing that the people are going to be judged off of is off of their good and evil deeds,
Right.
in the world. That's what they're going to be judged by. So wait a second. I thought that you don't have to have any works to make it to the kingdom. Anyway, we got, another brother on the show. We should give him the mic for a minute.
Galapagos, man. Welcome, dude. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got ETT and Bible Defender and TMoG.
Yo, man. I wanted to add on to what you guys were saying earlier about, it being the end.
Yeah.
Because, dude, it doesn't matter. It does matter, but you can look at this at multiple angles and it'll still end badly. You know, with the whole thing with the economy, them poisoning the sky,
Mm-hmm.
and rapid inflation, and like what Bible Defender was talking about, there's blood in the streets. People are angry now, and they're actually killing each other. The violence is increasing. Yeah, I live in Texas too. I'm 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 on an island. I live in Galveston, but
Nice.
I'm in New York.
but
It's bloody
Houston,
out here.
notoriously, like, you know, growing up, it's always been a pretty rough area. I've been to Houston before, but you know, it's getting worse, and especially in 2020, I think Houston broke a record, and how high the crime was, and the
Yeah.
homicide rate was over there, and
Yeah.
yeah, man, it's not going to end good. Like, this place needs divine intervention.
Yeah. Amen,
That's a
man.
good point.
I agree, and I want people to know that these things are happening, but it's not going to be on your Fox News and CNN. You think they're going to report that? Really? They're gonna report all these people falling
Yo,
over
let
with the
me add a
yab and stuff
fact in
like
real
that?
quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you guys know? Let me see. I believe they said it's like 140 million people, you know, a working age in America that are unemployed right now, right?
Right.
And you know, you can't blame people. It's like, who the hell wants to go labor for, you know, $10 an hour? You know what
Not
I'm saying?
me.
Who the hell wants to go break their back, you know, working for nothing right now? Why
Right.
these corporations are becoming rich, you know, off of this. Oh, and I spoke about this the other day, and this proves America's Babylon, because all you got to read is it says what? That every shipmaster is going to stand afar off,
Yes.
right? That ain't talking about no Vatican City
100%.
or no new, you know, damn Dubai. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Mhm.
Because these people, I'll give it an example. Here's a little fun fact. The country that has the most billionaires in the world is China. Why? Because the majority of what we have, especially over here in Babylon, comes from China. Some stuff comes from other countries too, or as Lark and Rose would say, the countries side joke.
Yeah.
But primarily China is where all of these goods come from, right? So these people can make the goods for cheap, send them over here, and make a profit, right?
Yeah.
So it just shows you, it undeniably proves that we're right on what we're saying about this being Babylon. I'll throw it back to Mike.
Let me get a couple scripts just to back that up. Psalms 34:6. I want people to understand the Bible. The God of the Bible makes outlandish claims. First of all, that Christ is dark skinned. That's an outlandish claim to people, not for me and the people on this panel. The God of the Bible says that He hates a majority of people on this earth, according to the mark of the beast and many other verses. He also says that He loves the poor. Does this earth love the poor? Okay. Is any of the Biden coming to the rescue of the poor? This God is. Okay, and then we teach that, and then people think it doesn't register in their mind. You ask an Ashkenazi Jew, it'd be
Well,
like,
water,
oh,
we got to get this too.
yeah. But let
That's
me
a
get this
part of the
verse.
gospel.
Let me
Read
get the verse, and
60,
I'll pass it to you.
Isaiah
But
61.
I want people to understand this is deep. Okay, Psalm 34:6. The poor man cried, and the Lord heard him and saved him out of all of his troubles. So this God is all about the poor. So I want people to know, even if you're doing well, no worries. We're not trying to hate on you. Okay, that's a blessing. But this God's gonna react to the poor. Everybody's basically poor now. I laugh. It's not funny, but this is why, again, we know that salvation is near, because God's ears are listening to the poor, okay, and the people that keep His laws, and they're telling us to break His laws. So it has to be now, okay? And I want people to know that. And so this is, again, what part of the signs that point us to the times that we live in now. Also, what Galapagos was getting at is in 2 Ezra 15:16, for there shall be sedition amongst men and invading one another. That's the Bible's language for theft. Okay, taking things. They shall not regard their kings nor princes, all these protests and all that kind of stuff. And the course of their actions shall stand in their power. They have nothing to lose. Okay, I'll pass it to Bible
Right,
Defender.
right. And I'll add on to that point real fast. Like I said, I'm in New York, man, and it's bloody. These Negroes out here, these people out here, I'm telling you, they don't give a damn. They act like it's
Yeah,
already like I don't want to I'm not trying to like exaggerate it right now, but
yeah,
like over here in New York, it's like mini Jacob's trouble out here. It's like it's
100%.
bloody out here. It's the
You know it.
shooting
Yeah.
is bloody out here. It's bloody.
And
There's
I want
no
people to know what Galapagos is getting at. It's purely a financial thing. Once the economy stops, people need things. Okay, they got to
right.
eat, so they'll go and do. I'm not recommending this, but people do it. Like they get hungry, they got kids, they go, they do it. So
Right, and
it's crazy.
the thing that you said that makes perfect sense. They gotta eat. You know how
Yeah,
people get if they gotta eat.
right,
Just think
right,
about when you get hungry. For a second, you be like, hold on, I gotta go. So imagine, people feel like, oh,
Yeah.
I
Let
gotta.
me add on that real quick,
right.
because
Right, go ahead,
on
go ahead.
the Day of Atonement, right? Every year we have the Day of Atonement where we don't drink and don't eat for 24 hours. I'll tell you, man, you know, it's majority of the day it's all right, but then when it comes down to, you know, the 24-hour mark, you know, starting around like the 20th hour is really, you know, when you start to get thirsty and you know, hungry, man. So that's only, you know, a day going without food and water. I can't
Yeah.
imagine 2 or 3 days, man.
Right.
Okay, I can't
I'm not
imagine
gonna
that.
lie.
Even
I'm not.
though a body can technically go 3 weeks without eating, technically, but I
Yeah.
mean, you know, especially in the lifestyle we're here, you know, over here in Babylon, you know, we eat 3 times a day, and, you know, a couple snacks in between, and you know, you can't really transition, you know, well from going from that every day of your life to going without eating for, you know, 3
100%.
days on that.
I'm not gonna.
That's
100%.
I'm not gonna lie. This month, I fasted twice for 2 days straight, and this month, not like I'm boasting with anything, because anybody could do this. It's not hard. You just gotta put
right.
your mind to it. Um, and I literally this whole month, just to literally stay in the spirit, I've really been eating one time a day, like literally one
Me
thing,
too. Yeah.
one thing for the whole day, and I'm done. You feel me? And I'll do that same thing that this whole month, even last month. I've just been eating one thing for the whole day. Not like I could just eat, but that's not
Yeah.
like to stay in the spirit
Yeah.
100%. I just eat one time a day. Like the last
Yeah.
thing last thing I ate was probably hours ago. Like
Dude, I
nah.
want people to know, man, these Babylonians, if you don't give them their damn coffee or Starbucks, they're gonna go psycho, man. So forget about even food. Like these people are all on all this stuff. They're on meds and all that. Who knows what the hell these people are on, man? Imagine when things get loose here, okay? It's gonna be a damn free for all, man. Like, and you know, that's why we got to get our house in order, man. It's gonna be absolutely crazy, okay? You think people are going to care? And I'm not trying to make light of the situation in the inner city, because I've lived in East Harlem. I know what it's like in New York, man. But if you let that loose, okay, I mean, you can't even go outside, dude. Like
Yo, real quick,
they'll take your watch, everything. So
go
yeah,
ahead and go ahead and get what is that? Second Ezra, the 15th chapter. It mentions in there that people are gonna rob their neighbors' houses, not to steal their flat screen TVs, but it says for the lack of bread, they're gonna
right,
Great
search their
tribulation.
neighbor's house with the sword.
right. Second Ezra 15:19, a man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of lack of bread. Listen to this, and for great tribulation. Wow, dude. I'm glad you brought that up, ETT. That's good, man. No, I'm just kidding. But I want to get a couple other scripts for people about
That's a
this
good one.
works thing. Okay, I want people to know this is a very, very important teaching about workspace. Okay, every work that you do that pleases God, you do it privately, expect a reward. Okay, no worries. We're not going to hate on you. Do more. It's good for us too. James 2:18. Yea, a man say, thou hast faith and I have works. Show me thy faith without works, and I'll show thee my faith by my works. Revelation 22:12. And behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me, to give every man according as his work shall be. That's every man. Okay.
Right.
So this God is all about, this God talks the talk and walks the walk. So what, he's going to let his
Right.
people just
Basically,
talk a bunch of nonsense? Really? Give me a break, man.
you gotta
So
really the God of Israel. He's literally he's like, the when you if you walk on the court and you got to play Michael Jordan 1-on-1, and you
yeah,
left in the field by yourself, come
Yo,
on now.
man of God. Sorry to
yeah,
cut the brother off. You can
yeah.
continue.
Yeah,
No,
I
no,
mean
you can go, you can go.
that's what I want people to understand. Like, as much as God is angry with the world, which he could be angry with me. Okay, I don't know. Well, I can't prove that. Okay, he and there's reasons that he could be. Okay, TMoG is a damn lazy golfer. Okay, but I'll be honest, I do love the truth. Okay, that's why
Oh,
I read it. Yeah.
hell, man, ETT is super glued to the couch all day. You know what I'm saying? To show how lazy I am. But anyway, I wanted to say,
Yeah.
if you look at these astronauts, there's somebody asked them to put their hand on the Bible and swear, and they
Yeah.
went to the moon, and they won't do it. Now,
Right.
why is that? Because you got to think, it's like, wait a second, if they know, that the world's flat, right, that they might have seen the firmament themselves, so they know, right? So they don't want to lie. They don't want to put their hands on the Bible and lie
Yeah.
because they seen, the vaulted dome of the sky themselves. They know that the world isn't what we're all being told. So, even though they might not believe in the God of the Bible, they can't take that chance because they know that there is somebody looking down at us, so they
Right,
can't
right,
take
right.
that chance. So that's
But
why he
what?
won't
But
swear
Yeah.
on the Bible.
And I
it's
want
crazy
people to
because
know, I'll give it to BD in 1 second, but the God's left-hand side know the word of God is sacred. They know that. Okay. So they know they have a role to play to deceive. God is behind it, but that's why they don't do that either. Okay. God's left-hand side ultimately know that the Bible coming out, in this vibration that we're all trying to push out there, they all know what's coming. I want people to know God's left-hand side are very, very aware that God exists. I'm talking about the people at the highest level, the Buzz Aldrins and Neil Armstrongs and all that kind of stuff. And they know NASA is a front for weaponizing space. And this is what we bring out regularly too, that there's going to be a battle in space. I'll pass it to Bible Defender.
right, right, and as much as we call Sakari actors, they subscribe to the flat Earth.
Right.
And
Yeah, well,
GMS don't like that.
yeah, I
No,
mean, ETT,
that's true.
this is, again, that's a classic debate. I want people to go check out ETT and Sakari. Am I a Levitical priest, yes or no? That was my favorite line in that whole debate. But he did bring it out, and they were a little sort of wishy-washy about it. But yes, they did ultimately say that it's a pizza with a dome. He had to twist their arm a little bit to get that. So
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's like, because like I said, at first, before I was given the actual facts on it, you know of it being true. I listened to a breakdown of Sakari when they brought it out, but I'm like, I just I saw the video, I tuned into it, and they basically were saying it, but at the time I didn't really pay attention to it because I didn't think it was like, my personal opinion, I never thought it was important to, like, oh, you knowing that it's gonna get you delivered out of here. I didn't care about that, but now it's obviously definitely important. But pertaining to them actually believing that, it's like, yo, how can't nobody else see? If you, I mean, you can ask any other group, they'll say that the Earth is going like this.
right. Give me a break. And here's
Yeah,
the
let me
deal
let
with
me add
people.
on that.
ETT, I'll pass it to you in a second. I want people
Yep.
to know it does help interpretation, because then we know that that's a one world government, which the Bible prophesies. So it's important from an eschatological and interpretation perspective, because then there are other ways to prove it as well with the money system and stuff like that. But it definitely proves there's a one world deceptive place system in order. And at ETT's hangout, I think somebody was mentioning the beast systems rising, and we corrected the butter. We said, no, the beast system's been in place for a while. Okay. And so it is important in that regard, but also it's important for this reason as well. The deception's being broken by that, I would say, and also this being hell. And so it proves that we're the people that they're trying to deceive. People on this panel. So it means that we are candidates for the elect because we're not deceived anymore. Okay. So it proves that we're in the end times. It's amazing. So it's important for sure. Go ahead.
Right. So the thing I wanted to say was that, the one thing that has me sold, on the whole flat earth thing, especially in the scriptures, is, I mean, there's many places you could go on it, but the one key point, or the nail in the coffin, for lack of better words, and Galapagos, we'll let you chime in a minute, man. But I wanted to say this is that when it speaks about in Joshua, what is that, 10 and 12, and also Psalms, the 19th chapter, it speaks about the sun and the moon moving. It's like, wait a
Right.
second. I thought we're the ones going around them, but the Bible literally says at the sun and the moon, it said that they stood still. Wait a second. If it stood still, by logical deduction, that means that they had to have been moving. You know what I'm saying? And as
Correct.
far as it's very clear the sun is local to the earth because you have something called sunspots. How the
Yeah.
hell would that be possible if the sun was 93 million miles away? That'd be impossible.
And
You know
even
what I'm
today, I
saying?
was golfing, and you look out in the middle of the day and you see the moon. So, and you look over and you see the
Right,
sun.
right.
So it's like, really, like, I mean, what's going on with that? And then also last night, I was like coming home a bit later, a couple of nights ago, and I looked at the moon, and the moon also has quote unquote moon spots. It's illuminating the clouds as it passed by. So if the moon is like really, really bright or being illuminated by the sun or whatever, why is it only illuminating a few clouds near it? And the Bible says, even in Job, that the moon is local. It's amongst the clouds. And so, yeah, we don't know the exact distance, of course, the sun and the moon precisely, but it's certainly not, the sun's not certainly not 93 million miles away. Give me a break.
Oh, and you have to add this in as well. What are the odds that the sun and the moon can perfectly pass, each other, right, and have an eclipse? It's like, what are the odds that the sun and the moon can
Right,
pass each
right,
other. How does
right,
that magically just somehow form up, perfectly pass in front of each other, just by random chance that
right.
somehow happened? You know what I'm
Let's
saying?
we can get Joshua 10
Yeah.
as well. I'm glad he brought that. I'm glad ETT brought that up because it proves many things as well. Because not only that the sun and the moon are moving, and then also possibly even more importantly is that God has control of them, and he gave it even control to his people. Okay, so that proves that he made those things, which we don't need that. Ultimately, the Genesis account explains that, but it shows that God is in complete control over everything on this earth. Okay, that's amazing. So that's not a big deal for God. Can you imagine that? God could literally be like, no, sun, stop moving, and it stops. It's like, well, it's like, damn, you know what I mean? Like, who else can do that? Okay. And so that's next level, man. That's amazing. But yeah, Joshua 10 is one of the things that we go to. There are other verses that support the fact that the earth doesn't move, but Joshua 10 certainly proves that the sun and the moon are moving, and then it also makes a reference to what? The Apocrypha. Oh, I thought the Apocrypha wasn't canonical. That's not what the
Right,
Bible
right.
is here. So, this is it makes a reference to the book of Joshua 10:13, and the sun stood still and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is it not written in the book of Joshua? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and hasted not to go down about a whole day. Okay, so
Right. There's no way around that. You ask GMS what that means, and they're like, they don't really know. And
yeah,
it's not literal, is what they'll say. You
right,
know what I'm saying?
right.
We'll
You
let
you said some
Galapagos
of them
chime
know.
in because he was waiting.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, anybody can go. But yeah, I mean, we know now that the Earth doesn't move. I can't tell you the exact shape because I don't know, and honestly, I'm lazy. I don't even know how to figure that out anyway, and I don't care at this point. We know the Earth doesn't move. That's ridiculous. The sun and the moon are lights, independent light sources, the way the Bible says, and they're running a circuit. First of all, how can you have seasons when the sun is 93 million miles away? How does that work? Okay,
Right.
you can move like Galapagos is in Galveston. I'm in downtown. You could go to Galveston. You have completely different weather because they're closer to the water. They're on the water, and so how the hell does that work? With a 93 million mile sun, we should all have the same amount of whatever, like temperature and all that. You could go 30 minutes and you have almost completely different weather.
ETT. You
Yeah,
remember,
exactly.
Yeah.
your ETT. You remember when we went to and this is we always laugh at this. Yo, me ETT got a good laugh. Remember to flat Earth the
Yeah, that was insane, dude. I watched that video and
yeah
cried laughing.
yeah.
Absurd. Yeah, a Bible Defender. They were saying that how could the missiles hit? It's gonna break the flat Earth. They literally said that. They're like, no, it can't be flat. Like if the
I
missiles
was
hit, then it would snap the flat
I was
Earth.
about to leave I was about to leave the panel off that. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that was wild, man. I would literally pay somebody $100 if they could send me that video. And I know somebody who probably has it. It's a venture for Yahushua, but I don't think he's posting videos anymore. But because he literally recorded and downloaded every single GMS video, and like he would use it against them, but he might be the only person because they took that video down because I knew that they sounded ridiculous, dude.
Now, now,
Yeah, yeah. But we'll
now,
say this though.
Yeah,
We'll say this though. As I said, I definitely give the elders and the apostles a great millstone, much respect, right? And I hope that all those men, receive salvation, most definitely. I give them respect because I certainly learned a lot of what I teach, from them,
yeah,
right?
but
So I
definitely,
definitely
but
have to
they
give
they
them
just
respect. But of course, the scriptures speak about great men are not always wise, neither did he age understand judgment. The scriptures also say that you
right.
can inform an elder, right? So those brothers were not trying to disrespect them because those men definitely know a lot of stuff that they taught us, of course. So we'll give them that respect. But as far as the flat Earth thing, that's definitely an error, in the doctrine. And we're not just saying that. The proof is out there, And if we didn't see proof that the world wasn't what they're saying it is, then
Yeah.
then we wouldn't be on here talking about it. But obviously, there's proof that the world isn't a globe. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we're going to be on here and boldly,
The
speak
thing
about that subject.
the thing that's deep about it, and I think from my vantage point, it's one of the I don't need this at this point. We know the Bible's true based on what we see, but Tahar knows that it's flat. So then we'd have to ask her, even Ken Hovind. You think Ken Hovind doesn't know that the Earth is flat and stationary when that guy sits in front of the camera and does all this science stuff and talks about creation and all that? You'd really think that these people don't know what's really going on. And so that's why the Bible says the deceived and the deceiver are his. So God's controlling these people. And so they obviously have to have some amount of truth or else we wouldn't even listen to them. Okay. And so that's what's deep about it, is that people like Tahar can't prove this. So I don't want to bear false witness, but we do know that he was subscribed to Russian vids. And then ETT has even said some of the people in GMS know that the earth is flat and stationary, but they won't push it out because they know what the consequences are. So they know what it is. And so, you know, that just proves that the Bible's true, because why would, let's even take a bit of pressure off GMS. Why would Ken Hovind, for example, not teach that if he's a quote unquote science teacher or whatever? Okay. It's obvious the earth doesn't move. Okay. And somebody like him would be informed of something like that. It means that he's playing his particular role. Okay. But I'm proclaiming that I'm not deceived anymore on that topic. We know that the earth doesn't move. So it must have been for us to figure it out. It's amazing. So.
Well, yeah, I ran into a brother, because like I said, we in the YouTube world, and you know, he got this brother, you know, and shout out to that brother if he watched. You know, I don't know if he watched, but you know, because he got his own channel or whatever. But he got deceived by IUIC, you know, because I forgot what about the doctrine that they was teaching or whatever. I know, concerning the MOTB, and
Yeah.
they were saying that, you know, it was spiritual and whatnot. And
Are they still teaching that?
They caused. Yeah, of course,
Jeez.
of course.
Okay.
Well, they was teaching.
They was
teaching. They was telling the sister, you know, it's not that bad, you know, if she take it or not. And I guess the sister took it or whatever, and
Yeah.
she got hurt. She got hurt or whatever. And the brother, you know, he left the camp. He left their camp, and you know, he started teaching that the MOTB is the V.
Right.
And you know, and the brother, you know, he's a sincere brother, but you know, he was like, yo, I was in a camp, you know, I was, you know, I thought they had the truth. And I got into the comment book. I said, I'm not gonna lie to you, because I'm one thing about me, I'm never gonna sugarcoat nothing to nobody. I said,
Yeah.
brother, you couldn't see by their spirit that they just didn't have it. I mean, I could go on IUIC right now and just cut the whole doctrine, and they'll probably
Right.
kick me out.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and it's crazy because Bishop Nate, he got cut. If you go to one of his old videos, he got cut by a pastor saying that Jacob's trouble wasn't gonna happen, and the pastor cut him. He went to Daniel 12:1. You know, and Daniel was Nick Daniel, Bishop Nathaniel, as he likes to call himself. He felt the cut, but he kept saying no, the missiles is gonna happen before Jacob's trouble. That's no.
Wait a second. Didn't one of those groups say that the mark is a embargo or Christianity?
Yeah, that's what Nate used to teach back in the day, dude.
Yeah.
Does he still teach that?
Yeah. No, he actually, if you look at their new videos now, if you guys know what hegemony is, they're saying the MOTB is hegemony.
Nate was mad funny, dude. I watched that video back in the day. He's like talking about it's an embargo. They don't care about no Snickers bar. He would always make these little stupid comments. It's like, well, Nate, it's not quite there yet, but you may not be able to get a damn Snickers bar soon, man.
Wait a second. What about this guy? Y'all seen that clip of this character called Baloo? I believe GMS called him Bubble Eye Blackfish or something like that.
Yeah, I've heard
not
of that.
mistaken.
Yeah.
But he took a potato chip and put it on his hand and said, "Oh, well, see, what is
I
that?
saw that.
See, that's the chip. Right? See,
Right.
I took the mark.
Oh
I sold that.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
I saw
his
that
name.
video, yeah.
That's the brother. His name is Bakwash. That dude is wicked. He's a demon. Yeah, that dude.
But
Yeah,
here's the
he's
deal.
a demon.
Here's the deal, and I do, you know, I leave room for hope for Tahar, and as much as I'm tough on him, I do have to give him credit because, and I have mirrored this video, so it's not gossip. He did say it could be what we're dealing with now, and then he's not recommending people take it because he has influence. You know, people will listen to him, and you know, because they trust other things that he brings out, and some things are true. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I've never seen anybody teach the UFOs as much and as fervently, and he has people telling him he's evil, so he has to push through those people who say, like Naz and all these demons who return to their own vomit. And so he's had to deal with people. So you know, as much as I'm tough on him, I do give him that that he's guiding the people correctly on this topic, and it is a life or death situation. Okay, it is. Okay, if we get it wrong or whatever, and then he has obviously a bigger following than I'll ever have, so other people aren't doing that. these damn Christians are saying you just do whatever the government says. No, I mean, literally, dude, I got a video that cost me a strike where I was on this woman. First of all, she's not supposed to be teaching. She's like, oh, no worries. Just do whatever the government says. You can do not this and anything in the future. No worries. Okay. It's like, are you kidding me? And there's some Indian chick, man, just some idiot. I was like, I felt disgusting being an quote unquote Elamite. Okay. I was like, oh, first of all, like, women don't teach, man. You know, I'm not trying to be rude, man. Like, no, stop. Haven't seen one yet.
That's
It's
in,
the law
that's in
or
the scriptures.
prophesying or
Right.
anything.
That's in the scriptures.
Right. So don't try and get deep in the last days. Okay. That's what I would say.
But you'll have some women say, and I heard this on a lot of women panels, they'll say, well, where's that at in the law that you can't teach, that women can't teach? Where's that at in the law?
Yeah,
You
I
know,
would say, hey, go teach. We're gonna find out what you teach, and we're gonna find out that it's ridiculous. Okay.
Yo, someone grab 1 Corinthians the 14th chapter. It mentions it in there.
Yeah.
That a woman's not supposed to be teaching.
It's just, and we're not trying to be mean to the women that come by and are faithful. This is not an anti-woman anything.
Right.
We're just tired of this. I don't know how else to say that. Like, we're tired of arguing and getting paid with our own money and being told to do this and do that and all this and break God's laws. We're not doing that. Okay. We're not sticking up for these rainbows, their freaking parades and all. No, we're not doing that, man. Okay. That's it. Okay. That's the kind of spirit that we're in. So, you know, it's not anti-woman. They're righteous women, and some women will be saved. We have biblical support for that. But I'll tell you right away, if any woman is teaching, and we're going to ask you the same thing that we ask ITR, that we ask everybody, what's your testimony? Okay. You better understand the book of Revelation, or else just shut up. That's what I would say. And I'll say that right to that person's face. That's the times that we're in. Where is this in 1 Corinthians 14? Let me try and find this.
Yeah, I wouldn't know the verse off the top of the head, but it's in the chat.
I got it. 1 Corinthians 14:34. Let your women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law. Wait a minute, that might be.
Wait a second.
That might be a typo.
This also cuts. If you read down a little bit, I believe it mentions, what was that cat? Wasn't it Mike? He made a statement and said, God's not the author of confusion. We brought the verse up and said, it says in the churches, because the whole conversation was talking about the Lord doesn't want women to be teaching in the churches because that's called confusion. So he used that verse and say, oh, well, see, well, God ain't behind no deception or none of that, because it says here that God's not the author of confusion. It's like, well, wait a second, but the context is talking about women teaching in the church.
Yeah, and that's a good point. We can get that one. So amongst all churches in the saints, so people never read that part when they quote this verse. They conveniently leave this part off, and they'll quote mine the Bible. That actually is a form of sort of quote mining, where this is, again, people are, like we read earlier, going to seduce people. Okay. 1 Corinthians 14:13. Now, I want people to know they're going to even use this potentially in this blue beam situation. They'll be like, oh, no, if all the Christians say, then that's what it is, because God wouldn't be the author of confusion. Really? God sends all these confusing spirits. We know that now. 1 Corinthians 14:33. For God is not the author of confusion, listen to this, but of peace, as in all churches of the saints. Right. So that's exactly what we're talking about here in 1 Corinthians 14:34. So it's funny. Everybody in the Bible is saying the same thing, but then when you go and talk to these other people, they're saying something different. Why is that? So that's interesting. So that's what we know now.
Yeah, we'll let Galapagos join in because the brother been waiting there for like a half an hour for it.
I wanted to go over a few things too. When you guys were talking about NASA, I wanted to say, y'all remember when it was like some girl, she was interviewing Buzz Aldrin, and she was saying, well,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, she was like, well, if we went to the moon, why has it been so long? Why haven't we done it again? And don't quote me on this. I'm going off of memory, but he says something like, well,
yeah, I know what he said.
It's good to ask why these things happen, and I'm going to tell you why, and it's because it didn't happen.
Right.
And people were saying, oh, don't, he misspoke, you know, he's old and he forgets things, and he's an alcoholic now, and it's like, oh my.
Wait, hold on a second. Galapagos, hold on a second, brother. Let me say it, because I remember I watched it recently, so I know the quote. She asked him, why are people not, going to the moon? And he was like, oh, that's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. And then he said, and you could see in his eyes, that he didn't want to lie. So what he said was, you see, the truth is that we didn't go there, right? And then he said, and that's how it happened. He said, we didn't go there,
Right.
and that's how it happened, right? That's his exact words from that. And I'll send Mine God that video. He might want to put up a clip from that. I'll have to find that.
I've seen that. Yeah.
But that's a good one. It's like, wait a second, what the hell does it mean that we didn't go there?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
This
It
I'm
shows that they know that it's all fake.
Yeah, he has a
100%.
guilty conscience for sure.
100%. They know, man. Like, if you come back from a moon landing or anything like that, you would not be able to talk about anything else but how amazing that is. They look depressed in their press conferences. They
I
look
was
like,
just about to say that. Yeah, I was
I mean,
about to bring that up.
what else would you want to talk about? Honestly, that might be even better than being with a woman. Again, I've never been on the moon or anything, and we're not, because it's a light. But what would you want to talk about after that? You've seen the earth from a vantage point that ultimately only God and the angels see. So, like, I mean,
Right.
you
That's
come back and be sad.
just to add on to that, wasn't it like only roughly 600 people they say have ever been to space, or
Right.
near it? It's like, well, wait a second. If you've seen something so great like that, and only 600 people ever in the history of the world got to experience,
Yeah.
I'd think that's something you would want to talk about everything. If with everyone, you'd want to bring that up, and
I
that's
got
something to
another.
flex upon, because no one else
Right,
can do
right.
that. So why are they always upset and down and out, in all of these interviews? And I believe, of course, it's because they're being paid off, to lie to us all. You know what I'm saying?
100%. They're just actors.
Right. I read an article, and it said, it was these two Edomites. It was a dude and a girl. She was like, we was in space for 7 months. We didn't even know it was a pandemic going on.
What the hell, dude? First of all, how are they like peeing and number twoing up there? Really? Oh, so what? They're throwing that stuff out? Like, that's crazy, dude. No one's in space for that long, and that's stupid, man. That's absolutely ridiculous. Like,
Yo, have y'all ever
yeah,
y'all ever watched this documentary called Evacuate Earth?
no,
Hey, when you get in your free time, look up a documentary on YouTube. It's called Evacuate Earth. It's about an hour and a half, and basically what it is they're talking about, if there was ever like a extinction level event coming. They used in the documentary, they call it a Neptune star, which basically a star that destroys everything. It was coming towards the Earth, and what they came up with the idea is they formed a 15-mile long spaceship, in outer space. They formed it, to evacuate 300,000 people on it, to continue the human race. And then they were talking about, we're going to go explore other planets, and bring, these people to, survive this extinction, on another planet. It was a very good documentary, but it's like, it just shows you that, hey, look, you can't escape the world. You can't escape from here. So even though it's a good show, to watch, very entertaining, but that's their plan, right? They're going to try to escape from here, but they know that you can't go nowhere. You can't escape the world.
100%.
There's no way to escape from the planet we're on right now.
Yeah, and I want people to know God's left-hand side mirrors God's right-hand side. So when they do all these quote space missions, that's their own sort of quote unquote salvation. Okay. We're asking to be saved through these quote unquote chariots, right? To be taken out, but they're not going to ever get that. So they want to go and test the limits, and then they'll even potentially try and pierce the firmament. We talked about that last time. So that's what Bezos and all these people, they're doing their quote unquote man-made trip. Okay. Which
Right.
the elect will see.
And
So,
I got another, and I'm gonna start going back. My channel go up tomorrow. I'm gonna start going back into my deep bag of tricks and articles and research I used to do
Bible
all the
Defender, I'm
time.
telling you, if you post one more sequence video, dude, I'm literally gonna come and just take your channel down. And I'm just kidding. Go ahead. I'm just kidding, man. That's cool, man. Go ahead.
No, it was Elon Musk said in World War III they're gonna flee to the moon.
Right.
Right. So all of these different elites, why do they always want to flee somewhere? Like when the goal gets tough, well, we're gonna flee underground. We're gonna flee the space, flee the world. We're gonna flee the moon.
Right.
So it's like if you guys have a destined place, why don't you just go there and stay there until the shit just happened? Like,
Yeah.
I don't. They don't make sense.
It just proves that they're kind of, this is God's left-hand side's like that. Oh, I'm in the VIP. You're not even able to get in, and then they'll go to places. Oh, I was there, and they just don't make up stuff, dude. That's what God's left-hand side's all about. They don't actually share anything and be like, oh, do you want to be a part of it? And they'll tell you the truth and this and that. Like, it's none of it that's for us. How come there's no everyday average people who get to go on whatever those things are? Okay.
Right.
And so that's what they're all about. You know, literally God's left-hand side.
Well,
They're
why they said it costs
exclusivists.
millions to go to. Oh, speaking about space. Oh,
Yeah.
It just,
Yeah,
it
they're
just left.
very, people say, oh, God, you know, the Bible is very exclusive and all that kind of, yeah, but this earth is exclusive too. People make fun of the Christianity. Oh, you think you're saved and all that. Yeah, well, why don't you go complain about God's left-hand side? How come we're not getting paid the same as a CEO? That's exclusive. They're being exclusive. Okay. So then why does Christianity get a bad rap? Yeah, we know that the God of the Bible has an exclusive group. And if you don't like it,
You know, let me chime in on that real
yeah,
quick. You know, it's very ironic, you know, dealing with these atheists or whatever, because they'll come out there, you know, and get on the Christians and say, oh, well, you guys think that, you know, you were made, you know, by something, but, you know, by higher intelligence, but we all know that evolution is a fact. Then you ask
right,
them, okay, well, how exactly do you know that? Because remember, if you do the research on the Big Bang, which is the theory, you know, on how everything came into existence, it's like somehow, you know, two particles collided and, you know, created a Big Bang. It's like, well, wait a second. Well, where did the two particles come from to begin with? They don't know
right.
the answer. It's like then you go on to evolution. And what they do in the school books, if you pay attention to it, what they'll do is they'll never mention, you know, how these transitions, you know, took place on how, you know, one day a fish leaped out of the water and, you
Right.
know, it didn't die, but it somehow, you know, grew, you know, lungs and was able to dwell on land. That part never gets mentioned. And they also never mention how the you know, life itself came into existence. They won't talk about that. Then they also won't talk about how even if life did come into existence for one creature, right? How the hell did the reproduction between you know, these creatures come into existence? How did that magically happen? Then they'll just say, you know, well, they don't know. That's why they hope none of the kids ask that question because they don't really have an answer for it. But then they'll sit there and say it's a scientific fact, but yet they have all these loopholes in the theory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let,
I wanted to say something real quick to add on
go
the
ahead.
ETT is saying, yeah, man, like I remember when I was little and I went to the Houston Museum and I saw like the dinosaurs, whatever. I had the thought in my head, I was like, so how did they reproduce? And I remember asking like the guy at the exhibit, and he didn't have an answer for me.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
well, I'll let
it's
me
like he
say that
wasn't
though.
expecting me to say that.
Well, I'll say this about the dinosaurs. I do believe that the dinosaurs, you know, did exist. I do believe that, you know, we can have a discussion on that because you might not believe in them. But you know, as far because guys on there like this character, you know, what's this guy, Eric Dubay, he'll say that oh well they ain't real. He has a whole chapter dedicated to it in his book that I've read, right? The Flat Earth Conspiracy, and basically says, well, you know, they're not real because they're made to fit the whole ball earth theory. But my argument to that would be is I can easily prove they exist because you have thousands of accounts throughout history of people going against what they call dragons, right? Because the word dinosaur came about in the 1800s. So of course we're not going to have, you know, the word dinosaur in the scriptures or something like that because the word did not exist back at that time. But there's certainly creatures in the Bible such as, what is that, Job the 40th chapter, dealing with the behemoth. That's a sauropod dinosaur, you know, right there. And as you know, as far as physical proof, if you look up something called the what is it, the Inca stones, they're stones that they found, you know, they're 1,000 years old. They show depictions of man and dinosaur on them. And it's like, wait a second, if you look at the detail on these stones, it's like, how the hell did these people, you know, do that if we didn't even discover the bones until the 1800s? Right. So that's one thing you
Hmm.
can look into. But Galapagos, what is your view on that? Do you not believe in the dinosaurs, or what's your fault?
Um, I think it probably existed, but I don't think they look like how they depict them now,
Right.
or how we see them in the museum. Because remember, not even a couple of years ago, they changed the whole image of all the dinosaurs. They're like, oh, well, now we're saying we're coming out saying that, you know, they were probably like big chickens and they had a bunch of feathers everywhere. Like they had a redesign of what the T-Rex looked like, and it had feathers all over it. You know, it wasn't like scaly.
Right.
And I'm like, I don't even think they knew what they really looked like.
I would, again, I haven't looked into this, but I would sort of be inclined to that type of a response for now. I'm ignorant of this, so don't crucify me. But just like man used to be a lot bigger and taller and stronger, and all the food was bigger, maybe the animals also have, you know, gone smaller. And so again, I cannot prove that, but that I would.
Right. Well, let me
1000%.
ask this then.
Yeah.
We all know what a sauropod dinosaur, right? If you ever saw, what is it, the Jurassic, World, Jurassic Park movies, that
Yeah, I know
long
what
necked
you're talking
dinosaur,
about.
that's
Yeah.
clearly in the Bible, right? You can just read, Job, the 40th chapter. And my question I always like to ask people is, if that creature being described is not a sauropod dinosaur, what creature, can they show that we know about that fits the description, right? It has a tail like a cedar tree, right?
Mhm.
Has it's, if you read the description, it's clearly talking about one of these dinosaurs that we see in, these children's books, today. So I'd argue that point from the scriptures, that they certainly, did exist, just like with the whole giants that might have got brought up, that there were people who were big,
Right.
who lived in the past, right? Now, we won't say they're Nephilim, right? That part, that's added into the scriptures, angels coming down and laying with humans. That part's added in there. Christians believe that. That's not true, but there was definitely giant human beings who lived in the past that were, 12, 15 feet tall. That's certainly true. And that information is being suppressed, right? They don't want you to know about that, because
Right.
that all goes against the, the theory of evolution. But I'll
Evolution.
throw the
Right.
mic back to Galapagos.
Yeah, and
Oh,
I
oh
would
yeah,
say
yeah, I agree with ETT what he just said there with the Giants.
one thing I also want people to understand: it's okay to entertain these ideas, because the creator is a creator. We don't know if there was a movie that was happening right now simultaneously way over there in another dimension. We don't know these things, okay? And it's okay to be like, well, we don't know, okay, when what was on the earth prior, or how those, it's a lot of that's too amazing for us to even know. So I leave that open as certain possibilities of like things that are going on lands that are outside of our dome, out in the distance and all that. We don't there's no biblical reason either way, I would say, to get in too many arguments. I know RV Truth was getting back and forth with other people about that type of stuff, but it's we don't know, and that's where we can leave it, because we leave open that possibility that the creator is creating lots of things.
So ETT, what do you think? Like, what do you think the like when you go in like a museum or something and you see like the artifacts of like a dinosaur, like is that just made up? Like they just put that together and
Well, I'll say this. I do believe that they really did find bones of these creatures, but what they'll do is they'll make a mold of it so they can put the real ones behind lock and key. I'll give this example. You might have multiple, museums. I'll give this example as watching a museum tour of this. You have a museum out there called the Museum of Funeral History. You can look that up on YouTube, and they show a replica of the firearm that what's his character, John Wilkes Booth, killed Abraham Lincoln with. It's not the real one, but it's a exact replica of the real one, right? Because the real one is on display somewhere else. So they made a replica of the real thing just to show, so they can show it in multiple different locations. So I would agree that the bones we see are replicas of the real ones. So they can show the real ones somewhere else, or, keep them, safe behind lock and key. So that would be
right.
my response to
I think I could agree, but I feel like, and I would also say this, like even pertaining to the Earth, how like like the image they give for the Earth, like how do you know it looks like that? And
No,
then
we don't
especially
know. We don't know.
right, and then especially knowing that it's flat now, how do you definitely know if you don't even know that? So then speaking about like dinosaurs and whatnot, like how is it possible that, because what Esau does, he paints images with a picture, so he puts it out there and then he comes with an image. So like when you got a dinosaur picture in your head, what is the first thing you look forward to? When you go to Google, when you go to looking for a dinosaur, that's what pops up.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's the image that's in your head. So
Well,
and then
ETT, I
And
gotta
then
ask just a general question, but Bible Defender, like, does this change end times interpretation? I guess I throw
no,
that in
no,
there
no,
as
no,
well.
not at all, not at all.
Okay.
It's just the
Right,
fact that
right. But it's good.
it's
It's good
curious.
to
It's
discuss
curious.
it, though.
Yeah, yeah, because
Right. It's good to
these
discuss it,
topics,
but it doesn't change the
Okay, I was
prophecy
just wondering. Fair enough.
understand.
right,
Okay.
right, because these topics got to be brought up only because like, okay, just like you brought out the whole flat Earth thing, that you could go to different scriptures that is in the Bible that you could actually prove it.
Yeah.
Some people might not be able to see that, or some people might not be able to even know the fact that, like, when they go to Job 40, that it's actually talking about a creature that
Right.
could be
Right.
talking about a dinosaur. So that's why the topic is should be brought up, but it's not pertaining to salvation. I don't think anybody got to know it.
Yeah, and I
So
would say,
yeah,
the thing is like, I think I like this this line of thinking, at least with ETT, is that, again, we disagree on very important topics, but we have to have a position that's informed by the Bible. So it's not wrong to take an opinion on it, on this topic. Again, I haven't done my due diligence. If people want to get more on that, probably go to his channel. But yeah, I mean, that's good, because the Bible ultimately makes the claim that it can explain our reality, okay, and our history and all that kind of stuff, dinosaurs, whatever. Okay.
Let me add one thing. One thing I want to add in real quick
Yep.
is not only do you have the Inca stones, because we have Jack in the comments. He's saying that dinosaurs, are basically a hoax, right? He basically said the T-Rex and stuff like that. But my response to that would be, is you have pottery that they have found, as well as temple what's the word I'm looking for? On the stone of certain temples around the world, they found inscriptions.
Yeah.
Yeah, engraved and inscriptions of these prehistoric, as they call the dinosaurs, or dragons is what they're really called, because as I said, the word dinosaur came about in the 1800s. So back then they were just referring to them as dragons, right?
Mhm.
So, going by this, we have pottery we found, we have clay figures, right? Clay figures that they've found when they've, done their digs. So my question would have to be, and when I was on Jay's channel, there was a woman who called in and was debating us on it. Me and Jay agreed that they did, roam the earth at one time.
Yeah.
When I asked her about that, she was like, she doesn't know. But the point is if we have this proof, right, these rocks we found with these carvings on it, this pottery that has, images of dinosaurs on it,
Mhm.
clay figures of dinosaurs, and all of this information, how can we then, pretend that all of that is fake? You know what I'm saying? It just wouldn't make any sense. Now you
Well,
have to understand this. Well, real
Yeah,
quick,
go
you have
ahead.
to understand this though. What they told you about the dinosaurs is false. As far as they lived 65 million years ago, that part's not true.
right,
When
right,
they teach
right,
that they
right.
lived before humans, no, that's not true. They lived alongside humans, and over time they got hunted out of existence. Just like there
Yeah.
was one point in time where buffalo almost got hunted out of existence. That's why today you have endangered species. Why? Because I'll give this example: whales at one time, one point in time were endangered because people would hunt them out of existence. So these great creatures, they got hunted out of existence within the last,
Mm.
couple hundred years. And that's simply why they are not around today. I'll throw the
Well,
mic back to Mike.
I mean, Al-Azhar proved dinosaurs to me on the debate with you, because he said Tahar's a dinosaur, and I was like, I don't know, that's compelling, because he's too old to teach. So I thought that was a bit of a jab, but yeah, I mean, again, I'm not silent because I'm ignorant, on this topic. I haven't looked into it, but it is, this is more, if a person out there, especially if you have kids and you're taught certain things in school, I would recommend, not just on this topic, but other things, inform yourself on what the Bible says, because certainly the school system, we know, is that it's a system, and their objective is to go into whatever the Bible says. They're going to teach you the opposite most times, not every single time, but certainly with the ball, or possibly with this. So
Yep.
yeah.
Let me respond to something real quick on the comment board, because a brother asked a question. Let's see. Adam asked, God sent the flood to destroy all the abominations. Then he said, did Noah take dinosaurs into the ark? And my response to that would be, well, first I'll deal with this. As he were saying that dinosaurs are an abomination, he would have to show me that in the scriptures. But then on the second part, he said, did Noah take dinosaurs into the ark? And I would respond and say, yes. Now, when he did that, it would make sense that he took the, juvenile, creatures that are still young before they grew up. right? So I would say that he did, so you don't have to think about, well, how would he take, a massive,
I was just gonna say that too.
4-story dinosaur into it? And the reason why is because they would take the baby ones, the juvenile ones,
Fair
so
enough.
that when they get off the ship, they can grow up, right? Same thing with elephants. Well, it would make sense if we took little elephants, to save room, right? And with giraffes and, all of that, right? So dinosaurs could certainly, fit onto there as well. And as I said, you're not going to see the word dinosaur in the scriptures because that word did not exist at that time in history.
Well, ETT,
Just like
show
you're
me
not going to see
America in
the
the
word.
Bible. Show me America in the Bible, or else it's not in there. That's what these
Right.
people say, man.
Right. As I was literally about to say, just like how you're not going to find the word America in the Bible because
Right.
America did not exist at that time. Even the word itself did not exist at that time when the book
Yeah.
was written. That doesn't mean it's not spoken of in it, just
Yeah.
because it doesn't mention its exact, word we call it today. That would be my response.
Those guys are doing what Vocrab Magone called a Hebrew hopscotch. Because hey, all right, well, we'll let you guys not have America in the Bible, but then the Bible says fire. Is that not literal then? Oh, then no, we're good. Everything's gonna be really the Bible says fire in a lot of places. So where's that coming from? I don't know.
Right.
Volcanoes, yeah, really. God's gonna like erupt a bunch of volcanoes. Are you kidding me, man? That's stupid. Really?
So real quick, so Galapagos, what do you think about the information about dinosaurs that I presented?
I think it's interesting. I think it. I think of it like the same way I think of the Smithsonian hiding the giant skeletons. You heard about that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that as well. Or you ever see the pictures of the old trees and how there were giant trees here at one time, but they all got chopped down?
Well, I'll say something about that. I remember there was a topic a few years back when Flat Earth was popular. It was called "No Forest on Flat Earth" is what they talked about, and what they were basically saying is
Yeah,
that
I've
the
seen that.
mountains we have today are basically like they say that they're like tree stumps, right? Massive tree stumps for ancient trees. Now I'll say this: I'm not sure if I believe that. I can't totally rule it out, but I wouldn't say I believe in that. But as I said, I can't totally discard such a theory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can't prove this, but this is what like an idea that's been going around in my head is that I think there's a possibility that the conditions that we live in now, like our environment, they were probably a lot different uh, in those days when I guess when the dinosaurs were here.
Yeah, I think
because
Say
it would
that again,
explain.
brother. I couldn't say that again, brother. I couldn't hear it for a second. My phone turned off. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm saying that I think I'm not saying this is 100% true. This is just an idea that I ran with for a little bit, was that maybe the conditions on the earth here were a lot different in those days when they roamed the earth. That would explain maybe the bigger plants or the bigger trees. Might explain why
Right.
things
I
are
could
probably
agree.
a little smaller now, or we're smaller too.
yeah, and that's actually in the Bible.
I'll
That's
agree.
actually in Second Ezra's. That's
Oh well,
actually
we know
literally
that
true.
we know that there were grapes back then. When the children of Israel went into the promised lands, it took a couple of men to carry a cluster of grapes. Now you look at what grapes are today. You can hold a damn 5-pound bag with one finger. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
yeah, certainly over time, it got weaker. Even us ourselves too, because back then you had certain men that could be 700 years old, 900 years old, 1,000 years old. People could live to, back in those times. But now everything's all messed up. Not so things are not how they're supposed to be. Right now.
Agreed.
You know what I'm
Let
saying?
me support that in Second Ezra's 14:17. For look how much the world shall be weaker through age, which supports what Galapagos and you guys are saying. So much more shall evils increase upon them that dwell therein. I want people to understand, if our body was the ones in the ancient world, we wouldn't go to Biden for a yabba dabba doo and a damn rooster. Why? Because they ate real food. They had a strong immune system and all that kind of stuff. So what Second Ezra is saying is that our weakness is actually also part of Bible prophecy, because then certain people, not us, are going to go to other people for their strength, so to speak. Okay. And if you look up that word Kyr in Revelation 14 and 20, it talks about giving your agency. It's not an actual hand. So those people are giving their quote unquote agency to the beast. And they're doing that because what it says here, for look how much more the world shall be weaker through age. It's the world, everything. Okay, the animals and all that. Look at the animals are complaining, man. I tried to throw a squirrel some nuts at the golf course recently, man. It jumped on that like it's never ate in its lifetime, dude. You know what I mean? Dude, that squirrel was
Right.
happy.
In the past 2 year span, you have the most birds that have been dying in the air. They can't take all of these
Right.
chemtrails. It's too
Right.
much.
Right. I got to find that verse. The Bible actually prophesied chemtrails. I look for it, but it talks about God's left-hand side marking the skies. Okay. If somebody finds it, credit to you if you can put it in the chat. But basically what we're trying to say is the Bible literally explains everything. Okay. You have to have a, ear to hear it and to see it and all that, but it explains everything. Okay. It's amazing. Let me read this. Obadiah 1:4. This explains what's going on with this NASA fake X and SpaceX, part of the end times. Thou shalt, Obadiah 1:4, thou shalt, though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence I will bring thee down, saith the Lord. So once these people get this curiosity to go into God's dwelling, okay, they can't even take care of their damn earth, and then they're going into the moon and Venus and Neptune and all that kind of stuff. That's when God's going to bring them down. So that's amazing. Okay. I want people to understand God does care about the poor, even if this world doesn't. Okay. He's not down with this system, printing money to go make all these weapons and make all these spaceships and stuff. So that's where we're at.
Oh yeah, and another thing I gotta say is, and this is another reason before I even knew the Earth was flat, that it had to be something to that degree, because people always used to use the term like, and I always hear them say this, but then I thought about it and I said myself, like, just think about it. They already jabbed 3 point something billion people in the world, right?
Yeah.
They already killed hundred thousands of people, right? And they're doing that with many other things, the food, the water, all type of other things, right?
Yeah.
Knowing that they killed all of these people,
Abortion.
why wouldn't they just go to a whole new dimension and say, you know what, let's start life over there, or try to start a new life here and leave all of them niggas there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they would if they could, if the Most High gave them sort of some wiggle room or whatever. But thankfully,
Oh, wait a
there's a
second.
limit. Yeah.
Wait a second. I had to make this statement. Someone pull up, what is it, Exodus chapter 21 and verse 22 about the abortion thing, because it's like, wait a second. If these guys are sitting here saying that God blessed America, and these Christians will be there with it, and I even know Christians that are down with the whole abortion thing. It's like, but wait a second. The Bible says that if a woman who has a child right in her, if the child, gets hurt, by somebody, attacking her or whatnot, that the man who is responsible for the death of that infant is supposed to be put to death for the loss of that child. So it's saying that, abortion is a sin. So how the hell could the Lord bless America if America uplifts that? You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
And this is what I want people to understand. Like, I'll read this verse, and then in my mind, I was thinking, man, I wish TMoG was aborted. And, I want to read the verse in Job about that.
Oh, that's, yeah, that's what I was just about to say.
And I want people to know this is what's amazing about the Israelites. If you want to know a group that keep it real, this group keeps it real. So if you're fake, I know you're not one of them. Okay, I'm going to read Job 3:11 after this. But first, Exodus 21:22. If men strive and hurt a woman with child so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall surely be punished according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judge determines. Okay.
Right. And if you go on underneath, it speaks about, but if any mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life.
Right. That's the verse. Exactly. And if any mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life. Okay. And so just because the world doesn't care about these babies, that doesn't matter. Okay. That's what I want people to understand. Like, It's not our opinion actually that matters anymore. Ultimately, it's, are these words active? All of them that we're reading, are they active or not? You have to ask yourself, fundamentally, all of us. And once you realize they're active, you'll know the times that we live in. It's not fear porn or fear mongering. We're not getting money from people, or TMoG ain't necessarily getting anything. I don't know what I'm getting. I could get a big foot in the rear end. I don't know. Okay. But if these laws are active, what we're reading, then expect something, and we know what that something is. But
People
this is
come by
what I
my
want.
channel all the time and they say you're fear mongering the people. The Lord
Yeah.
didn't. The Lord told me to do that. He literally said fear monger the people. He
Yeah.
said by
And
the terror of the Lord we persuade men.
right. We're telling you who to fear. That's the way I would word it, right? That's the way we would word it. We're not trying to get you to fear us or Biden or your boss or your wife. Fear God. Okay, that's the form of fear mongering we're all about. Job 3:11. Why did I not die from the womb? Why did I not give up the ghost when I came out of the belly? People would look at that and be like, "Oh, you're not supposed to say that." They're gonna read this in the churches. This group keeps it real. Why? Because they know God exists and they know where they are. The Israelites from the beginning to end knew that this earth is hell. Good Serpent doesn't know. Well, to hell with him. Okay. But we know now, okay, because God told us. And so all the Israelites knew that once they were here, it was a judgment, and they do it.
Right, but here's the deep thing about what that the chapter you're going into
Yep.
is he describes, if we read on down, which you don't have to for the sake of time, but he describes, they're the wicked, they cease from troubling, and
Yep.
they're the weary, they are at rest, right? So what does that prove? It proves that when you die, you go to sleep. And there's many places you can prove that. All you got to do is go to what is that? Acts the 7th chapter. That says when Stephen died, it says that he fell asleep, right?
Yeah.
Another good one is what is that? John the 11th chapter, start at verse 11 on down. Jesus, when he went to raise Lazarus, he said that he is sleeping. So everyone thought that, oh, well, he was taking a nap, but then Christ said no, he is dead. But he equivalated it to taking a rest, right, and to actually sleeping like how we do at night, right? So that's
Mhm.
the state that you're in when your soul departs from your body, is you're in a state of sleep. I'll throw it
Mhm.
back to my
Yeah. Let me read the rest of these verses. I want people to know that this is deep. Okay. These are God's people. They know what's going on at the highest level. Job 3:12. Why did the knees prevent me, or why the breast that I should suck? Verse 13. For now should I have lain still and quiet. There, he's basically asking, why wasn't I stillborn? Okay, I should have
right.
slept. Then had I been at rest, which is what ETT is saying. Verse 14. With kings and counselors of the earth, which build desolate places for themselves, or with princes that had gold, who filled their houses with silver, or as a hidden untimely birth I had not been, as infants which never saw light. There the wicked cease from troubling, and there the weary be at rest. Okay, so out of the body, we know that we're in the presence of God. Okay, there's no freaking hell where people burn a damn soul or whatever the hell Good Serpent's teaching. Okay, I don't like when people make fun of me for things that are obvious. You can make fun of me for a lot of different reasons. I'm losing my hair. My voice is annoying. Whatever, man. But the Good Serpent got on me because I was teaching that hell is this physical earth, which the Bible says in every single reference to it.
Hey, well, as I said, according to the scriptures, when we all die, whether you're a righteous man or you're a wicked man, our spirit goes up to the Most High, and we're all at rest, right, until your next, reincarnation. But
Exactly.
in between that time where you're up there, you're sleeping, right? You're not aware of what's going on. Just like how at night, we're asleep for what, 8 hours, 6 hours, however long you sleep, you're not aware of anything.
Yeah.
That's the same state you were in. Just like how before we were born, right? There was nothing. We don't remember anything from before that because we just weren't there.
Right.
That's just the same, level that we're in when we pass away. And it doesn't matter if you're a righteous man or you're a wicked man. Everyone, goes to that state. Nobody's going and burning
Correct.
and this hell. That's all nonsense that the Catholic Church made up to scare people into paying the church money.
And let me hit people with this. If you don't have reincarnation, then you don't have the kingdom. Why? Because reincarnation is a form also as well when you go into the kingdom, because your soul will then just go into a glorified body. Okay. So if there's no reincarnation, then there's no kingdom then. Okay. And so salvation ultimately is that you are saved from coming back to this earth. Okay. Which is hell. I want people to understand that. And so people that are quote unquote saved, they don't have to come back here, which we don't want to. Okay. We hope that this is the last quote unquote reincarnation, the last judgment, the final judgment. Okay. And then if we do return back to earth, it's in the kingdom. So that is a form of reincarnation. So these guys are totally lost, man. You know, shout out ITR. Oh, sorry, TR. They dropped the Israelite. Oh, I forgot about that. So it's simple, man.
A lot of guys are drowning in these doctrines because they don't not only didn't the Most High open their eyes to see it, they're not trying to see it because they're literally trying to go in their own way. You know, they're trying to figure out a loophole in other people's doctrine. And that's what a lot of people get caught up on. Instead of trying to see the truth, they want to say, okay, how can I find the hole in this doctrine?
Yeah.
So I can figure out if this is right or no. You need to figure out the basics before you can go and make a claim that there's
Agreed.
no reincarnation. You know, the Lord is a white man, and I mean many
Yeah.
other doctrines. Oh, I saw ETT comment board, which we could touch on, which is a good kind of topic, not off topic too much.
Yeah.
Somebody said God is a spirit. Well, that's true, but he's a spirit with a body,
Correct.
you know. So, but
If
that
he is
brother,
going to be in a body, it's going to be the way it's described in the Bible. If the Bible said that Christ was white, I would teach that. If the Bible said Christ was Chinese, I would teach that. But the
Right.
Bible says that Christ is dark skinned, so we teach that. So
right. So
that's what it is.
people is just out here, you know, making these wayward doctrines because they find that holes in their own doctrine. So they say, hold on, let me see if I can
Correct.
go to this dude and
Yeah.
see if his doctrine is wrong. No, my doctrine is not wrong. Yeah, and speaking about reincarnation, we always bring that topic up because if reincarnation not in the Bible, I mean, a lot of things don't make sense.
None.
Yo,
No,
someone grab
definitely not.
Matthew chapter 15 and verse 9. Let's read that real quick because that goes exactly with what we're saying.
I also, from an earthly perspective, I want people to know this is for the men out there. Okay, maybe ITR and them are not paid off. Maybe it's not that deep, okay? Because not every single person's paid off. I agree with sometimes ETT brings that up. A lot of people are, though, okay? But I wouldn't be surprised if some of these men are now dealing with women and they're like, oh, they're in love and they're whatever and all that kind of stuff, okay? So they just want this thing to keep on going. That's what these people are all about, man. So then they can't push the truth. America's Mystery Babylon, we're in the end times, missiles and all that kind of stuff. So I want people to know that's also going to be a temptation for people out there. And a lot of, you know, men are married and stuff. I want people to know your wife highly likely may not be down with this. Okay. And I would just do this, wave by. Okay. Don't be like Lot, you know, wife and all that kind of stuff like that. That's the times that we live in now. And some of these people, man, they're literally making up things on the spot. Okay. Absolutely crazy. And again, I'm not saying all women are not righteous or whatever, but sometimes women's behind it. It's either money, women, or that's pretty much it. You know, that's going on. Matthew 5:19, but in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. Is that what you wanted?
That's a beautiful precept.
Right, exactly. And that's what these guys are doing, man. That's what these guys are doing. You know, just like so what could I use? Just like Sakari. Like, what are they doing on there? They're telling you that you ain't a man till you're 20 years old is what they're on there doing. That's a doctrine of men. That's what man made up in the early, 1900s. You know, with this whole 18 thing. If you do the research on it, all you got to do is look into it, and you'll find out that they came up with
Not to
that
cut you off,
was
not to cut you
around
off.
the. Go ahead.
Is that you know, the whole, because I watch your videos. Is that like, you know, that teenage myth thing you be going into?
Yes, that's very
Okay.
He is
familiar with
actually
that
he's
subject.
actually the foremost expert in that topic, I would say, on YouTube. So yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't look into it, but there's no way it's 20 or 25. That's absolute nonsense. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
Well,
that's
complete.
clear.
let me say this though. But here's the thing though, is if you do the research on it, you would find out that it really is just for 100 years of history, people believed that it was 18 or 21. That's what everyone believes. But further past 100 years, it was 12 or 13 for all human history. That's what it is. And it's
Mhm.
a fact. That's not what I'm saying. That's a historical fact. All right,
Yeah.
so that's just what it is. Hey, if someone can't get it, then you can't get it.
And
Here's
But
the
as
that's
deal.
why
far as
the
with
deep
Sakuri,
But
and
go
here's the
ahead.
deal. I want people to know, man, this is deep. Okay, that topic and really every topic, I want people. All we can do is suggest. Okay, of course, we're all strangers on YouTube, but go with what the Bible says. This whole system has been programming us to be dependent on them to figure out how to handle our body, how to worship, how to make money, how to all that stuff, how to even raise your kids. All we
right.
are saying, don't take our word for it on various topics, all these topics, age of consent, dinosaurs, mystery Babylon, market. Go look for yourself. That's what I
Yo,
would
real
recommend.
quick,
Yeah, go ahead.
I had to add this in. Just a couple of months ago, my brother just turned 12 years old, like 2 months ago. And when he was 11, he was, little. But guess what? Now he's almost as tall as I am, right? His voice is deeper now, and all of that. So,
Yeah,
it just shows you. And if the Lord did not intend for human beings, to be sexual at those ages, well, why the hell would the Most High God give their bodies these sexual feelings if he did not intend for that?
right.
That makes no sense. That's as ridiculous as saying, well, God gave you two legs, but he did not intend for you to use them to walk.
Yeah, and
That's foolishness.
I
And
would say
I got
again.
one thing to say real fast.
Go ahead. Yep.
That's why when you watch ETT and Deacon debate, he was trying to please the people flesh
100%.
and
Right.
100%.
on
And
the
the women,
comment boards.
the
Yeah,
women.
on the comment boards because when I tuned in, he was bit, and that's why I commented because he was trying to make ETT look like a sexual predator or something. So so it's not funny.
That's not
It's
funny.
not funny.
Sorry, I don't know
It's
why I
not
laughed.
funny. It's
Yeah.
not funny. No, it's a funny thing to say the way it sounds,
Right.
but it's really not funny because at the end of the day, he was trying to please the people flesh, and that's what I said. I said he just
Right.
and
Right.
he
Yo,
hates
Bible
when I
defender.
comment under his comment book because I give him the harsh truth. He's a flesh pleaser
Deacon's a
end
clown, dude.
because at the end of the day, when you please people flesh like that, because all of the women, it was straight women under the comment board like, yeah, that
Yeah,
dude
exactly.
ETT, he's going off. No, he wasn't
Yeah,
going off.
but
He telling you the truth, and you just didn't want to accept it because you got cut.
yo, real quick, I have to
Right.
mention this real quick. What they did is they tried to be sly. What they did is they pull up a random article online that said that, oh, well, in the ancient times, right, in the Bible days, some, woman would get their monthly at, 7 years old. Does that now mean they're a woman? And my response to that is that's something called, do a Wikipedia search on something called pre-precocious puberty. And you see, that's what the thing with us, we actually look into things, so that's why we know what we're talking about. If you look into that, what it means is that going by the society that a child's raised in and by the food they eat and what they're brought up around, it can bring on sexual maturity at a much early age. That's not natural for it to happen at that time. But that, they brought that up to try to say, oh, we'll see, this is a point to prove you're wrong. It's like, but wait a second. What if I pull up an article that says that the true Jews of the Bible are white people? What if
Right.
I bring up an
Yeah,
article to say
you can
that
pull up an
Christ is
article
a
to
white
say
man?
anything.
How
You
do
can
you
pull,
disprove that?
right. You can literally pull up an article, and the government is literally proving that with all these scientific discoveries. Oh, we found out this. Oh, 4 masks is better than 3 masks. Okay, well, yeah, you can find an article for anything. I agree with that point.
Right. What about because as I said, you have to be diligent. You can't just read an article and believe what it says, because if there's another article that completely contradicts that, it's like, wait a second, what one's right and what's wrong? You can't just cherry pick something. Like, I'll give this example. What if I pull up an article that says that Vatican City is Mystery Babylon? Can I then use that to say, oh, we'll see, that proves it? Of course you can't do that. So as I said, if you watch the debate, they clearly just got cut. Because I asked him, and here's the ironic thing. I asked the Facade, right? I asked Facade the question of if the Most High God, did not intend for human beings to engage in, these sexual activities at these early ages, well, why the hell would he allow their bodies to become sexually mature young? And he was like, oh, well, that's not a logical question to ask. How the hell is that not a
And right,
logical
I got
question
another
to
good
ask?
point. I got another good point. I always wanted to know pertaining to myself, like, and I don't know, people might say this is kind of weird, but I will always say to myself, like, like when I was like 12 or 13 years old, like, why was I, sexually attracted to women that was older than me? You know, like if it was a girl, she was like 16, 17. I wasn't really attracted to nobody that was 12, 13. I didn't want nobody. I was like, hold on. 16. You know, I was more attractive. You know, so it's like I'm trying to figure out like where would they be getting like because you don't always like I said some things you don't.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to use the say you don't have to get credible articles because I got credible articles to to prove that. But if you just look at it from like a worldly stage, you can see like and even you can use yourself like at 13, 12, you were sexually not you may not have been active, but you those thoughts was definitely in your head.
Dude,
Like you was definitely
I got a
right.
mad funny story, man. This is just TMoG on blast, dude. So I remember literally I went to my high school. I think it was whenever my voice cracked, my English teacher literally in front of everybody was like, Shreg, your voice changed. I was like, oh my God, dude. I literally melted, man. Like it was the most awkward experience. So like even like other people notice those very obvious changes, in our body, and obviously for us it's like our voice,
Oh,
but
hell, man.
crazy.
Not to joke around or anything, man. But hey, look, when we used to have gym class, man, I definitely had to make sure I packed, extra long shirts when I was 13
All right,
inside.
all right, all right. Yeah, we get it. That's a good one. So, yeah, I mean, all's to say to put a bow on this discussion. First and foremost, if you're looking to the damn Coon or Urban Gorilla for your parenting or anything at this point, you're just an idiot. Okay, just flat out. So no, those people, what that whole thing is what's called virtue signaling, which is actually what these masks are. All form of it. It's like they were using ETT to come on there and make themselves look more pure, which we obviously know that they're not. First of all, they had Passover in a borderline strip club. Okay, and they've been exposed.
Right.
So that's what's really going on. And Bible Defender's right, because then they have women in the chat who are like appalled. Oh man, real. But that's what the Bible says. Okay, again, I can't say I've looked into this on a deep level, but I'm gonna go with what the Bible says. Okay, and the Bible is gonna teach things that make sense. It's gonna be consistent with
Hey,
our
you know
body.
what?
Okay.
As I said, hey, look, this is not what ETT made up to fit his sick, perverted view of reality. That's what people make it look like, but
Yeah.
that's not true. I'll give the example. What
Oh
First
wait, not to
Corinthians
cut you
seven
off, not
thirty
to cut you
six.
off. Now I
hmm
was gonna bring that
Go
up, but
ahead.
not to cut you off, not to cut you off. I'll give you back the floor real fast. Mind the God brought a good point about Apostle Tahar about how they try to demonize and he's been demonized over that. He's been
Yeah.
Right.
going through
Fair
that for
enough. Yeah.
years.
Yeah, and the rape
Over
thing
and,
too.
and,
You
and
know,
shout out to Apostle Tahar because he got some truth in that. That's some truth in there because a lot of people he's been demonized for years on that doctrine. I mean,
man, Tahar,
he
I've
done
been
got
asking him to have a debate, and I visited their camp in New York, but I don't know, are they afraid of TMoG? Like we got end times
no,
teacher over
no,
there.
it's not that.
I'm
It's
just
not
kidding.
that.
I'm just joking.
It's the fact that when you teach, you have 100% truth, and somebody has just as much truth as you or more, then it becomes of a I don't want to go against you because now you could bring up something that I don't
Yeah,
really
fair
have an
enough.
answer for. So
Yeah.
it's like that's like if we go. Let's say we met Tahal, and shout out to Apostle Tahal, I learned a lot from him. Now, think about this. If we went to his camp and we said, "Look, what do you think about Romans 13?" and we cut him, and then
hmm
what if we, we just eat because that could be easily cut, you
Yeah.
know. And
Right.
so now we do that, and now the congregation is kind of looking at him like, "Do we follow TMoG
Right, right,
now?"
right.
So
Yeah, I
it's
mean
like
that's but dude, that's
that's
why
what's going
back
on.
when I saw them, they were in Times they were right beside Madison Square Garden. And I didn't live too far away, so I would go to their camps a few times. But now they're like in the middle of nowhere, dude, like up north and like who know, it's like because they know that people can come up and challenge them, and they don't and then with that and the flat earth and other things and that kind of
But
stuff.
I gotta say this though, as I was going into, all you got to do is read, First Corinthians 7:36, and then you look up what the word flower of her age means. Look that up on Wikipedia, right? Any historian will tell you that throughout history, that's simply just a polite term to refer to a woman when she gets her monthly. That's what they called it back then. And as I
Yeah.
said, anyone can look that up. You don't have to go deep on it. But one thing I will say is, the one biggest, controversy, between the camps is that, marriage by abduction, right? That's definitely one of the biggest, controversies. But you know what? I have to agree with GMS that that is in the Bible. I'm not just saying that to, back them up for no reason. I've looked into it,
But
and
ETT, have you
that
looked up
is
have you
real.
heard of something called bride kidnapping?
Right. That's biblical. That's
Just kidding.
biblical
I'm
too.
just messing with you, man. Go ahead. Keep going.
Right. But the point is, as I said, all you got to do is do a Wikipedia search, look up bride kidnapping. It basically explains, a man would take a woman by
Yeah.
force, right, against her will, and she would become his wife. That's simply what the Bible was
Yeah.
saying, right? No, keep in mind, I never said to go do that. GMS never told anybody to
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
around doing that. They
Right.
simply just said that that's in the Bible, and I got to agree. I have to agree that the Bible does say that. It doesn't mean we're advocating anybody doing that.
Yeah.
We just simply said that there is a law how to deal with that in the Bible,
Right.
right? So we're not going to be.
First and
Go ahead.
foremost, if you kidnap one of these women now, you're screwed because they're going to say stupid things. So we don't want that now anyway. You know what I mean? Like, we're not even living in those times. You know what I mean? Back in the day, if there was like an Israelite woman who like was faithful, that's a different sort of paradigm. But you're right. Like, none of these things we're advocating, and they don't matter in the times that we live in, the days that we live in now, as far as like marriage and, like even like with women, like you can't date anymore. Okay. First of all, you can't even go to restaurants in some cities without getting the yab. So what are you
Right.
gonna do? Okay. Meet them in a park or whatever. Like, that's the times that we live in. So all that stuff is theoretical. But again, I would just say for people out there, especially women maybe who find some of this a little rough, that's what the Bible says, and honestly, there's always a logic to it. It always makes sense when you think about it.
But
Okay.
then the Most High say, His ways are not our ways, His thoughts is not our thoughts.
Agreed.
So I
Agreed.
feel like
Right.
you're trying to go, you're trying to be deep, but you can't even perceive what the Most High even is doing in
Agreed.
that whole situation.
Agreed. And I
So
Right.
want
Right.
people to
Oh, wait a
know.
second. Wait a second. Someone grab Monica, pull up what is that? Second Ezra, the fourth chapter.
Hmm.
Right? Ezra wanted to know the deep mysteries of the Lord, but then I believe it was Uriel, or angel that came to him. He was like, hey, look, we'll tell you. But first, you're gonna have to tell me a couple things. And if you can do that, then we'll reveal it to you. But then it came out, when the angel asked him, he admitted, well, who can know all these things that you asked me? Then the angel said, it's like, well, wait a second, if you don't know these things that are earthly, how the hell can you understand the things that are above the heavens? Right? How can you understand the deep things of the Most High? I'll give it back
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah. I think that, that's the amazing thing about, I would say, a lot of us. And again, credit to the Hebrews. As much as I'm on them, I've learned quite a bit from them. They made the Bible make sense. Again, we have differences in our doctrine. They made it make logical sense that that's the way the world should be run. Certainly the world of the Israelites, but and that's true. When you really think about it, like, especially with the things related to women, like women want men who are strong, and will protect them. And so they want that. And then so if you're taken by a quote unquote strong man, then you know that you're safe, because then that man will protect you from like other quote unquote evils and all that. So that's a different age. You don't sit and like, swipe on Bumble and all these apps and, hey, let's meet for coffee. Like, what the hell? They're not doing that. Okay. In like the
right.
ancient time, dude, that nonsense just started here in our age right now. So
Right. Here's another good one.
yeah.
All you got to do is go to, what is that? I believe that's Judges, the 21st chapter, when it deals with the Benjaminites. They went and they captured the daughters of Silo, right? They were out there dancing. And, it says that every man called his wife, right? Every man called a woman, and dealt with her. It's like, so wait a second. Does that qualify as rape then? I have to ask Sakari that. It's like, does that qualify as that? It says that they went and they catched the woman, when they ran from them in the
Mhm.
chapter. It's like, as I said, man, these guys are just, playing on the emotions of the people. That's why they have, almost 40,000 subscribers. Why?
Yeah.
Because they're playing to the emotion of the crowd. So, hey, as I said, man, even though they might know a couple things, I'll give them credit on that. They do know some stuff about the scriptures. That's true. But then there's certainly things that come up that they don't know about. You know what
Let
I'm
me
saying?
let me do a spiritual KO. Let me wrap this up. This topic, Second Ezra 7:19, just so people trying to play God, really. Second Ezra 7:19, and he said unto me, there is no judge above God, and none that hath understanding above the highest. Okay, verse 20. For there be many that perish in this life because they despise the law of God. Let me read that again. For there be many that perish in this life because they despise the law of God that is set before them. We're presenting it to you. Okay, all of us. Verse 21, for God hath given straight commandment to such as came, what they should do to live, even as they came, and what they should observe to avoid punishment. Verse 22, nevertheless, they were not obedient unto him, but spake against him. And listen to this, and imagined vain things. Verse 23, and deceived themselves by their wicked deeds, and said of the Most High that he is not, and knew not his ways. Verse 24, but his law have they despised, and denied his covenants. In his statutes they have they not been faithful, and have not performed his works. Okay. Verse 25, and therefore Esdras, for the empty are empty things, and for the full are full things. So I just recommend for people, and I need this reminder, don't play around with this God. Okay. You're not God. Okay. And that's it. Okay. Like it says here, there's no highest of the highest or anything like that, especially these damn women who don't even know how to freaking know what the hell's going on. Okay. And I don't care if people are offended, man. And so that's for the times that we're in. This earth is run at best by an effeminate vibration, and we are tired of it. They want us to be like that. Hell no. Okay. That's what's going on. Okay. And so this is not anti-woman or anything like that, but you know, that's what we're all about, you know, and that's what the God of the Bible is all about, is that the elect are all men. Okay. Some women are part of the quote unquote elect and they will be saved, but the 144,000 are all men. Still have women come by here saying, oh, you know, it doesn't mean that and all that. Well, okay. We're not having this place run by women, man. So that's
let me mention this. All you got to do is, you guys heard about these guys talking about the verse that says, I believe it's Revelation, the 7th chapter, if I'm not mistaken. It says that the 144,000 are virgins. It says that they're not defiled with women. Now, guys are going around saying, oh, well, see, that means that you have to be an actual, you know, virgin. But we know that it means, you know, not dealing with these other, you know, false philosophies is really what it's, you know, referring to there.
Yeah, and I leave open that it's possible that they were in a past life, because we accept reincarnation on this panel. So it could be double meaning. We don't know. You know, God could give them a short assignment, you know, where we don't know. Again, we don't know all the judgments of the Most High. We don't know what ETT's quote unquote role was in a past life. We believe, we would assume, because we're into the Bible, that we were doing these things in the past because we're interested in prophecy. So it wouldn't surprise us if that's the case. But you know, but yeah, in the last days, we basically know that that's not true. Why? Because some of this group is going to be in Babylon, which exalts fornication and sin and all that. And again, we're not excusing our sins if we are in this group, but it's very likely that that's not the case, because we're in an evil age that didn't even allow us to believe God exists. Can you imagine that? Just God existing is offensive to this. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, you believe God exists kind of thing? Wow, that's deep. No. And then go into the laws and all that kind of stuff. A lot of us don't know that kind of thing. Okay. Let me read that verse just so people understand. We're talking about Revelation 14:4. These are they which were not defiled with women. That's the important part. For they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever that you goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto God and to the Lamb. Okay. And so that group that's being listed in Revelation 7 are all men. We're not saying that they're not elect women. There are. The Bible literally says elect woman. Okay. And then talks about something. So, you know, women are of the elect, but the 144,000 are all men. I'll pass it to anybody.
We'll let Bible Defender take the mic.
Let me read that verse just so I'm not making up stuff, just so people, we always like getting the precepts. We don't really give our opinion. We just read what the Bible says. This is the good thing about our hangouts. Other people don't do this. 2 John 1:1, the elder unto the elect lady and her children. So children are going to be saved too. And I'll read Jeremiah 31:8 to support that. So, you know, again, this is not anti-woman. We're just saying that the number of quote unquote righteous women, there's not many. Okay. Because they're too busy on TikTok doing these damn nursing videos and all that kind of stuff. 2 John 1:1, the elder unto the elect lady and her children, whom I love in the truth, and not I only, but also they that have known the truth. So people are like, yeah, what does it matter? Jesus, this and that, whatever. Yeah, but that's not true then. If you're teaching that he's white, then that means that you're not of the elect, because that's not true. No lie is of the truth. And so that's why we get on these things. We're trying to find out what the truth is. What are you people out there trying to find out? Okay.
They trying to find out where they could get their next big check.
Yeah. And then it's not for them, because the truth for me and I would suspect for the people here, it's our life. So people are like, oh, why are you in such a bad mood? You kick people because they teach this and that. Well, if you don't understand that Jesus is dark skinned, or you think that it's God judges the heart and all that, then you don't respect the amount that I've labored to find that out. And I find that to be a precious thing. And you need that to understand the Bible. Okay. You need to know that to understand who the Jews are. And so if that's not for you, then you can go make exposed videos for me. Make 10 of them, actually, if you don't mind. I don't care. Okay. Jeremiah 31:8, behold, I'll bring them from the north country and gather them from the coast of the earth. And listen to this. And with them, the blind and the lame, the woman with child, and her that travaileth with child together. That's double meaning. That's talking about the elect. But a great company shall return thither. But we know that women are going to be taken away. Okay. At least one. Okay. Probably more than that. But that's the story. 144,000 are all men. Okay. I literally had to block a woman because she came by saying she's one of them. And I'm like, oh, really? What's your testimony then? It's crickets. Okay. It's a bye. I blocked her. Okay. So that's the times that we're living in now. People think that we're really mean and harsh on YouTube. Yeah, but YouTube's kind of a harsh place when you think about it. People come by here, say we're going to meet you in the streets and all that just because we get on a hangout and we talk about the Bible. Why would somebody who has 44 in their handle, one of these ITR guys, want to come and, who we believe were the hopeful elect, why would they want to come and harm the other elect? If you're of the elect, why would you want to come and harm us because we think we're of the elect? What's up with that? Okay, so
Yo, if any of you guys watched what's this character? Mark Sargent and his what is it, Flat Earth Clues? Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Bible Defender, you look into that, man. I think I sent you that a few days back.
Dude, I actually had a phone conversation with Mark Sargent, man. He's actually a nice guy to talk to. I secretly recorded it. He didn't have any issues with that, but you can literally ask Mark to call you and he likely will call you if you want to talk to him.
I mean, hell, man, you should reach out to him and ask if he wants to join us on a panel. That would be a good show.
He probably would because he likes to talk, actually, and he revealed he put a book out and he had some cryptic statements. That's why I secretly recorded that. And I want to talk to him because he believes that, there's going to be people visiting and all that. So it sounded kind of like Blue Beam. So he's a spiritual guy, man. He's a flat earther.
Even with Samuel Owens, he know damn well deep down in his soul, body, and mind that he ain't no damn Messiah. Come on now.
Sam Owen? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%.
I mean, hell, hey, look, man. Tell me that guy doesn't remind you of this guy, Kevin Wendell Crumb from the movie Split. This guy is a damn joke, man. This guy got 20 different personalities. 1 second he's the Son of Man. Next minute he's not the Son of Man. One minute he's not necessarily Christ. He's just in the likeness of Christ. The next minute he is Christ. You know what I'm saying? It's just too much.
I'm glad you brought Owen up because, dude, last time we chatted with Samuel, shout out to Samuel, man. Don't do a video tomorrow, man. Take a break, okay? But you know what he was saying, ETT, which just shows again this Blue Beam stuff. He's like the people that are taken away are going to be evil. That's what he literally said. So he believes there is going to be a rapture and people that are taken away are not going to be a part of his kingdom anymore, which is here on earth. And so it just shows these people are spiritual, man. Even Mark Sargent as well. And flat earthers, a lot of them are pushing the Blue Beam and stuff. So they're spiritual people, man. You can't come to the Bible just in general or flat earth and not be a spiritual person. Okay. They know what's going on, man. They know the Bible.
But the top elites, like the real top elites, nigga, I put a lesson on it up already. They said these UFOs that they're seeing are extraterrestrial. They're not celestial beings. They're telling you they said they shot missiles at these things and they're not even budging. They're just like blinking in and blinking out. It's like if I threw something at you and you was invisible. So you mean to tell me?
Guys,
you mean to tell me
sorry
that
to
the
cut the
government
brother
got that? The government got.
Right,
so you telling me the government got extraterrestrial vehicles now?
Yeah, exactly. Like they're not.
Yo,
don't think our government's that smart, man. They're full of a bunch of dummies. Really, they can't do those. They can't make vehicles.
Let me add this in real quick. I don't know if you guys seen this before. I'm gonna have to do a search for this video, but one of the GMS brothers uploaded it. But on 9/11, if you look close in the background behind some of the smoke, you can see a chariot flying around back then there in the sky. Why 9/11 was taking place, man.
That's pretty
That's, as I
crazy.
said, I'm gonna have to find that video because that was deep. And then also with this was it this La Palma, volcano that's still erupting right now. There was a clip that came on YouTube where this Christian guy, he actually slowed down the tape, and you can see this UFO zipping past the live feed that they're
Yeah.
having. You can look up the live feed right now. But someone took a clip from it where they show an unidentified flying object, clearly flying around, right? So these
Right.
Yeah.
angels, man, hey, they're here, man, right? They're watching. Like as I said,
100%.
2 years ago, I was making a video, which was spiritual because I entitled the video, we're in the 12th hour of midnight. You can look that video up on YouTube, but if you pay attention to the background, you'll see it. There's a UFO flying around up there. Now I had no idea when I was recording until someone pointed it out, after. And someone said, "Oh, well, that's the moon." Well, wait, it can't be the moon because if you go to a certain point I have in the comment section, you can see that it clearly moved behind the cloud that was there, but then it popped back, into view. So that
Yeah.
is definitely spiritual, man. And then, as I said before, you know, um, I'm definitely, sold on these UFOs being the chariots. And the reason I can say that is I shared the story before, but I can say it again that I was definitely brought up, to believe that those are aliens. I grew up on the Ancient Aliens, TV show and all that. I was
Yeah.
very fascinated with it. I always like to watch, these alien videos on YouTube. I was so deep into it and all of that for, pretty much my whole childhood. But then, when I came across GMS, I had to put the Christian, idea, which is, that they're, satanic. You know what I'm saying? I had to put that to the side. But then I listened to GMS. I was like, oh, that's crazy to say it, the UFOs or the chariots. But I was like, over
Yeah.
time, over a month or two, I was like, you know what? They could be right. So then I was like, I wanted to inquire about it. So I was like, Lord, show me whether that be true or false, right? And then I kid you not, the very night I wanted to inquire about that, I get woken up in the morning by my brother, and he's totally terrified. So I was like, what's going on? Are you all right? And then he tells me that he had a dream of a UFO hovering outside of my window last night.
Jeez.
And as I said, and that story is 100% real. That really happened to me.
Yeah.
And it's just what are the odds of that happening if it's not of a higher intelligence that's involved in that? It's
Yeah.
absolutely impossible. And I do want to mention that my brother never liked UFOs. He was never into aliens, or any of that stuff. So there's what are the odds of something like that happening? You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to ETT Junior, man, if you're listening, man. That's pretty crazy, man. But let me read a verse to support that about the angels, okay, and keeping a watchful eye on this earth. And they're always here. Just because we can't see them doesn't mean that these vehicles can literally just disappear. And we see that with everyday footage. You can't argue for anybody out there who follow UFO Institute or Real UFOs or whatever channel that their sightings literally happening multiple times a day worldwide. Ecclesiastes 23:19, such a man only feareth the eyes of man, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men and considering the most secret parts. So you'll also notice that whenever they're doing a lot of these nuclear tests or all these things, naval, that sometimes they'll see sightings there because they're keeping them in check. They're getting them ready. So yeah, you'll notice that too. They're going to be in these different places where military things are happening. We see that. Let me get
413
to
is on the
Zechariah
rise.
4. I want people to so I'll pass it back to you in a second. I want people to understand this is why the Bible's deep. Okay, Zechariah 4:2, and said unto me, what seest thou? And I said, I have looked, and behold, a candlestick all of gold, and with a bowl on top of it, and his 7 lamps thereon, and 7 pipes to the 7 lamps which are upon the top thereof. I want people to understand that these UFOs are everywhere in the Bible. People would look at that and be like, what are they talking about? They're talking about a UFO. Okay, and they have lights all around it. Okay, and then these beams are these quote unquote pipes to the 7 lamps. And so a lot of those images that they like, you just go Google images of a UFO, some of them are actually accurate. A little disc with a bowl on top and with lights all around it. Okay, those are actually real. So I'll pass it to anybody.
This place is actually demonic, and it's under the vibration of Satan and these missiles. And I told Marlon God this too. If the MOTB is the juice, that means these missiles is liable to hit America any moment now.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll disagree on when that happens. I think that you know, it's I don't know if you what your position is on the two witnesses, but yeah, I mean, America's destruction is like you don't believe Revelation 16's happened yet, right? Bible Defender or
No,
okay,
I don't. Not
okay,
yet.
so
And like I said, pertaining to the whole juice thing,
yeah,
it you know, and I done my research on it, and I feel like me personally speaking, pertaining to the juice, and you brought up a good point. There
mhm,
has to be a judgment for Dexios.
yeah,
There has
agreed.
to be a judgment for Dexio. So you can't tell me, with these other Hebrew Israelite groups out there, and shout out GMS for bringing out the Quran.
Agreed.
There
Right.
has to be a judgment for Dexios, because these other groups, IUIC, Watchmen for Israel, HOY, ISUBK, any of you other camps that's teaching that the Quran is not, something spiritual, whatever nonsense you teach. You
Yeah,
guys, Pre-Zabak talk
that's
about
definitely going off. We'll agree with that.
Pre
Yeah.
Zabak saying that the mark of the beast, or MOTB, is John 3:16. I don't know where he get that, but
Well,
I
he
don't
says
know.
Christianity, and
I
I'll be
don't know
honest. I watch all of Zabak's videos, so I respect him as a
I,
teacher. But
and I
that's
respect Zabak
stupid.
too, because when I first was coming up, I was listening to Zabak, because he's like he get deep, but some of his
He's a great
teachings,
speaker, man. He's a
right?
great apologist for like, and you know what's cool about some? I wish they kept his videos, man. They took some of them down, but he would have some of the best dialogues in New York, man. And
No,
he
no,
would
no. You can look. No,
handle it.
they still got his videos up.
Yeah, but
Just go to It's called Hair O Israel.
okay, I gotta look that up now. So, man, I just tell it's funny because, man, I want people to know. I think me, ETT, probably Bible fan are all the same, man. Like there was a time where people binge watch on Game of Thrones and all that, dude. I binge watch on Hebrew Israelite videos. Okay, I'm talking nonstop, and so I watch all of them. Okay, and then so that's what it was, and I think that it's an amazing thing, and what they did, which was unique for me and for a lot of us, they went through the whole book, the
Hey,
whole
did you
book.
guys ever? Did you ETT? Did you ever check out that dude? Shout out to the brother Yashalam. Did you ever? If you know who that brother is, did you ever check out his page, GMS Watchman?
I might have checked it out. You'll have to send me a link to the channel again, and then I'll know if I've seen it, because I've
Yeah, yeah,
subscribed
yeah.
to hundreds of them, so I probably wouldn't be able to
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
by name. But if you send me a
you gotta
link, I'll check.
subscribe. You gotta subscribe to that brother GMS Watchman. That dude is real deep. He's not per se in that acting spirit. He's real, he's serious. He about his business. Now, what I will
Right.
say is, um, only videos you'll catch me watching is the apostles. And the reason why you'll catch me watching their videos, because every time I watch their videos, you get a like, you kind of get a not all the time is it, a situation where, you're just there to be listening for a cut. They'll bring
Mhm.
out some stuff that, like you just made it need to be refreshed on, if you will, not
Tahar's
just
funny,
Right,
talking.
man.
right. And look,
I'll give him
if you
that.
want to,
Tahar's
hey, look, if
hilarious.
you want to get deep, you gotta listen to the GMS videos. You gotta go back and listen to when the apostles used to do that sit down class, right? When they had that old couch in
Yeah,
there. You
yeah.
got to go watch those
Yeah,
videos to get deep. You know what I'm saying? Because we all learn from those videos, right? We all being honest, we
without a
all
doubt.
learn from the
Without
apostles.
a
You know
doubt.
what I'm saying? So
You know,
even
you
though they
know,
don't got the 100% truth, we definitely have to give those men, much respect. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
You know what I also like back in the day was GMS Atlanta, and they got rid of Yaradan, I think
Right.
possibly because of the flat earth. But I mean, they had some very, very good discussions. And then this is the thing, man. I want people to know you can't necessarily put your finger on it. Obviously the doctrine matters, but I knew the way they were bringing the Bible out that something was true about that. Okay, and so again, we disagree. I disagree strongly on important topics, but I knew very quickly just by the fact that they were reading from the volume of the book, because no one else is doing that. And now we're doing that, okay, here on this panel. And then it's sometimes alarming to people, but keep an open mind. Okay. We've examined the whole book. Some of us have read it multiple times. Okay. And then we've gone into Apocrypha and all that. So we're not telling you our opinion. We're telling you a consolidated, okay, quote unquote, research of the entire book. And that's what they did. You know, credit to the Hebrews, man. And so, yeah, I watch all the box, GMS Atlanta. I was even watching GMS New Orleans because I found the way they brought it out was like, I found it
Dude, you guys
entertaining.
know
I was learning too. Yeah, go ahead.
you guys know who this character EJ Love is? You ever heard of him before?
No.
Basically, he's one of these
Probably.
guys who comes against, GMS. I believe his channel might be called Sword of Truth or something like that. You can look that guy up. He's down in the Atlanta, section, but he goes back and forth with GMS. But the funny thing, man, is he actually offered me a power washing job for him down in Atlanta, 2 years back. And I told the brother, because I used to do power washing as one of my jobs. And I told the brother, hey, look, I would have took him up, on that offer, but I couldn't because I, was living down in Florida, at the time. But I just thought that was funny, man. The guy, randomly was reaching out to me. He's like, hey, man, you want a job? I have some trailers I need to, be power washed. You know what I'm saying? Which I like EJ, even though he's out there teaching that Christian doctrine. I think he's a cool guy, even though he's clearly going off with his, his belief. But, he's definitely not, disrespectful like, flat earth boxer. You know what I'm saying? You can't even have a friendly, and you saw I was trying to be very friendly with the brother.
But ETT, man, you're like Biggie, man. If you were in Atlanta, you could drop double CDs every day, man.
Well, let me say this. I've actually went to Atlanta once before. This is going back into what is that? Yeah, 2017. We were going to Tennessee, so we stopped at Atlanta for a night. I was hoping to run into GMS Atlanta or the Sakari camp, which I was going to the CNN Center, and that's where they they teach in front of. But unfortunately, they weren't out the night that I went. But yeah, I would have, made sure I stopped and chatted with those brothers for a little bit.
Dude,
man.
they had some epic dialogues, man. GMS Atlanta, they were good. So back in the day, I watched those. Yep.
I know that Apostle Ramlob went down there with them a couple times.
Cried like a little baby, man. Ramlob, that he almost pulled his man card. Dude's crying on a 5-hour hangout because they kicked Yaradan out, acting like a little girl, probably about $10. Who knows what they're really crying about. That whole thing made them look soft, dude. I just got to be honest, man. That looked really weird. But anyway, sorry, I'll pass it to anybody.
Galapagos, go ahead, man.
Galapagos.
ETT, I was going to ask, what happened with Flat Earth Boxer? Was there something earlier?
Oh, we brought him.
Because
he joined earlier. Yeah, I'll tell you what happened. He joined earlier in the stream, and I gave the brother, a good welcome. I was trying to be friendly with him, so I asked him a question, about the whole Antichrist thing. I asked him, what is his position on it, and all he was like, "Oh, I don't want to talk to you because you're you're too overweight and disgusting, and I totally dislike you." And I asked him, it's like, well, why do you feel that way? Like, do you even know exactly? Like, do you even know that way? And it's funny because he tries to make it up because I made a joke to him a couple months back. But it's like, wait a second. Before that, he did not like me anyways. And it's like I ask him, well, why do you not like me exactly? I don't recall ever, being, hateful towards you, because that was the first time I had him on there, with me. And I asked him that, and he doesn't know. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's like he's just on here acting like a damn child. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to be adults to have a friendly discussion, right? I was trying to be very friendly with the brother, just ask him his opinion and viewpoint on the matter. And he just wanted to sit there and make fun of, what you look like. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, this is the thing.
I don't know on that.
Well,
yeah,
no, dude,
FEB, he can be kind of confusing sometimes.
No,
but I think he's a cool guy, though. I mean, I've talked to him before, and
no, I definitely take FEB's position on this on many levels. Okay, first and foremost, if you disagree with somebody on a single doctrine that's important to you, you don't have to respond to them. You and I would recommend you not do that. Again, we here on this panel, we know what each other believes, and then we can build off of the commonalities. So he's more than allowed or whatever. He's a man to be like, you believe this, like ETT teaches that Christ was born of a man and woman, and let's say I don't think Flat Earth Boxer believes that, I'd be like, no, I don't want to talk to you. And then compounded by the statement that he made jokingly.
Right.
Let me finish my point. jokingly, ETT said, you know, like, oh, whatever, like, I'll something with the scriptures or whatever. And so he took offense to that. So you don't even need to say those kind of things, jokingly or not, to not want to interact with people. Okay. Because even ETT recently has said in his video, he's not going to change his position on his building blocks. So no, he doesn't have to answer. Okay. But I'll answer because, like, again, ETT and I, we've known each other. We know what our agreements and disagreements are. And it's friendly. We have some inside jokes and stuff like that. But
here's the ironic part, though.
yeah.
So if he don't want to talk with me, why the hell would he willingly join a debate, or I should say a discussion that I am on here on?
No,
You know what I'm saying? It's like, what sense does that?
He's here to chat with me, man.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, because I didn't know if he joined the debate ETT or.
No, he's not here to talk to you, man. I'm not trying to even. I'm not trying to be negative towards you, man. Because, like, again, you and I, and we have our inside jokes. We talk regularly, but he doesn't have those inside jokes. Like, he doesn't, you know, talk the way we do or whatever. But yeah,
look, the brother's cut any way you look at it.
Talk to you, I guess, is my point. You know, and again,
okay, but as I said, man, you can't be sitting there standing up for the guy, because any way you look at it, he's cut. Because the scriptures say, "Be ready to answer any question that a man asked you regarding your belief." That's what the Bible says.
I will say this. I will agree with you on that point you were bringing up. It's absolute nonsense. So, I mean, you know, I know that you were poking at a weak point. Donald Trump being the son of perdition is absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, I mean, I would, on that point, I'll be like, how does he believe that? Like, that's literally insane. I think Ridge also believes that too. And
yeah, he does.
It's like, how do you defend that, man? Like, again, I didn't want to go there, but and I don't want to answer for him either. I just think that's crazy. Like, that's nonsense. You know, I don't know what else to say. So I don't believe, again, I don't want to put words in Flat Earth Boxer's mouth or even Ridge's mouth, but I don't think they believe that Trump is the quote antichrist, because again, we would cut that and just say there are many antichrists. I even saw a video recently of somebody who said there are billions of antichrists, and I agree with that video. So, because that's true, there are billions. And if you don't know right now that there are billions of antichrists, go Google number of people that have taken the yab. That number is going to shock you. That's how many antichrists there are, because that's against the law. So that's how many we know. At least there's that many. Okay. So that cuts it right there. So we know. And then the Bible says in Revelation 16:2, it's not just them, it's also them who worship the image of the beast. So it's even more. But yeah, man, anyway. So, dude, you know, maybe you and Effie, Flat Earth Boxer, I don't think you're going to be best friends on this side. I don't think, you know.
But I mean, seriously though, I asked the guy, it's like, you know, I asked him, like, what's your beef with me exactly? I mean, can you even be man enough to explain like what that is? Because as I said, he had a beef with me before I even made inside jokes with him. He didn't like me beforehand. And it's like, wait a second, that's the first time I'm interacting with the cat. So how the hell does he not even like me if I'm just talking to him for the first time?
You know what's funny, man?
You know what I'm saying?
It's kind of the different. It's kind of the reverse. Like, I would say back in the day, ETC and I had pretty much almost everything in common, except maybe like the virgin birth and stuff, because we were microchippers. But like, as the time goes on, we've kind of had less and less sort of in common. Again, we still agree on quite a few things that are true, you know, and we agree on, but we've kind of diverged. So we've kind of gone the other way. But I don't know, man. It's different, dude. Like, he has his more street ministry, you know.
Yeah, I follow him on I follow his Telegram. I follow FEB on Twitter, because he actually got me into a couple of things. But yeah, man, he's real passionate about that stuff, because dude, he'll just go out and off the street, he'll go up to anybody, he doesn't care who, and just start like telling them, you know, like the earth is flat, and just preaching to them. And of course, you know, like, they'll brush him off as crazy, but
he's not shy.
He doesn't care. Yeah, he'll go to like the other day, he was at like a university, and he went up to some guy giving a presentation about space, and he was just like, "Oh yeah, all that's fake, by the way," and like in front of the whole class. And but yeah, dude,
I get a chuckle. I'm not gonna lie, I get it. Like, because again, I love that sort of.
Dude, he doesn't hold anything back, man.
No, and that's for the same reason. For the same reason, I love the way the other Hebrews brought out things in GMS. Like, they're very confrontational. They don't back down, and then it leads to, you know, intense, you know, discussions and standoffs and stuff. And then, as much as it was edificational, it was entertaining too. And so, again, I would just say, in these days you have to be a bit careful because, like,
My thing is,
yeah,
my thing is though, if you say you have 100% truth, you should be able to cut anybody.
yeah, true, 100%.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you
mean
let
that's a
me
bold
chime in
claim.
on that real quick.
Yeah,
So here it is, right? The brothers, and as I said, we definitely respect the brothers in Great Millstone, right? So we're not trying to, disrespect them, but I mean, if they're going to make a statement and say you have 100% truth, well, when we bring up certain things such as, Romans 13 or the flat Earth, we have to have a discussion on it. We can't just sit there and say something. We have to have a discussion, on those matters, right? That's
yeah,
how we get to the bottom of it. Even Tahar made a statement in one of his videos. He said that, oh, what was it? He said that if you don't agree with something we're saying, hey, do the research on your own and come to
yeah,
your own conclusions. In fact, let me say this: one thing that we wouldn't agree with him on is he made a statement, which I don't want to, which we're looking for. Guys misinterpreted it, because he made a statement in a video a couple years back, and he said, don't be surprised if we find out that Joseph actually raped Mary. That's what he
Ooh,
said. But now let me say this though, because someone edited it in to make it look like he said that Joseph did do that to Mary. Tahar said, don't be surprised if we find out that he did that. Now, of course, I would say he went off with that statement because that's clearly not in the Bible, right? But to be fair, he didn't come out and say that's exactly what happened. He said, don't be surprised if we find out that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? But still, to even make that
crazy,
type
dude.
of statement is just, it just doesn't make any sense to say that.
No, and he's talking about Solomon's rod and stuff like that. Here's a quote that ETT mentioned recently, and it's very true. And we've talked about this in the Ball Earth. Listen to this: the truth does not fear investigation. That's so true.
Right.
Wait a minute. If the Earth is a ball, why are people saying that we're flatheads and dumb and stupid? Prove it to us then. Okay, we've gone
Right.
through this in those debates. Why are we stupid and all? Okay, let's just start from scratch. If the Earth is a spinning ball, you should be able to prove that to us in a myriad of ways. That's $1 million word.
Right. Right. Hey, look, if it's like, well, wait a second, right? Just like this character, what's this guy? Robert Simmons, I believe, right? He said what? That the photos, oh, they are photoshopped, but they have to be.
Right.
Right? And I was watching it earlier. He was saying, that we basically take, like photos that are not totally photos, or just like what's the word I could look for? A composite image. And he basically painted on, what he thinks it looks like. Then he said, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but this is what I would, imagine, the world would look like, when I was putting the, picture together. But it's like, wait a second, if NASA admits that in the 60s they went to the moon, but today we can't get past the Van Allen belt, to take people past that, point of radiation. It's like, wait a second, how the hell could you do it back then, but yet you can't do it today with all of the technology that we have available
Right.
today
Yeah.
compared to back then? You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Obviously something fishy's going on.
And dude, it would be like everybody would watch it. You know how everybody watches like the football, what's that thing called? The Super Bowl or whatever. Imagine if they
Yeah.
did this stuff, dude, everybody would be there, man, to watch it, whatever it is, moon related or Jupiter or whatever the hell they're doing. So they can't do it because they can't do it. According to Buzz Aldrin, we just didn't go. That's what he said. That's a direct quote.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're not making this up. I mean, that's what they're telling us. So, all I gotta say is, man, if you're falling for this stuff now, you're, as what ETT would say, a simp. Okay, you're a simp, man. If you're
And
falling for
obviously,
what the government's giving you, you're stupid, man.
right. It's clear, and like you say, you brought out, the fact that that dude, and I don't like to even say it like that, but I gotta call him out when he, say erotic stuff like Solomon's Rod, and then
Right,
let's get a spiritual cut. He teaches that Solomon was Yahweh Shah. So are you now teaching that Yahweh Shah? Like what?
right.
This is all. This is just say that's now you beginning to make it satanic now, because I don't even want to put that
Yeah.
thought in my
Here's the
brain.
deal. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
I don't even want to make that possible, and he's making shit up that, that's like ultimately wicked. Just like you even thinking that and then saying it was
Yeah,
even
it's
just
like that's yeah, man. That line of thinking already is just what people call suspect. Okay, like no, dude. Like, and that's what the world does, man. They talk about that, dude. Like, that's gross, dude. That's why I had to exit out of a golf group that I was golfing with, they would talk like they would say things, and that's like part of the vocabulary to be effeminate and all that. I'm like, no, dude, I don't want to hear this. I'm out, and it's certainly not somebody who's a quote unquote man of God. That's absolutely ridiculous. But what I will say though is that people that go through those groups, that's good. Okay. And then we all did that because we kind of were, whether we were in it or we learned from them, and then we've come out of the 501c3 church and all of that, then that is a good training ground to be of the elect, okay, or to be the hopeful elect, whatever you want to say it. And so, because you're supposed to go and challenge everything that you're taught, not just from Tahar, but everybody. And so it wouldn't surprise me that certain people in GMS are sincere, and then people who've gone out of it but don't remix everything, because everything Tahar teaches is not a lie. That's obviously he definitely teaches some things that are true. So all these people who just leave and just make up stuff trying to be deep, and then they're basically like a bit angry because they were deceived or whatever, and then they go and remix everything. Well, you're stupid then. Okay, why not just not
Look at look
People
at
don't
for
really
an
read the
example of
scriptures
that.
either, dude.
Real quick, just for an example, what he's saying. As I said, take tried and denied for an example. Years ago, I remember watching them as a GMS Chicago camp. I remember watching their sit downs, and now look at them a couple years later, right?
Yeah.
They're on here, teaching that nuclear weapons don't exist, that, reincarnation's not in the scriptures, that we're living under the new covenant today. It's like, I mean, it's just unbelievable what these guys are saying. It's like, wait a second. What does anyone know why they teach that nuclear weapons don't exist? Like where are they getting this from? Did they just hear somebody talking about
Right.
that on the internet and just believe that? Or like, what the hell are these guys saying?
Yeah, no, that's a genuine question I have, is like, whether they're paid or not, they're still coming up with nonsense. So where did this nonsense come from, dude? Who's freaking coming up with their script or whatever? Because like, this stuff is not really that deep, like about the Mystery Babylon, and then the nuclear weapons and all that. So yeah, man, and then again, like, we go on those sometimes to just kind of get a laugh and be like, really, these people are that dumb? Like, they've actually spent years pushing this stuff, and then now all those videos that they make were what, insincere then? Like, well, what was all that then? GMS.
Right. As I said, man, when you deal with these guys, it's like, wait a second. So all of the footage on the internet of the militaries, testing out these nuclear weapons, all of that's fake, right? All of that is apparently fake, according to these guys. But yet, with the same line of logic, if I show them a video of let's say the Amazon rainforest, they'll believe that's real. But yet the
Right.
one about the missile, that one isn't. You know what I'm saying? It's
Let's
like,
get the missiles, man. Let's read it, so we're not just talking about it. And I want people to understand, these are not our words. ETT, Bible Defender, myself, Galapagos, we didn't write these words. Our words can come back void. We don't care. Who cares? But these words will not come back void. Revelation 9:16-17. And the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000. I heard the number of them. Verse 17. And thus I saw the horses in the vision, and them that sat on them, having breastplates of fire and of jacinth and brimstone, and the heads of the horses were as the
You
heads
want to
of
know?
lions, and out of their mouths issued fire, smoke, and brimstone. So they're not going to say missiles. Okay, give me a break. Okay.
You
well,
want to
real
know
quick,
something funny?
we go ahead. Yep.
You want to know something funny? It's a brother, it's an elder in GMS. Shout out to that brother, Elder Manasseh Asbar. He actually hates ETT and doesn't like TMoG because the fact that at a whole flat Earth thing, he doesn't like both of y'all over that.
Dude, they
Because
know who I am. I know they know who ETT is, but I didn't know he would. I know Tahar and I have gone back and forth.
because he had commented under one of your comments.
Right.
It was you said something about I forgot what the topic was. You were just asking like Taha a question,
Yeah.
and he was basically saying like you an Elamite, and I would say by logical deduction, let's say that was true.
Yeah.
So you telling me an Elamite know more about the Bible than the Israelite? Come on now.
I mean, I would say, and I say this, we said this last time, and I think it's important for us to say this. If you're people out there who genuinely don't necessarily have to agree with us, because obviously test all things, but if you really are drawn to the Bible and you don't really know why, and you understand the chariots are not fallen angels or blue beam, I don't know. I'd be inclined to say that you're an Israelite because, like, it's not for very many people. Proven by the fact that when we got on Hangouts, 4 or 5 people watch. So, you know, again, I can't promise you anything, and nobody can promise me anything except the Most High. But I don't know, man. Like, this is not normal. Like, did anybody, us as kids, all of us think, yeah, you know, I'm gonna get on a Hangout when I'm like 20, 30, 40 years old and talk about like UFOs and stuff? Like, did we ever
Right.
think that we would do that? Unless God,
Hell no.
we never met each other. I don't know the
No.
people on this panel. Okay. So, and this is other people too. People of like quote unquote white people coming together, quote unquote Indian people, quote unquote African American people, which we know are the Jews. So, like, how would we have ever done this unless God is essentially recombining his people? Okay.
Right.
That's
Right.
what it is. I
Real
don't care
quick.
what skin color you are. If you're drawn to the Bible, and a lot of us have been drawn to it at a young age, explain that with physics. Explain that your parents didn't tell you to do that. Our parents probably told us don't do that. Okay, what the hell are you reading? My parents would be like, oh, what are you reading? Oh, I had to hide it underneath my bed covers with like a flashlight, all that kind of stuff. They're going to tell you to not read it. I'll pass it to you, ETT. Go ahead.
Right. Right. I just wanted to say, going back to Revelation, what is it, 9 and 16 on down, these guys, the tried and refined, what one of the guys was telling us is that represents the elect, is what they were saying. Is that just represents the elect, or as those not, instead of missiles, right? Or other guys are out there talking about, I believe it's
What the
either
hell, dude?
LUIC or ISUPK. They teach that at that army, right, the 200,000 army, they say that's talking about an army of angels is what they're on there talking about.
That's stupid. That's absolutely ridiculous. Oh my gosh, dude. Like, come on. Like, again, people are going to find out how busy, quote unquote, busy the Most High is. You know, how people say, oh, I'm getting busy. Yeah, the Most High's been busy behind the scenes, printing
Right.
all that money, which is his money. This is not our idea. This is why I want people come by here and say, oh, aren't you worried about this? No, I'm not worried about a damn thing. Okay. What the hell does my opinion matter? But this God has been saying that he's been doing a lot of things, quote unquote, behind the scenes. And guess what? They're coming to the forefront now. We see Iran doing military parades. Yeah, they're just doing that because they're bored. You know, really? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. They have nothing to do, so they're going to do a military parade. God's been getting busy, man. He's been printing that money to make these weapons, and they have the gall then to fight against God. Let me get this verse. So, you know, again, I want people to know it's not our words or whatever that matter now. Okay, God's been financing all this. 2 Ezra 13:34, and an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together as thou sawest them. Listen, is willing to come and to overcome him by fighting. These people hate God.
Wait,
Yeah.
I have to bring something up real quick. One of the brothers, in the chat, let me see real quick. Taking back Ian, right? Shalom to the brother, of course. But he made a statement and said, let me read it real quick. He said, I encourage all Christians to memorize the 10 Commandments in order. I'm working on my mother, right? But he's basically saying just to memorize the 10 Commandments. But wait a second, brother. What about the other commandments? Because the Lord gave just, more than 10 commandments. So you should be trying to memorize the other commandments too, man. Right?
Yeah.
I hope the brother just doesn't believe in the 10 Commandments, because there's certainly more laws in the Bible,
Yeah,
to know about,
we're not saying,
other than those.
yeah, and start with the 2, then the 10, and then it breaks out to, I believe people say there are hundreds, and I agree with that. And ultimately, they're actually infinite. Why? Because we're required then to honor God, you know, and worship God exclusively with our heart, mind, and soul. Okay, there's not always a verse that says don't do this, don't or do this, and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, that's where it's at least what that number is. I think the number they quote is 613. So just know that.
Yes.
Okay. You know, it's a lot, you know, and then the cool thing that we know now, so not the cool thing, what we realize now is that the more you do, you're actually going to get resistance by the people around you. Just know that. Okay. We've seen it, you know, and I'm sure lots of people have seen it who are listening. Your own friends, your spouse, your kids, your boss. Okay. All that. So that's why this is a make or break situation for us as well as God, because now we're going to see in the sky if God loves his law. We love it, but we can't even keep all of it because they get angry if we even keep a few of it. They get pissed off. Oh, you want to like know what's in that before you put it in? Yeah, we do. Okay. Oh, yeah, we do for sure, and we're not putting it in our body anyway. So they get mad. Oh, you're thinking on your own now. Oh, you're trying to be smart. Yeah, we are. We are trying to be smart, and that kind of thing. So that's what the world's all about. So yeah, but yeah, like ETT says, we bring this out regularly. All of God's laws are active or they're deactive. There's only one or the other. So we'll see. But I think at this point, certainly for people that come by my channel, it's very, very clear that the Holy Bible is indeed the Word of God. And I say that
Right.
with confidence, and I've not been able to say that as confidently as I can now. It is.
I always
I don't know
wanted to
what else
ask you
to say.
guys this question.
Yeah.
And I know, ETT, or one of you guys might have the answer, not just, singling anybody out in this particular, topic.
Yeah.
Oh, he left. I was gonna ask the brother, about what have you brothers like ever read, went into the book of Enoch, or um any of those other books, because like sometime when you go into these different other books, which I'm not suggesting anybody to, but like when
Mhm.
you go into the different other books, you may get some things that you may have to look into, because it may be like credible, it may be like, okay, I never knew that one before, but let me
Yeah.
check this out just to see if this is actually in the like credible, or like what, like you could actually learn from. Like I'll give an example. Like some people will say like giants, because when you read, you see like what people be like, was there real giants, like stuff
Mhm.
like that.
I mean, have you read Enoch yet
No,
yourself? Private opinion?
I never read it. After they said that angels is having sex with women, I just, it was no
Mm,
it was no more it was I didn't need to read no more.
I don't know if it says that, but I think it's worth checking out. But I
Oh, you,
believe
you
it.
got into it,
Yeah, I read the whole thing, and I don't remember
the
that
whole
that type
thing.
of statement. Yeah, I don't remember that type of statement. But
I mean, don't quote me. Don't quote me on it.
yeah,
That's what I
so
remember.
it's deep, man. And then I would recommend people reading Jasher as well. And then just go into those. Again, it's quoted in Joshua. So Um, Enoch, to me, again, you love my sequence videos, so I found them there. But it's I think it's an interesting book. I think it's a very, very spiritual book, and I got respect for Enoch, the person
Mm.
of Enoch, because he clearly was a man who was very, very wise, and he was teaching people. And this is what I love about Esdras. He strikes me as a teacher. Okay, and so that's what the spirit of the Israelites are. They learn from their God, and then they go and teach people. So
So
I would
so
recommend
so
people go into it. Yeah.
so what do you think about why people don't really get into it, or like if you're saying like because
The
I don't
flat
see it
earth.
in your
The
I don't
flat earth.
see
That's
any
why
that
Tahar
it,
doesn't push it. I'm sure Tahar doesn't push it because it supports a flat stationary earth.
so you in your sequence videos. I never see you use Enoch, the Book of Enoch.
Oh man, dude, you got it. Yeah, for sure, man. We can go through it right now if you want. Let me see how many of them. Yeah, there's like at least 10.
From
There's
the Book of
12.
Enoch.
Yeah, there's 12. 12 instances.
Wow.
Yeah. And let me actually get a good verse from Enoch, and I want people to understand that God is anxious to destroy. Oh, sorry, he's backstage. My bad. He dropped off. I got to remember to check the thing.
Oh yeah, I had a question for you,
Yo,
ETT.
let me chime in.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just asked mine the God, pertaining to the Book of Enoch. I wanted to ask you, did you ever like get into it, or like would you recommend somebody read it, or like add it into their like teachings rather?
I'll say this. As at the moment in time, I haven't looked into the Book of Enoch, but I would recommend give it a read. Right, just like with, I'll give this example. Whether one believes in it or not, it still is helpful to have it a read. Right, it's helpful to give it a read. Just like I'll say this. Reading other religious texts, such as if you want to debate, a Muslim or something, it might be good to first, understand what they believe, right? So we might read their Quran, so we understand, their beliefs, before we,
I got into
debate
the
them. You know
Quran.
what I'm saying?
It's easy to cut. It's easy to the Quran tells you to read the Bible. That's the clear cut. because you know you'll have some people that's Muslim. They'll say, "Oh, the Bible was rewritten by man and all of this nonsense," right? And then you'll go to the Quran and it literally tells you go read the Bible. So by logical deduction, as EDT would say, why would your God why would your God tell us to go read a corrupt book?
Right. Right.
You,
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a
you
good
know,
point.
so
Here,
so you
here's
know,
here's a, you know, like with the God of the Bible, where you see a lot of destruction, you can get a sense of his quote unquote swag that Creation Bear said in the chat. And that's actually a good title for a video, man. And I may do that because the God of this Bible has infinite swag. And so look at this Enoch
right.
94:8. Woe to you, you rich, for you have trusted in your riches, and from your riches will you depart, because you have not remembered the Most High in the days of your riches. Verse 9, you have committed blasphemy and unrighteousness, and have become ready for the day of slaughter and the day of darkness and the day of the great judgment. So I speak and declare unto you, he who has created you, which is consistent again with Job 12:16 and all the other
Yo,
Bible.
mine of God.
Yep.
Let me bring this up real quick. I just got a notification.
Let me finish
The
this.
reason I had to, yep.
Yeah, let me just finish this verse and I'll pass it to you. So I speak and declare unto you, he who has created you will overthrow you, and for your fall there will be no compassion. And listen to this, and your creator will rejoice at your destruction. I'll pass it back to you. That's
I just wanted to say I just got a notification that GMS Australia, they shared one of my posts, so I clicked on it. That's why I dropped off for the second there. And I went to it, and what they did is they took the post where I said, to pray for, Luke, because apparently Luke got into, a minor, car accident, a couple days back. And they used it to say, oh, we'll see. And remember, Luke, likes GMS Australia. He was just, disagreeing with them, about the, flat earth thing and how they come at me. So they just uploaded a post and said, oh, we'll see. The Lord got this damn devil demon, Luke. He's trying to, scoff at us, and see, the Lord got him into a serious accident, and the Lord's going to get all of them, is what he said. It's like, come on,
And
man.
one thing,
It's
all
like,
right, one thing,
go
another
ahead.
thing, not another thing about GMS that they got to stop doing is they have to stop, insinuating that brothers is demons. Because I'll give an example. I'll go to Manda God or our ETT channel and say, those brothers is on fire. And I'll go to some of these dudes in GMS, videos, and I'll say, these brothers is not on fire. They're just making up some bugged out,
Yo, real quick. Let me add something to that real quick. You guys don't know this, but a couple years back, which Tahar knows who I am. You can ask him. ETT, that moon pie guy. They know who I am. They're all really
that fat moon
but,
pie guy, according to Flat Earth Box.
but real quick, a few years back, I commented on Tahar's video and said something, because he was telling GMS members that they should be making, a video a day or at least 3 videos a week.
Yeah, he said
And
3 videos.
I told him,
videos a week.
I told him that hey, look, today I made 20 videos and I uploaded 8. And the Tahar brought that up in the video. He was like, you had this one guy in the comment section, my YouTube channel was named Yahushai is King back then. And Tahar said, this one guy, this one brother, real quick, he said, this one brother in the comment section, he said, today I made, 20 videos. And I'm exactly quoting what he said. He's like, this one guy, Yahushai is King, that brother said he made 20 videos today and he uploaded 8. And he's like, and I mean, that's way more than 3 videos a day, which I wasn't, under GMS at that time. But I'm just using that, and he used that to, to show the guys that, hey, look, if this guy can do that many videos a day, you guys should at least be able to do one. You know what I'm saying? And I don't use that to flex or not, and I don't use that to flex. But it's just, a lot of brothers out there.
Though?
What was that?
Not in a day.
Did you actually post 20 videos in a day? Though?
I recorded 20 videos and uploaded 8 videos in a day. I did that one time. Yes.
ETT's flow is insane, is what he's trying to say. He's trying to humbly, but whatever.
He's trying to humbly.
He's trying to humble, not humble. You know what I mean? Like, you can just come out and say it, man. But I think that here's the deal. We're on the right path. For sure. And then this, for a lot of people, what's the title of my video here? For the faithful, it is the payoff time. That's what I titled this video. And, you know, shout out to everybody who's listening, and shout out Mies Kang. But yeah, this is the payoff, you know, all those videos and years and all that. I want people to know, you know, don't flunk the test at the end. Okay. Don't freaking drop the ball, man. Like, oh, drop the ball. Actually, that's a part in the pun, but because we're not living on a ball. But you know, that's where we're at, you know, and this is an amazing thing. However, people got here, and you don't have to be a Bible scholar. Okay, this is what we're into. This is our, you know, people have a vocation, you know, a job. This is our job, you know, and that we all, you know, like Pac said in his rap, we always on our job. That's what we are, man. And this is
Hey,
our
look.
job. Yeah. 1 second. Let me
Yeah.
just
Hey, look.
point, because
Yep.
people are going to make fun of us because, you know, maybe our bank account's low, our money's low, and then all this kind of stuff, and we're unemployed and all that. I want people to know that puts you in a position to be what we call the biggest loser, the outcast. God's going to collect the outcast. That puts you in a powerful position. Okay. I don't care if people tell me that they make hundreds of thousands and have their money up. I don't care. Why? Because we have our scriptures up. We know what's going on. Okay. And we want salvation. We want a kingdom. So this is the amazing thing about the time that we live in now. All those things that the world would deem weak, and you know, you don't have much leverage, you don't have money and all that. God can use that. Okay. It's amazing. Go ahead, ETT.
Right. I was just gonna say that, you know, we're definitely, you know, should consider ourselves to be lucky, you know, because, you know, we could have been the next, you know, average person. You know, we could have just been the next guy, but the
Oh
Lord
wait, we
chose
could have been
us.
RTO.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we could have been them, right? We could
Right.
have been them. But hey, look, you know, the truth is there's no way around it. The live streams we do, whether it be on my page, Mind of God's page, LOP's page, and you know, all of that, wherever we go, even on Sacramento's page, when we join the show, that's where the rabbit hole ends.
Correct.
Okay. This is where the rabbit hole ends. You're not going to get deeper than on these streams of us. There's not a subject that you can bring up that we haven't addressed.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? This is the end of the rabbit hole.
And
Okay,
that's
so you
why,
got these guys out here. Go ahead.
and I think people wonder, like, why do we talk to people that we disagree on certain things, even Flat Earth Boxer Revive? Why? Because he's a spiritual person. Okay. He's
Right.
deep into spiritual things. So then he has some spiritual contribution. Okay. For lack of a better way to put it, because God's ultimately behind this. So we're trying to figure it out, and we're late into this. And so you know, we know a lot of things. You know, we don't claim to know everything in the Bible, of course. That's not possible for us to know that, but we know quite a bit. We certainly know the spirit of it. We certainly know we're in the end times and that kind of stuff. So that's a lot, you know. And then listen to this, Isaiah 56:8, the Lord God which gathereth the outcasts of Israel. There's a lot of rich Israelites like William Bell, people who are prospering and all that kind of stuff. They don't want this to be the end times. We do, though. Okay, let me read that again. The Lord God, which gathereth the outcasts of Israel, saith, yet will I gather others to him beside those that are gathered unto him. And so we could literally, and I would recommend people do this, do searches for key phrases in the Bible. Search for the word outcast. Okay, I've done this right now, literally. And then you'll find that the God of the Bible is all about outcasts, the losers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The underdog, the oppressed, the widows. Okay. That's what's going
Hey,
on.
there's a scripture that says the Lord has chosen the low and meek things of this world to confound the wise. And I'm nearly paraphrasing that, but and what does that mean? You know, those of us on here, right? We can challenge any, you know, Bible, you know, scholar or, you know, any Christian pastor, and we can make them look stupid. You know what I'm saying? And hey, look, ETT didn't even graduate middle school. Okay. I'll just be honest. I didn't even make it through middle school, but I'm on a level to take on any type of, you know, scholar or, you know, Christian pastor.
I agree
And
with
we
that.
can easily cut them to shreds. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Cut them 6 ways from Sunday with those scriptures. You know what I'm saying? So
Let me
with
give you a good verse. Let
go
me
ahead.
give you a good verse too. And then, so I want people to understand, we know who the biblical Jews are, okay? Because that's a major, major aspect of Bible prophecy. But we're not going to take away from the fact that there are Jews sprinkled throughout the earth, okay? Don't think that we're that narrow, okay, in our understanding, because the Bible doesn't say that. But a concentration of the Israelites are in America, That's Bible prophecy. But listen to Isaiah 11:12. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. So, yeah, are there Jews in other parts of the earth? Yeah, and some of those Ashkenazi, a few of them could be real Jews. We don't know. And we don't say that that's definitely still possible. But again, know that this is the case, though, that who the Jews are is incredibly important. Okay, because Christ was a Jew. Okay, but if you literally do a search, which I recommend for people to search for the word outcast in the Bible, and you'll see what the heart of this God is all about. Okay, if you're with the crowd with Jay-Z and all these other Kanye West, you're screwed, man. You're done. You're finished.
Right, right, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, and as I said, you know, we're all on the path right now of going to the kingdom, right? We're all on that path, that narrow path that leads to the kingdom.
we're on a path. We're on a path of real greatness, and not to get too cardinal on a sense, but like I always say, people should come to come to the panels, and they should be like, "Yo, those dudes is different. Yo, what is this? Who are these dudes? Who are these great men?" And I'm not saying that like to voice or nothing, because that's not
Right,
what this is about.
Yeah.
It's just on the humble, because you, like I said, you go to other people's panels. Like, give an example. If any follower of TD Jake come to this channel, I could bet any dollar that I got in my pocket right now that they'll never go back over there. They'll never go back. They'll never ever watch him again. They'll be like, "What the hell they brought out? What?" They'll go back to the convocation. They'll be like,
Yeah.
"Yo, I know some people. Let's
Here's
watch their videos."
Here's another qualitative proof that salvation is going to happen in our lifetime. We can't say it's going to be us. That's not our position to say that, but
right.
we want it. Just the fact that we want it, and it's clear a lot of people don't, proves that it has to happen soon. Okay, again, I'm not saying the day or hour. My time limit is more financial and other things, and just things that I got to do in my own life. But it's very clearly our generation, because we want it. Why else would we sit here for hours and read the Bible and like reaffirm things and all that kind of stuff, and then look at other people and we're like, "Hey, aren't you excited by this? The flat earth mystery about, hey, isn't that exciting?" No, get that away from me. Well, okay. It's not for you. Okay. We know that. And then that's pretty much everybody. So, you know, that's a qualitative proof, but I would just say by the amount that we want it, and I can speak for myself, I want it badly. Okay. There is not a day TMoG there's not a day that I'll miss where I'm going to complain. Okay. I don't miss a day. I wake up, I'm in a bad mood. Get me that.
Right. You know, and going back to what I was saying is, you know, all you got to do for motivation is read what? 2nd Ezra is the 7th chapter. It says what? It says, "There is a city that's built and it's set upon a broad field and it's full of all good things," right? There's a city that's prepared for us and it's full of all good things, right? All good things are in that kingdom, which is what? The kingdom of the Most High. But here's the but though, right? Here is the cost. It says what? That the entrance to this city is a dangerous place to fool, right? A deep water on the one hand,
Right.
and on the other hand is a fire, which represents what? That there's going to be trials that you have to go through to get there, right? So, hey, look, you know, there is a kingdom that's prepared and is full of all great things. But, and here's the catch, the only way to get there is you first have to go through a path of difficulty. That's the only way that you can make it. It even says what? That the path was so small that only one man at a time could go on that journey to get there.
Yeah.
And which represents what? You know, a small number of people, right? And that clearly shows that the Apocrypha is being referred to in Matthew, the 7th chapter, the 13th verse, right?
Agreed.
He was clearly referring to the same parable.
Agreed.
But I'll throw it back to my guy.
Here's a good verse. Jeremiah 30:17 literally summarizes everything. "For I will restore health unto thee." This again, why these demons who are saying that we're in the kingdom, they don't care about your health. They don't. We got to just call it what it is. First of all, a government does it. And these William Bell and all these people who say that this is the kingdom and this is the best God can do, you think they care about your health? What about this verse? "For I will restore health unto thee, and I'll heal thee of thy wounds, saith the Lord, because they called thee an outcast, saying, This is Zion, who no man seeketh after." We're going and chasing after something, and we look around, there's nobody there. Who cares? That's what I'll say. I don't care. I don't want, and I'm not saying this to be rude. I don't care if flat earth boxer, end times teacher, Bible defender, I don't care if you people agree with me or not. And I'm not saying this as a shot to anybody. That's the attitude you should have too, because your family may not join you. And people come by here, and not very often because I just delete them now, but like they say you're mean. Who cares? Okay. We don't care.
Let me build on that.
Go ahead.
Let me build on that real quick. Because, we all come on here, to fellowship and, and discuss the scriptures, and that's all great to do. But we all have to keep this in mind. At the end of the day, the only one that can, ensure their own salvation is yourself, right? I can't save mine of God. Mine of God can't save me, right? Bible Defender can't save me. I can't save Bible Defender.
Right.
And that goes for every one of us in here. Every man has to work out his own, salvation. I mean, hell, who knows? Some of us in here, we might be part of the elect, but some of us might not be, right? We don't know. Okay. But that's what it all comes down to at the end of the day, right? We hope, hey, look, I hope that everyone on here makes it onto those chariots, even, they damn devil demon, Bible defender, or whatever that cat's name is, flat earth boxer. Right, flat.
Really don't like that,
I always get their names.
man. Hey,
always
ETT,
get their
that
names
took a
mixed
lot
up,
of
man.
spirituality for you to say that, man. So I give you credit, dude. You even want flat earth boxer saved, man. That's deep, dude. Philippians 2:12. Wherefore, my beloved, as ye have always obeyed, not as in my presence only. Wait, this guy Naz is trying to take from Philippians, man. My beloved. Naz is just a damn actor. Let me read this again. It just ruined my whole flow on this. Wherefore, my beloved, as ye have always obeyed, not as in my presence only, but now much more in my absence, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. I want people to know these Israelites in the Bible, they actually care about other people. Naz is just a demon, because the Israelites in the Bible, they're going to tell you the truth.
Wait,
the way
Naz
it actually works. Okay.
Wait, hold on a second. Naz is not a demon. He is a damn devil demon.
Correct.
Is what he is.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the cool thing about the Israelites. Okay. And then this is what's amazing about the Bible is like they have a real God, an actual God who actually does things that he says he's going to do. That's the incredible thing. I just want people to know, just even if I'm not an Israelite or I'm just an observer to this whole thing, the Mark of the Beast prophecy is absolutely fascinating and bold. How much swag does a God have to be like, you know what? Billions of people, I'm going to do whatever it is. I don't even care what it is, but I'm going to do that to them. And then go.
Yo, real quick.
That's sick.
Just in case anyone was wondering why we always make the damn devil demon jokes, that joke originated with this character that goes by the name of Dreadlord, right? He's also called the Southern Israelite. We call him Dreadlord, damn devil demon, right? It's 5 D's in a row. That's where that joke comes from.
Really
let's talk about that cat. Let's talk about that cat for a little bit. Does anyone on here know who the Southern Israelite is?
I just know of him, man, because he ran in my circles when I was doing the flat earth debates, man, because he was on that channel, Non Sequitur.
Let me give you a little background on that character. He believes he is the #1 educator in the world. And I'll give you a little breakdown of what he says. He says that that the Vatican City's Mystery Babylon, that the Pope is the Antichrist, and that what's the other one? He teaches that souls don't exist, that we don't have souls or something along those lines. That's just a little handful of it, man. It's unbelievable with these characters. I mean, how the hell can you sit there and say that a soul doesn't exist? You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is go to what is that? Matthew 10 and verse 28. Right? Fear not him that can destroy the body, but rather fear the one who can destroy both body and soul in hell. So wait a second. How the hell is there no soul if the Bible uses the word soul?
Let me give you another one. Ecclesiastes 12:7. Then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return unto God who gave it. So that means that God doesn't exist.
Spiritual KO. But wait, I know he'll respond to that. He'll play, the Mike card on us, right? He'll be like our good old friend Mike and say, well, we don't have to go to the Bible to prove things that are in the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Ridiculous.
Oh my God! Somebody said in the comment board. Yo, MOG on Reddit, you got people calling you a lunatic, conspiracy theorist. You're stopping. You're stopping people.
Hey,
you're stopping people from getting the juice.
But dude, you know that old saying, all publicity is good publicity? No
Yeah.
worries, man. You know, I don't care. Okay. And then this is only because we're in the last days and the Bible is very, very clearly true. And that's an amazing thing. That's worth, there's no money or anything that can change that. And I want people to think that way as well. I don't care if people slander me, man. We've all gone through our life. We cared about other people's opinions and this and that. And people, I don't want people to come by here and think that I'm mean or whatever. The things that I have in my life that are virtuous, I want you to think that way too. I want you to be discerned, not be gullible and all that. If you come by here, you're going to be a soldier. You're going to be at least as much of a soldier as me. Go and do more. Okay. But you come by here and you're going to be smart.
God, what if, and this is just an inside joke, you know, you might laugh at this one. But
Yeah.
what if you really found out that me and ETT was the two witnesses? What would you really say?
Oh, well, ETT already promised me that in the kingdom, I'll get extra days to play golf and stuff. So, and that's on record. So
Yep.
I'm okay in that sense, as long as he honors that thing where I get to, you know, do my golf thing. And then he said, you know, set me up with, you know, the nice ladies or whatever. Like he promised that he would treat me a certain way. So that's
Right.
why I come on these and I'm diplomatic. You know, let's say Flat Earth Boxer is one of the elect. That's why I'm friendly with him. So maybe he doesn't beat me over the head. You know, so I'm just kidding. But
Doesn't hit us over the head with a rod of iron.
yeah, exactly. I don't want that. Look, I'm gonna let me add one more verse to Philippians, man. There's a lot of meat on this bone.
That's
So
a
to
good
speak.
one.
Philippians 2:13, for it is God which worketh in you both to will and to do of his good pleasure. So I want people to understand that everything ultimately we're giving credit to God now, and that's offensive to a lot of Christians, good and evil. But that's what the Bible says. And also supported here, Revelation 4:11, thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they are and were created. So we're not able to utter a single truth or a lie unless God says to go and do that. Just know that. Okay, that's deep, right? And so I'm aware of that. And so that's the things that we're but I would just say, just think about this logically, right? We have 4 people on this panel who never met each other ever, but there are things that we affirm about the Bible that are true. How is that possible? Did we have a conspiracy? And you're like, what we came up, oh, I'm gonna do this, and no, we're coming here because God is connecting people. Okay,
Right.
it has to
That's
be.
true.
It has to be. The Bible has to be true. Wait, who's making fun of me, man, in the chat? I don't care, man. You know, shout out Sacramento, man. He's putting my channel on blast. At this point, you know, again, this is not I'm not trying to be mean or whatever, but in general, I would say this is why I like interacting with smaller channels. It's never been about the sub count and all that and stuff. Because now what we realize is the only way to sharpen your quote unquote sword is to go and interact with people who don't have very many subs.
Yo,
Like,
let me read this real quick.
yeah,
Taking Back Eden made a comment and said, imagine playing golf on a globe spinning faster than the speed of sound. Thank goodness that doesn't happen.
right.
But let's roll with that for a minute. It's like, wait a second, if the earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour, right? You got to look at it like this. How the hell can an airplane that's flying, let's say 1,000 miles an hour, how is it that they can reach your destination? You know, if the Earth is also spinning at the same speed, it should stay the exact place as it's flying because they're both going the same speed. You know what I'm saying? It's just, but we don't see that, right? We don't see that happen. So it just shows you, man, that we've all been duped, right? We've all been duped, you know, from early childhood,
Let me
you know,
tell
to
you a
believe
story
in it.
too.
But
Let me
it's
tell you a
really clear
story
the
too
world doesn't move.
about 2 you know, quote unquote, you know, the real Jews. Okay, I was golfing with. They were both pilots for United, and I asked them. You know, I got one of his cards because I knew I was going to ask him after the round of golf because TMoG likes to focus on the golf. But I was like, I got to follow up, man. These guys are pilots. They're brothers. You know, maybe they'll give me the real story. So I emailed him and asked him, you know, have you ever heard of anybody that, you know, have you ever heard that the Earth may be flat? He's like, no, I never heard that. And then I sent him the Russian vids link where people are now going up to pilots, and then some of them are saying, yeah, it is flat. And then so he literally quickly took the foot off the gas. Like, no, I believe it's a spinning. He went into his like whole spiel because he realized like, oh shoot, like he's got to cover up the thing. But like I understand that I've interviewed even one of my friends who like he didn't know that I was quote interviewing him, but I was asking him like, hey, can you prove like how like is the Earth a ball? They like they've never heard it before. Okay, and then he's the one, and I have an interaction on my channel about that back and forth. He's like still not convinced. Can you imagine a pilot? It's like not knowing how to prove that the Earth is a ball to you. How is that possible?
Yo, let me say this real
How
quick.
would they not have 150,000 proofs that it's a ball? Go ahead.
This video is not on YouTube anymore. I lost it with one of my other channels, but I actually, was having a conversation with someone I know, in real life, about this. I secretly recorded it, to put on the channel. But as I said, I lost it. But we were talking about it, the whole, flat Earth thing for like 25 minutes, a half an hour. And he actually, he didn't believe in it, right? He didn't believe on it. But you know what? As what's this cat? Just like Samuel Owen says, right? I'm planting the good seed, right? Planting the good seed.
Right,
And I
right.
planted seeds in him. You know why I can say that? Because a few weeks later, I went to his house, and as I was, there, I noticed that in his room on the TV, he was watching a, how to debunk the flat Earth video.
Ooh.
So I mean, I put
Ooh.
seeds in his mind to think about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. And the cool thing is when you start debunking, you start realizing, oh, snap.
Right.
I have been deceived. And then that's the same thing we did with other things about the law and Mystery Babylon and everything. We're like, I remember for many, many years, I would talk to people, Christians, and they're like, America's not in the Bible. Oh, really? And I believe that. I was like, yeah, America's not in the Bible. So it's like, well, we must be looking to Israel and when, the state of Israel, and then, okay, a generation won't pass. So I used to add like 50 years to 1948 and did all that. Now we realize, oh, geez, that has nothing to do with the end times. Because we looked ourselves, we tried to quote unquote, debunk all these kind of things, and we realized like when you do that, you start getting to the actual truth. It's amazing.
Even when you read the scriptures, like if you read the Bible, whether it's the Tanakh they like to say or whatever thing they like to read, if you compare the scriptures to their mannerisms, just like as a man and you being a man yourself, you'd be like, come on, these is not the people. Let's be
100%.
real here.
100%.
Let's stop playing. Let's stop playing around. Let's be like real. Let's stop the games and all of the nonsense. Are those the people? Heck no. Look at their mannerisms. Everything about them is wicked. The way they operate is just off.
Let me read this. Matthew 5:13. Ye are the salt of the earth. So the people that are of the Bible, they have to have a quote unquote salt. But if the salt have lost its savor, wherewith shall it be salted? It is henceforth good for nothing, to be cast out and be trodden under foot of men. Listen to this. Ye are the light of the world. Think about that. The people, the true people of the Bible, and again, I cannot say, I'm not proclaiming to be one, and we can't prove it per se, but we're very much drawn to these words. But they have to be a certain way. First and foremost, they're going to have quote unquote light, which represents truth, wisdom, and it's going to be very evident. They're going to want to share it, okay, for free. Ye are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hidden. It would be impossible to hide it. Like these truths that we're all about, it's impossible for us to hide it. Okay. Right. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick. And that's also, by the way, I want people to understand that's double meaning. This candlestick is this beam of salvation. Let me read that again. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and it give light unto all that are in the house. Okay. Verse 16, let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works. Wait a minute. I thought it said your random prayers to white Jeebus. Let me read that again. Let your light so shine before men so that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Right. So yeah, it's not those people in Israel, man. No, man. A lot of them are disgusting monsters. And you tell them anything godly and they'll be like, I don't want to hear it. Okay. It's obvious. So this is the world that we live in, man. You tell people they're not spinning, they come and get mad at us.
Yo, let me add something to that real quick. Here's something that we can think about. I don't know if you guys ever thought about this before, but one easy proof that the world, isn't curving, right? There's no curvature to the world. Is all you got to do is look at the train tracks, right? Because when these tracks are, forged, they don't take into account, the curvature, right? The tracks are just made completely straight. So you would have to ask the question, wait a second, if they're connecting all these straight, iron railroads together, that remember in the steel, there's no account taken for the curvature. So how the hell are these straight, steel, tracks, magically curving to go along with the earth? That's impossible. So undeniably proves that there is no curvature, to the world. It's just undeniable. There's no way around that.
Yeah.
They can't magically curve if the curve's not taken into account when they're under construction. You know what I'm saying?
Let's just say this. If it were curved, it would be obvious. Like, it would not be, you
Right.
wouldn't even have to have a debate. It would just, you could prove it from a zillion different ways, and not even just the curvature. The spin would be like, well, look, okay, this, that, and then, this, whatever. It would be easy to prove. Like, that's the thing that I want people to understand. Don't go get mad at your high school teachers like TMoG. Start randomly saying, you taught me lies and all that. I had to calm down. I had to chill out. Okay. I had to take a chill pill, so to speak.
Should have had
God
to
did
chill
that.
out.
Yeah, God did that. Okay. Listen to this. 2 Samuel 11:11 in the Matthew 15:37 Bible, upon the flat earth. It's not in the Bible? Oh, really? Okay. Well, what does that say then? So, because people are like, oh, well, show me missiles in the Bible. Show me this in the Bible. Well, it's right there. Okay. If you don't think that flat earth is in the Bible. And then obviously we also cite Isaiah 40:22, Daniel 4:22, and Joshua 10, and the list goes on. Okay, let me read Daniel 4:22. It is thou, O king, that are grown and become strong, for thy greatness is grown and reaches unto heaven, and the dominion to the end of the earth. Oh, does a ball have an end? Really? When did that happen? So it's simple.
Yeah, man, this place, we need deliverance, and we need deliverance now,
Yeah.
not tomorrow, not in 2 hours. We need it right now. We need to get out of this place. This place is just.
I mean, ETT needs deliverance from Flat Earth Boxer, because he's coming at it. So somebody on this panel needs deliverance now. Correct, for sure, man. But yeah, man, it's wild, dude. Like, I would just say, for people out there who are into these quote unquote truths, man, it's a scary world. We're here to just kind of also laugh a little bit. Pat yourself on the back. You're the elite. And don't feel like that's an arrogant thing to say. These are all things that we read God is doing. So God has made you the elite. I didn't make you the elite. Just the fact that you believe in one of these.
Bring in another.
Yeah.
Let me bring in another subject.
Mhm.
What are your how would you refute the theory of evolution? Like, what is your stance on that? How would you argue with one of these people in a conversation, outside of the scriptures? Because sometimes when you have a conversation with somebody,
Mhm.
it might be good to discuss outside the scriptures because they're not ready to know that, right? Just like I'll say this, when you deal with somebody, you might not come up to say to them, it's like, do you know that the earth's flat? To look at you like you're an idiot. But if you can over time, make them question NASA and say, well, wait a second, this doesn't add up. You make them look at it and they'll be like, oh, okay, that's cool. And
Mhm.
slowly but surely you introduce the idea of the flat earth, right? But you have to start from a lower
Yeah.
perspective to build up to that point. So how would you deal with these guys out here, teaching this evolution as being a scientific, fact, outside of the scriptures?
So not bringing up the flat stationary Earth, you mean? Don't bring that up, like, from a biology, I guess, because that's the way I would, first of all, prove that God exists. I guess that's the most potent. But let's say that was off the table, which is fair, because that might take some effort. I don't know.
Right. As I said, let me say this, right?
Yeah.
You're obviously, you're not going to walk up to a random person on the street and tell
Yeah.
them, hey, the earth's flat. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
But what you
Right.
could do is say, hey, did you know that NASA, faked some of these pictures, and they might look into it and get
Mhm.
interested. And then slowly but surely you can introduce the subject of the flat earth. And then maybe they could get it. But you don't want to start off there, on day one. You know what I'm saying?
I guess for
People just
Yeah,
ain't ready to know.
the moon landing's a really good place to start, because that's kind of how I got into it.
Yeah, I think the evolution thing is kind of what maybe taking back Eden saying. I think I would just get to procreation, because like the evolutionary forms and all that, you can make up any drawing like we talked about earlier. You could BS your way and put bones together and make whatever you want. But it's like, how do like certain groups know to only deal with others in a
I
sexual
would
way?
I would
So
explain
how does
it.
that happen if
I
it's just
would
evolution?
I would explain it like this. I would say, like, how do you explain the elements? And how do you explain the way, you have a human? You can literally nut in a woman and you got a whole
Yeah, exactly.
another
Like,
person.
how does that form over time? That yeah, it's like how did that halfway happen? You know what I mean? Like, when did
Yo,
that
here's something.
take place?
Here's something you guys might not have knew about, but and Charles Darwin, in his writings, he made a statement and said that one thing that makes him, cold all over, for lack of better words, one thing that makes him doubt his theory is the whole concept of the eye, right? Your eyes give you a visual of the world. It's such a high quality that no camera or
Right.
TV can replicate today. So the reason this is important is this is such a problem for evolution, because it's like, wait a second, no one would argue that a computer or a TV, magically assembled itself over, billions of years.
Right.
So
Right.
by the same line of logic, how could one then believe that an eye, with all its complex components, could have magically evolved over millions of years? It's
Right.
certainly just not possible. You know what I'm saying? So that's one clear cut, and even Charles Darwin would agree. And that's definitely, a strong case against his theory. And I'll give him credit because he'll even admit that, right? He'll admit that that's a
Yeah.
strong, case against his theory. Another thing that he said was that if his theory was to be true, that we should, find millions of, skeletal remains of creatures that are in the transitory stage, like half, fish,
Exactly.
half
Right.
land creature, and we don't have any of them. And the
Mhm.
ones we do have, the museums, they'll admit that they're all fake. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have any proofs of what they're telling us, but yet they'll sit on there and say it's a scientific fact. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I
Okay. Oh,
think
I got a
that's
good question for everybody.
yeah.
Ooh, might be a good one. I meant to bring this up long panels ago. How many years would y'all say this Earth is? Because we know it's not millions of years
We
old. We
always
know that.
ETT always wants to talk about that too, man.
Yeah,
That yeah.
I got the answer. I got the answer for that.
What's the
According
answer?
to the
Because
scriptures,
according to my
go ahead.
Bible, which I think the Earth, and I'll say this. I got this from Sakari. I'll blatantly say that.
Ah,
I, I'll say
declare.
that. I'll say, they made me believe, and they installed that doctrine into my brain that the Earth is about 14,000 years old. But wait,
Okay.
before
Yep.
anybody try to cut that, hold on, let me finish. In my Bible, I want to get it, but I don't want to go. I don't want to go get it right now. I'm not in the mood. It says it it says the Earth is 7,000 years old according to my Bible.
Hmm.
When it
Well,
starts out when it
before we
starts to
get into
creep.
that, I just want to read a verse from Second Ezra about the evolution thing, just from a biblical perspective, the common sense about the Bible, right? About everything have a beginning and end. Second Ezra 9, 6 and 7. Even so, times also the highest have plain beginnings in wonder and powerful works, and endings in effects and signs. Oh, sorry, verse 5. For like as all that is made is in the world has a beginning and an end, and the end is manifest. So the Bible states what we were talking about, common sense. Everything that's created has a creator. Everything that's made, somebody made it. Like we're talking about with computers and stuff. So that's clear. Okay. Like
Oh,
that's
prophecy cuts
what it
that
is.
too.
Right. And then also Psalms 14:1, the fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. Okay. And so that's really ultimately what the world is all about, is literally to everything that God clearly has created is to go and make an absurd narrative. Even the Corolla, that's what we teach. And we know whether you believe that's physical or not, God is behind that. And I don't care, even if you've got it or whatever, hopefully you've recovered from it, quote unquote, naturally, but God did that to you. And if anything that happens to me, if
Right.
I get up and stub my toe and break my face or my leg or whatever happens, God did that. And then we
Let
have to
me
believe it. I'll finish it and I'll pass it back to you. We
yep.
have to believe that God is doing those things for his children, okay, to acknowledge him. You did that to me. Why? Okay. And he doesn't have to answer right away, but that's what we should do. I'll pass it to you.
Right. I wanted to respond to what, Bible Defender said. I was watching, what is it? If you look up a Gorilla Hebrew versus Brother Polite debate, and they were having a debate about it, and there was a part in there where Gorilla mentions that according to the Bible, the Earth is roughly 12,000 years old. And then Deacon also said that, so I'm not sure if the brother meant to say 12,000, because when I listened to Sakari, they said
Yeah, I think
12,000,
either
not
12,000 or
14,000.
14,000. Either one.
Okay, let me comment on that. Yeah, it is 12,000 years old according to the Bible. If you go to
I know
what
where
is
you're
that? If
going.
you go to Second
Second
Ezra, the
Ezra 4,
14th.
14, yeah.
Yeah. If you want to read that real quick, you can get that. But then there's more information I can give, going into that. But I'll give it to Micah.
Yeah, I think this is this again to me is also proof that the Bible, Second Ezra, is part of the Bible, because like why would it go to this level of detail? Second Ezra 14:10, for the world has lost its youth, and the times begin to wax old, for the world is divided into 12 parts, and the 10 parts of it are gone already, and half of a 10th part, and there remaineth that which is after the half of the 10th part. So
Right. So
it
that
does
shows
indicate.
us.
Yeah.
Right. So that shows us that the world's broken down into 12 parts, meaning what? There's 12,000 years. Now, here's the thing that we have to understand. When you deal with the story of creation, each day represented 1,000 years. Okay, that's where Christians get it mixed up. If you go to what is that? I want to say Second
Second
Peter
Peter.
3:8. Right. That one day with the Lord is as
Yeah.
1,000 years, and 1,000 years are like one day. Right.
Mhm.
So now we understand that the 7 days of creation represents 7,000 years, and how it all connects to 12,000 years is man was made on the 6th day. Right. Man was made on the 6th day. So it means that the 7th day would account into the 6,000 other years to equal 12,000 years, right? Because someone will say, wait a second, that equals over 12,000 years. But the answer would be no, because the 7th day, the 7,000th year, counts as one of the next 6,000 years, because man was on Earth on the 6,000th year, right? It sounds a little confusing, but it all equals to roughly 12,000 years old, is how old the Earth is as of right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this also, I want people to know, just from a quantitative perspective as well, just shows how far along human history has gone for when Ezra wrote this. So there's not that much left, is what I'm trying to say. If
Right.
you imagine there's 12 parts and 10 and a half have passed already, and then this is why they were saying we're in the end times even during this time when Ezra was being written. So we're late into the game. Okay, for those people who think Christ is going to return in 2200 or whatever the hell somebody said earlier, man, give me a break, dude.
He said 2240.
Right, 2240. TMoG's going to be in the damn demon penitentiary at that time for all the things that I've said. So I hope that that's not the case. Psalms 94 is what they were quoting, and I want people to know that number 12,000 is, this is why the Bible, it's structured elegantly and flawlessly. The 12,000 times 12,000 and all that kind of stuff. The 12 tribes having 12,000, 144,000. So all these things are constructed perfectly, and then it's ultimately.
Let me ask this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dealing with the what is that, Revelation 21 and 22,
Yeah.
when it describes the kingdom of heaven, do you guys hear that Sakari says that that's not literally describing the actual physical, kingdom of heaven? What would you guys think on that? Like,
I'm
they
under
say
the
it represents the people, but I would say it represents the actual kingdom, because it speaks about the 12 walls. They had 12 foundations, and it speaks about the stones that the walls were decorated with. Then it speaks about the streets being paved with pure gold,
right.
and then it speaks about the kings of the earth bringing their glory and their riches into the gates of the kingdom. So I'd say that it is a real physical city, but they're out there teaching it represents something else.
I watched that in that debate, and I think they're just getting too deep, man. Like, they started multiplying 12,000 by 12,000. They're like 1.44 million. They're getting all this numbers, dude. It's like these people don't even know what the damn shape of the earth is, and they're talking about multiplying all these numbers together. And that's where I don't like going on those debates, because all they're trying to do is embarrass you. And obviously you had a decent discussion, but they're not really coming with a spirit of like teaching kind of thing. I do agree with you. Revelation 21 is clearly describing a group of souls, no doubt. I think you would agree with that, but also an actual place. Okay. And the foundation of the wall of the city were gathered with manner of precious stones and jasper. I mean, like, what is that? Okay. Like, not all of this is talking about the elect. Okay. Obviously there is numbers in here. And then there's a verse in here that's very important. And I saw no temple therein, for the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are the temple of it. So what is God's temple here on earth? It's where his spirit dwells. And where does his spirit dwell? In his elect. So we understand that. But it's clearly talking about a group of souls being brought to a physical place. Or maybe physical is not the right word, but like an actual place here on earth. So yeah, I'll pass it to Bible Defender.
I mean, it says the streets is decked with gold. I mean, what do you take from a street being decked from gold?
Right.
Where's the parable in that? Where's the allegory in that? Where's the similitude in that? Where, you know, what could you try to make out of something being a street being decked with gold? I feel like certain things that's too plain. You know, if you want to get too deep into it, then you know you might bug yourself out. But I that has to be literal. I mean, you know,
Let me read this. 21:2. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. So
Wait, I got one for you.
Yep.
There's a verse in there that says that he's measuring it according to the measurement of a man, but then he says that is of the angel. So he's clearly giving a measurement of a physical building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that place is going to be, obviously, like, this place was created and our body was created for judgment. We know that now. Our body is a form of judgment first and foremost, and then this earth is the second form of judgment, and both we don't want anymore. Okay. And so this place with a new body has to be created differently. Okay. And so that's what it's describing, you know, and so that's amazing to look forward to. And this is our only hope, man. So that's the payoff, so to speak. And so yeah, I don't know, they're just getting too deep over there at Sakari, man. Like, really, dude? Like, and I saw a new heaven and a new earth. So what's that talking about? That's the first verse. Okay, so like, what does that mean? Okay,
all right, that proves that the kingdom of heaven is going to be on earth.
right. But it's like, if it's not even an earth, why doesn't it just say there is no earth? But it says a new.
I got another one for you.
Right.
I got another one for you. In it, it says, and I saw no more sea. Now, does that actually mean there's going to be no physical oceans? The answer to that is no, because now we understand, what is that, Revelation, what is that, 17 verse 15? The waters represent multitudes of people, right? So the sea he's referring to is there was no more great abundance, you know, of people, you know, living on the earth at that point in time, right? Because the people were done away with in the second death. So that's what he means by there was no more sea, right? So if they're going to say that, you know, oh, well, you know, is there the city that's going to be 1,400 miles tall, right? Well, that's not literal, because wait a second, it says there's also going to be no more sea. So they'll agree that part isn't literal, but then the other part is, you know, literal. You know what I'm saying? It just, they're clearly just going too deep and are just getting really confused. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Here's the major payoff. Revelation 21:6. And he said unto me, it is done. I am the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst of the fountain of water of life freely. Okay. And so that's ultimately the main sort of payoff, is that God is going to be dwelling with his creation. And so we're not going to have to debate anymore. You know, we do this to quote unquote sharpen our sword and then reaffirm certain truths, but it's not going to be, let's jump on StreamYard and debate and all that. That, you know, it's not going to, there's not going to be that. Okay. This
Oh,
is
and that proves,
yeah.
that proves we're not living in the new covenant right now, because it says that no man should teach his neighbor,
right?
Because they all will know the Lord from the least unto the greatest. So it's like these tried, died, and fried guys come around here saying, oh, what are you guys saying? We're not living in the new covenant. It's like, well, wait a second. Very fact you're on here trying to argue with us proves we can't be living in a new covenant according to what the scripture says.
Yeah, verse 4, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. So that's a personal thing. You know, it's not, I'm going to send somebody else to go and, you know, I'm going to go send you to call the Ambalam, and they're going to go and do that. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain. for the former things are passed away. So
Oh,
for the
wait a
former things
second.
to be passed away, that means all things, right? I'll pass it back to you.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. We can't forget this. According to Pastor William Bell, this has already happened.
Yeah,
And we're
that's
living in that time right now.
Oh, now I know who you talking about now. So Carly, they made a video about him. I know you're talking
Yeah,
about
they did
now.
a debate
Yeah,
with him.
yeah. He
Yeah,
said, yeah,
watch that,
all
man. That was
everything
a
is, yeah, I
phenomenal
saw
video.
it. He
I
said
mean,
everything
they
is
took it
fulfilled.
easy on him, man. They could have really like laid into him, dude. I mean, you know, it's bad. But yeah, and
Wait.
ETT's point here is the what we should also talk about, that all nations will be there, but they're going to be serving the elect, and the nations of them which are saved shall walk in the light of it, and the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor into it. So what are they bringing their glory and honor into? Like if it's just a bunch of souls floating in nowhere land, then like what is that? Okay, like what are they bringing to something? You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right. That's a good
Doesn't
point. I
make
had to
sense.
give our friend Facade, right? I got to give Facade some credit, because in that debate when they had William Bell on there, he gave possibly the greatest KO I've ever seen, spiritual KO, to
Mhm.
William Bell, because William Bell tried to say, he went to Matthew 24 and made them read the verse that says that, there shall be some standing here that shall not taste of death till they see the kingdom coming. He
Yeah.
asked them, do you agree the text says that? They said, we do agree that's what it says, but then he cut them off because they wanted to say, we agree it says that, but that's not the interpretation. But then he used that to say, okay, then, so you must agree, this proves that it happened back then, right? But then Fasad brought up, wait a second. The Bible says in the book of Daniel that there is a lion with eagle's wings. So then he asked, do you agree with the text? And then he says, I agree with the text. So then he's like, wait, so you agree there's a griffin? You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
the point that I'm bringing this up is, it's like, you can't just say, do you agree that it says something? You have to allow the person to, give their interpretation, right? We agree that it said there was, some standing here that should not taste of death till they see the kingdom coming. We agree the
Right.
text says that,
Right.
absolutely. But we have to give the interpretation of what it means. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll give this example. I
Yeah.
agree. The Bible says that the Lord died for the entire world. I agree it says that, but what does it mean is the question. You know what I'm saying? Because the
Hmm.
world represents the nation of Israel, not the entire world. So as you see, he was just playing, a hopscotch game. That's all he was
Yeah. I mean that's you got really no foundation if you're trying to pull that kind of stuff off. Like, you know, honestly, you'd be better off just being a health and wealth person and go and yank those verses and try and become like a Creflo Dollar than trying to be somebody who's trying to prove that the kingdom has been established with this much evil. It's a bad time to be pushing that. You know what I mean? Like,
Right,
I'm telling you,
right.
man, I'm not even joking. Like, I'm not trying to be insensitive, but like 10 years ago, you could like, it's not as crazy as it is now. And I'm not trying to be insensitive to people who were struggling 10 years ago, because lots of people have been for a lot longer than that. It's a bad time to be pushing that. Okay. Horrible time. Let me read Revelation 22:7. This is it. Behold, I come quickly. Blessed is he that keep the sayings of the prophecy of this book. So the only people that are going to be aware of the fact that Christ is going to return are the people that are keeping the sayings of the prophecy of this book. And again, I'm not trying to be arrogant, but we're the only people that at least care. So it has to be for us. We can't point to everybody who's going to be saved or even declare that ourselves, but it
Right,
has to
right,
be for our generation. And if
right.
it
And
man.
doesn't
here's
happen in
a
our generation, I'd be inclined to say the Bible is not true. Pass it to you.
Man,
right,
I'm
and
doing
here's
anything to
a
get
faith
saved out of
booster.
here.
I'll throw it to Bible Fender in a second, but here's a faith booster. Is, of course, we know we don't know if we are or are not, the elect. That's true. We take that upon faith, but you have to look at it like this. If we're not, if we're not those people, well, who the hell else is?
Right.
Right? Who the
Exactly.
hell
Hmm,
else is going around
that's a
Exactly.
teaching the
great
Bible
question.
the right way?
Exactly.
Who the hell else is? You
Let
know what
me
I'm
let me
saying?
read this as well, and anybody can answer that too, because that's a great point. Revelation 22:10, and he saith unto me, seal not the sayings of this prophecy of this book, for the time is at hand. And so when the revelation comes out, okay, people present their testimony, and then ultimately it's validated by whichever one comes true. That's when you know that we're in the end times. And this is what ATT was saying about the rabbit hole ending here. Well, it's going to sound arrogant, but just it has to be here. Okay. No one's going to come and tell us, oh, yeah, Bible Defender, did you read the book of, yeah, we read Isaiah. Yeah, we did. Guess what? We read Ezekiel as well, and Daniel and everything. Okay. And so no one's going to come here and tell us something new. Okay. We might have forgot. Okay. And okay, let me double check. Yeah, cool. Okay. But they're not going to just give us a new understanding. Oh, wow, this and that.
Right.
And no, hell no, man. Give me a break. We know that there's an elect. First and foremost, we know that this Bible is written by Israelites. Even Deacon said this in a clever line. This is for us, by us, the clothing FUBU. And I agree with him on that, that the scriptures are written for us, by us. Okay. So we should be able to what? Seal not the sayings of the prophecy of this book. We have to understand it. And then we get on YouTube and share it. And so we're proof it's going to happen. Okay. It's got it.
If you look at I don't know if you guys I'm big into looking at everybody's doctrine. Like I always go into these different prophetic, Bible scholars and these prophetic so-called Bible scholars. And shout out to Tahar once again, because I got that from him. He, always going into the prophetic scholars, and they agree on certain things. Hey, they even bring up the Karagma. So any of you Christians out there that's saying, it's something spiritual, well, you got to go check out them Bible scholars. They don't agree with y'all. A lot of these Bible scholars, what I was gonna say, they kind of slipped my mind. It slipped my
About the
mind
mark?
fast. What was it about the mark? No, it wasn't about the mark, but it slipped my mind. It'll come back.
Let me hit you with this while you think about that. Revelation 22:4, and they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their forehead. So I want people to understand this is describing the kingdom. So we're going to have some resemblance to the way it is now. Obviously, it's going to be in a much amplified state, but there's still going to be quote unquote bodies, like it's not like we're going to be morphed into some other species or something like that. Okay. And then if we're in a similar sort of state where we have a face and a forehead and all that, well, then why would we not have all the other things, that were sort of, similar to like our existence here? And I'm not trying to dilute it, but I want people to know that it's going to be incredible. We can't wrap our mind around it, but it's going to be very familiar is what I'm trying to say. And amazing, of course. So that's incredible. I just read it now again. I'm going to read this again. Revelation 21-22. It ends off. This is the quote payoff for the faithful. It's an amazing.
Yeah, we're almost there, right? And that's the uplifting part is, that's clearly right around the corner, man. So we're at the, pretty much the last go around, for a lack of better words. Hey, you better make sure you're on the right hand side. You better make sure you're doing what you need to be doing right now.
Right.
Okay, because this is hey, this is it, right? This is it.
I got another great point. Another great point. Have you ever? This is another thing. Have you ever sit there and listen, like meditated with yourself, and got in in a position, but like all by yourself, and just sit there and thought, like, yo, I'm living in a time where it is no second chance. There's no I can do it all over again. I got a second chance, to get this thing right. No, it's now or never.
Right. That's the times that we live in now, 100%. Like
literally,
there's no going back. There's
this is the final judgment.
Yeah, dude. This is the final exam, and I want people to know. Thankfully, the test is rigged in our favor. Okay, and ETT always says the tide tip in our favor. Man, God's handing the answer to us. Man, come on, dude. Like it's like literally, like I mean, come on, dude. You're gonna go and trust Biden as opposed to the Most High. Oh man, I'm not anybody here. I'm just saying anybody who hears this, man. Come on, dude. Biden's just a damn idiot, man. Come on, dude. And I want people to know it's deeper than that because obviously it's people in your family, man. Probably my entire family has been yabba dabba dude, man. I don't talk to them, but I'm pretty sure that that's the case. And guess what? When they call me, I'm like, oh, cool, robocall, spam. Okay. Because they're not invited to this party, man. Doesn't mean that I'm invited. I know for sure they're not. And so I don't want to be around them. Hell no. Okay. I want to be involved with what I was just scanning on Revelation 21 and 22. That sounds pretty good.
Right. The scriptures also say, the him that overcomes, he's going to have power over all things. Right. So you're going to gain everything back, everything that you lost on this side, all you got to do is go to what is that, Matthew the 19th chapter, right?
Yeah.
The
My favorite.
apostles
I
asked him.
always bring that up. I always
Go
bring
ahead.
that up. That's one of my favorite verses.
ETT, I cannot wait to beat Volcrab Malone with a rod of iron. I'm going to beat him over the head every day. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you, dude. But would you want me to read
Yo,
it, Matthew 19?
Vocrab Magone is going into slavery is what that guy's doing.
I had to throw you a bone, man, and give you that. But that's crazy, man. Like, I think that here's the deal. Okay. This is the thing about Bible stuff, right? We get on YouTube and we say a lot of things with confidence. It's not that we got this confidence ourselves. What we're teaching is clearly true. Okay. And so we say it with an amount of confidence that offends the world. But if it doesn't offend you, whoever's listening to this, I think you're in a good position, because then you have that amount of confidence. Okay. In God's words, not our words. And so just know that this world is going to view your confidence in the God of the Bible as arrogance. Oh, look at these people. Echo chamber, this and that. Yeah, it is an echo chamber at this point, because I'm not changing my position on my top things that I know are true. Okay.
Right.
That's what it is. And that's the situation. That's the point. That's the times that we're in, because these are years of study, and then witnessing. If America was not doing evil, I wouldn't call it Mystery Babylon. But guess what? It's doing evil every damn day, and it does not take a day off. So we know what Mystery Babylon is, and then all the other stuff. If this building spun, I wouldn't read the Bible. I'd be like chasing some women right now. I'd be doing anything else than this, because if this building spins, then the Bible's not true, because the Bible says it doesn't spin. So now, then we start getting deeper and all that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, you can have confidence in the fact that
Yo, let me
don't move.
chime in on something in the chat real quick.
Yeah.
I think some guys are having a conversation on something along the lines of turning from your sins and stuff like that.
Dude, Taking Back
but
Eden's going
just
hard, man. He just take a break, dude. He's
one
writing
thing.
like thousands of messages. Go ahead.
One thing I wanted to say is, if you go to what is that, Romans the 7th chapter, Paul speaks about how it's not me who sins, but rather it's my flesh that sins, right? Because I'm trapped in this flesh.
Yeah.
It's not me who wants to do the evil that I do, but rather my flesh. Right. So, hey, look, we teach that we're supposed to be following the laws, the best that we can. We can't fully, follow all the laws today. So, we're definitely going to, go off and break some of them. Not that we want to, but because you can't keep them all today. Right. So that's why we're under grace. So that's what Paul's talking about, there, that, we can't totally escape, from all of the, from going against the commandments today, right? In the time that we're in right now, we can't totally, follow them correctly. Okay. So we do what we can to the best of our ability, right? So that means we are going to go off. The scriptures say a righteous man falls 7 times a day, but he gets back up again. Right. So, just to settle that, we are all going to go off, from time to time, but we should be trying to.
But the caveat that I want to always say, and I think, we have to harp on this, you cannot do the best of your ability with the charagma. You cannot, whatever you think it is.
Right.
Okay. I'll leave it open. Okay. But again, people know what my position is, and I know you don't disagree with me on this thing. Okay. And, I don't know. There are, this is what the Bible, some sins are worse than others. Okay. That's, the Bible does teach that. And even Christ says that from his mouth, that, another person's sin is greater than yours. And so there is a hierarchy. Again, I'm not saying to go and ignore whatever, man. Go deep if you want to go and, do the fabric thing, do all that stuff, but do not do the charagma to the best. There is no charagma to the best of your ability, man. You either on our team or you're not. That's what it is. Okay. And I would just say, if anybody has a functioning brain, err on the side of caution, man. Don't put anything in your body, because now they're bringing these pills out for Corolla. Don't take any of that stuff, dude. Just hell with these people, man. They're stupid, man. They're going to put that in you, and then they know they got you, man. Then they're going to put the next thing, and then, we got a pill for you. They're going to keep jamming everything in your body, man. Who knows what they're going to have if this thing were to keep going, right? So that's my only caveat about ETT statement about to the best of your ability. I wasn't being a prick. It needs to be updated with what's going on right now.
Well, wait a second. Let me chime in on that.
Yeah.
Obviously, the mark is an exception, right? That's definitely not included in that, because I agree that you can't repent from that, and I never taught that you could. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So I wouldn't argue and say that changes anything I'm saying, because I already said from day one that you can't repent from that, right? I've always said that, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily go with that.
No, I mean that's fair. I would just say, again, unless you're 100% certain that the mark is the chip, and then you can go and teach that, and then you're right. Then this jab does fall in the category of any other quote unquote sin. Okay, that can be potentially forgiven. But if it's not, and then I think the argument with Dexios and other things, you can't say that. You can't say that that falls in the category of to the best of your ability, because even if you take one, even if you don't do the second one or a rooster, you're toast. From my vantage point. So that's the part that, I don't know if Luke consulted you privately on that or whatever, but Luke's ultimately a man. He's got to take his own, like we read about his own salvation and all that. But
Yeah, I agree that
yeah,
I agree that he went off on that. I told the brother that he should not, do that, before he did. So I definitely agree that he did go off on that. But hey, look, we're all going to be tested with that, because very soon, and you
yeah,
heard it first here from us. And I was talking about this on the show yesterday.
yeah,
But eventually there's going to come a time in the near future where you're not going to be able to go into a store or into any establishments or work anywhere without showing that you got these juices, right? So some of us can sit on here and say, oh, I ain't gonna do it, but guess what, some of us might actually end up doing it, right? And I'm not saying that about, I'm not hoping that upon any of us, but until we're put in the situation, everyone can sit there and say what they want,
yeah.
but then when the time actually comes, that's
Agreed.
when the decision has to happen. Like, I'll
But
give this
but
example.
Yeah,
I was watching this was years back. I want to say 8 years ago. I was watching a video that this cat, what's this guy, Wayne Levi Price from Tribulation Saints' YouTube channel. He put up a video about, are you ready, to die for your faith? And basically what it was is from a movie where they, kidnapped Christians and, put at gunpoint, asked them, are they willing to die for their faith? Right? These people are devout Christians, right, who believe in the Bible. And guess what? Majority of the people, they wouldn't do it, right? They renounced, the Christ. So everyone will sit there and say they'd be a saint, but then when they're put in the circumstance,
yeah.
you know,
nah,
you
I'll
might not
agree with
actually
that.
do it.
No, let him
I,
finish the point. Let him finish his point. I'll pass it to you. You
Right,
can take
right.
it.
So what
Yeah,
I'm saying is, we all, we can all sit here and say something right now, but then once you're starving on the street, who knows? You might you might just go get those
right,
juices. And
right,
as I
right.
said, we're not hoping that, but we have to see what happens, right? I hope
Mhm.
that's a bad decision to do, but it's bound to happen to somebody who's in the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it will, and we know that. We can already see it, and I think that's why when Luke worded that to me, I was like, because he's like, oh, but they required it to. I'm all like, dude, that's what the prophecy says. In my mind, I'm like, dude, that's exactly what it's like. If you were to say worded it another way, like, oh, a woman told me, I'll be like, I mean, I wouldn't say that that's right, but I'll be like, okay. But he literally said you need it in order to buy and sell. But I'm like, dude, that's exactly what the prophecy says. So, again, like, it's one of those things where it's, we always talk about how there's a gamble, just in general, a gamble with taking interest in the Bible, and again, we've had to deal with this throughout our whole life. That was a quote unquote risk. And so it's the same thing now, for people out there, people that come by my channel, I think we know what the mark of the beast is, but to me, you're chasing waterfalls, you're playing with fire, and I want people to know that fire is not in the spirit realm. It's going to be here. So God's going to torture people. Okay, starting with sores and then other things. So that's a risk that everybody has to weigh on their own. I'm not. Okay, not even. It's not even tempting. That's why the Bible says certain group are exempt from the hour of temptation, because it's not even tempting for me. I find Biden and all these people like funny. I'm like, really?
look.
Like,
I'll say this.
Yeah, me
Biden's on
too.
I'll say
TV now.
this. I'll
Right.
say this.
Yeah.
And this is what I was gonna say pertaining to ETT. What he said. I'm not saying you wrong, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't never been in a position where in my life, I felt like I had to ever be under any pressure because I felt like I know one thing, bro, for 100% fact. And I don't care. Anybody could be watching this and say, oh, this nigga nasty. I don't care if I got to eat out the garbage. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not, I ain't gonna lie. I'm just not doing it. If I got to eat out the garbage, fuck it. I'm eating out the garbage. I'm not doing it,
Right.
bro.
That's good.
It's
Yeah,
That's good
fire.
for you.
yeah, I
Right. That's
agree with
good for
Bible
you.
Defender.
That's definitely good for you. But as I'm saying, man, you know, we're all gonna find out, right? We're all gonna find out. I
That's
mean,
true.
hell, man, if
You're
they
right
offer
about that.
you, hey, look, if they offer you, a decent check, to get that juice, there's gonna be someone out there right now who's in the
Yeah,
truth, in the know,
right.
that they're gonna give in and do it. So I'm not saying we
General
are,
Yohana.
but I'm saying that there's always that possibility
Yeah,
that
we'll agree
someone
with that.
listening
We'll
to
agree with
this
that.
might.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? Like, this is why I want people to understand, first and foremost, that's why it's important to be a flat earther. People make fun of it, you're a flathead and all that. We knew that this was coming. Okay, we didn't tell you, like, we couldn't tell you the specifics, but it's very obvious that if they're going to do that, we're in that time where they're going to turn up the crank, and then we're obviously in the last days. So a lot of people saw it coming, probably even more clearly than I did, but that's important. Okay. And then, so a lot of us in our mind, we're already preparing that we're not going to live out the rest of our life. Now, if you're new to this thing, that's no worries. But if you're not in that mindset, you don't have to go by my timeline. Mine's a personal thing, but it's not that far from that. If you're making like, oh, I want my kids to go to college. No, that's not going to happen. If the Bible's true, no, get that out of your head. Okay. And I know it sounds insensitive because people have kids and all that. I don't, but that's the times that we live in now. It has to be. Look at how much we know about the Bible, and I'm not saying that arrogantly. No one's gonna come and oh, cool. ETT and TMoG did a stream. I'm gonna go and teach my kids. No one's teaching their kids what we're talking about here. They don't even know what we're talking about. Okay, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, no, this is for this time. Okay, and so that's the thing with Luke and all that. This is another thing too that could potentially seduce people, or young people who think, oh no, I'm still 20. Luke's like, oh, I'm going to try and figure out a way to make money. Dude, the economy's tanking, man. That's the whole point of this narrative, dummy. Okay. If you haven't figured that out by now, that this Corolla narrative happened exactly when the economy was already kind of tanking. Come on, man. There's no future economy or anything like that. What do you think? They print all this money to give LeBron James to put a damn ball into a hole. You think that's an economy?
Let me comment on that real quick,
man. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if you listened to the show yesterday, but I made a statement about that exact thing. They'll make a contract with a man to, shoot a ball into a hoop on TV. They'll give him $100 million, in a contract to do that. But yet nobody can come up with, $40 million to make complexes to get the homeless people off the street.
Exactly.
That we can't do, though. That part we can't do. But it's perfectly fine to pay a man $100 million and for a contract to shoot a ball into a hoop on TV. You know what I'm saying? That shows how messed up this place is, man.
Dude, they come up with contracts to build like furniture, like benches and stuff to keep the homeless out. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You ever see like anti-homeless architecture?
Yeah.
Like it's so evil.
Yo, Galapagos, dude, I got to hit you with this story, man. This is not TMoG got some charitable stuff, because like, TMoG beating damn freaking Chef Boyardee. Okay, I'm not living big, but back in the day, I gave this Judah, this African American gentleman, some funds. And he literally thought I was like trying to like kill him, because he was like, dude, they actually round homeless people up, because some people are like vigilantes. Like, they'll think that they're doing God's work by like going and like harming homeless people. That's how sick this world is. Okay.
Wow.
And then, yeah, they literally, even in downtown Houston, they'll have like Houston patrol people who are like, tell the homeless just to go away, And the irony is, I saw somebody taking a shower literally in a water fountain here right next to a church, like a Catholic church and stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, this is what's going on in the world. This world is completely inverted. So no, there's no future here if God exists. Ezekiel 16:49-50. Behold, this was the iniquity of thy sister Sodom. Pride, fullness of bread, the abundance of idleness was in her and in her daughters. Listen to this. Neither did she strengthen the hand of the poor and needy. Yeah. Tell me one ambition, one bill that's passed that addresses the poor and needy. And I'll shut this live stream down right now. Really? Find me one. Okay. Verse 50, and they were haughty and committed abomination before me. Therefore, I took them away as I saw good. What did he do? He burned them. Okay. That's what's going on. So we're not counting on TMoG sequence videos. First of all, his voice is annoying. Guy's losing his hair. We're counting on this God caring about his law and loving the poor. That's what I'm counting on. So that's a safe bet, though, because he says it everywhere from beginning to end. We'll see. That's all I got to say. So that part we'll agree on, man. We'll see. You know, people out there, oh, you're talking to your sky daddy, you believe in UFOs? Yeah, I do. What do you believe in?
Right, right. I mean, hell, man, as I said, hey, look, we're hoping for them UFOs to come down here and to beam us up and take us the hell out of here. That's what we're looking for, man. And that's what, hey, look, all of us that are listening, for everyone tuning in, that's what you better be hoping for.
Correct.
Is hoping to see those UFOs show up and to beam you up and to carry you away from here. Okay,
And
we're not
let
looking
me
for
highlight
no
what
white.
he just said. Let me highlight what he just
Go
said.
ahead.
The hell out of here. That's, you know, all these terms are truth in plain sight. You know, they say, get me the hell out of here. What are they talking about? Take you out of spirit realm where God exists and there's like peace and, you know, order? No, they're talking about here. Okay. So that's a great point. Yeah, we're trying to get
Right,
first of
right.
all, out of hell. Okay. And where can we go? We can't go to freaking Europe and start a new life. We can't go to Canada. Why? You know what's crazy? In Canada, you can't even travel anymore without the YAB. So you think, oh, I used to, because I grew up in Canada, I was like, oh, Canada, they're not that stupid. Yeah, okay, well, what's going on in Canada right now? Okay, so where are we going to go? Australia, like Luke proves, is on complete lockdown.
Yeah, man, it's crazy over there.
You got to write a letter to your damn mayor just to be able to go and get a freaking Red Bull at the corner store, man. Like, you can't do anything, dude. So where are we going to go, man? We got to go out, up. Okay. Can't say that enough, man. That's what's going on, dude.
Right, right. So as I was saying, we're not looking for, a white Jesus to come down, from the sky on a white horse,
Yeah.
like, these Christians are looking for. We're not looking for that. We're looking for these, what people call alien ships, to come down and to take this place down, and to bring us up. That's what we're looking for. All right. And
Yeah.
as I said, guys, and this shows, man, as I said, certain guys, like, I don't know what Pops thinks, right? If he believes in the UFOs as being the chariots, I think he was open to the idea,
That dude's funny,
and
man. You got to
it's
talk to him again.
definitely, yeah, I like Pops. I think that brother's cool. His son's a little, more difficult to deal with, but Pops is pretty cool. That guy's, we'll have him on the show anytime. That guy.
Yeah. Let me hit people with a couple of verses, man. These are deep. Okay. This is what I want people to know, man. Guess what? The secret of the Bible, read it on your own. Okay. Pray fast. Ask the Most High. He's not like these people who charge you 40 grand at some damn cemetery school. You sincerely read this book and you pray, you will get understanding. Okay. That we know that. Okay. But check this out. John 6:40-41. And this is the will of him that sent me, that everyone which seeth the Son and believeth on him may have everlasting life. And listen to this, and I'll raise him up at the last day. That's literal. Okay. This is what's deep about
Wait
the
a
Bible.
second.
Well, let me one more verse and I'll pass it back to you.
Yep.
This is what's deep about Jesus. Okay. Yahushua. What he says, it's double meaning, but the cool thing about it, a lot of times it's literal. This is how clever he is. Okay. And I'll raise him up at the last day. That's talking about being taken up. Verse 41, the Jews then murmured at him because he said, I am the bread which come down from heaven. So we're expecting Christ to come down from heaven. Okay. From the sky, when, the Most High will visit the world that he made through his son. And so this is an amazing thing. This is talking about salvation. People don't get it. We understand it now. We didn't learn this from the church or anything like that. So it's got to be for us. Okay. Go ahead, ETT.
Right. I just wanted to add in on that, something you just said, because you brought up everlasting life. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Sakari teaches that in the kingdom of heaven, the elect are going to live for 1,000 years, then they're going to die and come back to life and reincarnation.
Well, we just read there's no death.
Where the hell are they getting that from? The scriptures say that whoever overcomes are going to have everlasting life. That's what it says.
I would quote
that too.
Isn't
death going to be swallowed up?
Yeah,
isn't death going to be swallowed up in victory?
Exactly. Death and hell are
They
going to be
call it
passing over like a
lifespans
fire.
is what they refer to it as. They call it lifespans. 1,000-year lifespans in the kingdom is what they call it.
That's what's funny, man, because we even had that guy Joseph, or not Joseph, but that guy who came on, the long-haired guy or whatever, the funny
Williams, right?
nice guy, but he was like, oh yeah, you know, there's gonna be 1,000 year, then the devil's gonna be loose from. No, man, are you kidding me? You're gonna have 1,000 years of heaven, and then God's gonna be like, you know what, man, you know that 1,000 years you're enjoying? Yeah, I'm just gonna like chuck a bunch of demons out. No, man, that's stupid, dude.
Wait a second. We can't skip this part. Going by what you just said about the 1,000 years, remember our good old friend More Than the Flame, he believes that Christ returned in the Middle Ages and that we're living in the 1,000 years where Satan was released from his prison right now. So we're living after when Christ returned and took down Babylon and all of the, Mark, all that already happened in the past. We're living in Satan's, short 1,000-year reign right now is what he's saying.
Well, let me hit ETT up with this because I know you guys are into numerology because of that TMoG guy. He's annoying, but you can learn something from him. John 6:44. Wait a minute, why is this in verse 44? That number is important, isn't it? No man can come to me except the Father which has sent me. Draw him, and I'll raise him up at the last day. What's 6 + 4 + 4? 8, 14, John 14, right? So that number keeps popping up, man. I have a feeling that this book, it was not constructed by a bunch of Freemasons. What do you guys think? I don't think that it was constructed by man. People say, oh, the Bible's been manipulated. That's what even Pops will say that once in a while to us. Really?
Right.
How come everybody's saying the same thing in the Bible, though? Okay? Like when you actually read it, how come Ezra is saying the same thing that Ezekiel's saying? It's the same thing that Daniel's saying. So when did they have a meeting? They had an intergenerational meeting, and hey, guess what? You know, in 20 years when you're alive, you're gonna write this down. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, really? When did that meeting happen?
People say that it's written by men, but I'm trying to figure out if it's written by men, how could all of these prophecies and all of these prophets be speaking about the same thing pertaining to the same time?
Agreed.
The time period that they all speaking about is perfect. It's like okay, it's like Daniel was prophesying about the same thing. Matthew is prophesying about the same thing. Luke is prophesying about the same thing. Then you go to these different even if you go to, because some people say that Yahushua wasn't, in the Old Testament. He's prophesied about in Jeremiah, Isaiah. So it's like how all of these prophecies showing that it's literally foretelling a specific person that's going to come.
100%.
A specific person that's going to come and deliver a nation. And then not only that, it's talking about these specific times that's going to be detrimental. Jacob's trouble, the MOTB, destruction, famine, pestilence.
Fire.
We living in that time. We living in that time right now. Who prophesied of that?
Check this out too. When was Isaiah written and when was Revelation written? These are obviously in two different time periods, right? How come they're saying the exact same thing? Isaiah 66:15, for behold, the Lord will come with fire and with his chariots like a whirlwind to render his anger with fury and his rebuke with flames of fire. That sounds pretty much exactly like this. Revelation 14:10, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured without mixture into the cup of his indignation, and he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels, in the presence of the Lamb.
You know what? I think G-Man is probably watching this stream right now while he's eating a mouse sandwich.
I'm just dude. This is what's funny, man. This is why you got to be careful when you use your inside jokes with FEBR, because I want people to know, man. ETT and I, man, we go way back, dude. We've seen enough of each other's videos. I know exactly what the dude's gonna say. He's gonna post a video tomorrow talking about the same thing. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna post my same stuff tomorrow, man. It's just a damn broken record at this point. But I want people to know, man, it should be fun for you at this point, for all of us, because we're clearly on to something. Okay. It's clear, man. You're in the right place if you're reading the Bible and taking it most of the place literally, because there is no way Isaiah and John the Revelator just randomly started writing about stuff. You know what? I'm going to make up some stories, you know what I mean? About some chariots and, God. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to do that. Write it down here. And are you kidding me, man?
And then not even that. Look how the way the laws is structured.
Right. They make sense. They make sense.
You're gonna tell me that whoever made this book literally knew how to structure a world.
Right.
Because I'll tell you this: if the world kept the law, we would be in a good place right now.
Agreed. If they even kept 5 of them, much less 613, dude. If they kept talking about the 10 Commandments, dude. If everybody on the earth kept 5 of the laws, God wouldn't end this place. because eventually it would sort of work itself out into some. We certainly wouldn't fight against God, that's for sure. And so it's the fact that this earth not only doesn't keep them, if you do try and keep them, it's going to fight against you. That's what it is. And that's why when the law appears in the sky, which is Christ, Yahushua, is going to fight against that. So what does that prove? This earth is completely lawless. Wherever the law is, it fights against it. It's amazing, man. It's deep, and so that's what's going on, and so if you're facing resistance even within your own body, which we were reading about the flesh, know that that's common to man, but then also know that this entire earth is also going to be fighting against your desire to keep any of God's laws. Okay. But then know if you do that, then you're on the right path. So if you're
want to
doing
know something interesting?
the whole earth, I'll pass it and give it back to you. If you're doing whatever you're doing and the whole earth is basically giving you a pat on the back, you've gone down the wrong street. Okay. Reverse. Okay. Get the hell out and then go back and start again. Go ahead.
One thing I wanted to mention is something interesting. If you go to what is that? I want to say Genesis, the 9th chapter. If you start at the first, what I want to say the 4th verse, Genesis chapter 9, verse 4 on down, it speaks about the blood. It says what? That the life is in the blood, right? That's why, if you you pass away, or I should say, some people who, take their own lives, by, let's say, slitting their wrist or whatever, what happens to them?
Ronnie themselves. Yep, got it.
They the reason they die is because their blood, too much of it leaks out of the body, right? That's why they die. So that also gives authenticity to what the Bible's saying, because it says there that the life force of the body is the blood, right? In Genesis chapter 9, verse 4 on down.
Right.
So that's also another proof of it. You know what I'm saying? And it just shows that life could not have just originated by magic, right? Or just by random happenstance.
I see what you're getting at.
How exactly? Right. How exactly could that possibly just occur? Like, I'll give this example as well. The brain needs the heart to operate, but at the same time, the heart needs the brain. So wait a second. How could they possibly just magically come into existence?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy because these things that used to be obvious for us are obviously not true now, and then that's crazy, to think about that. Literally a lot of the stuff that we picked up over the last few years, I mean, we're undoing some people a lifetime of things, like atheism was essentially the Christian church or atheists. Okay. When you really look into it, like they're not really pushing anything in the Bible. So you effectively have to be an atheist. And when you start actually going into the Bible, you'll start realizing that they're not going to want to hang around you. So as much as I said, I've been in a 501c3 ecosystem, which is true, I was essentially an atheist. Okay. But we don't have to remain that way, so we know that God exists. The only question is which God, which one, that's what we want to see. And then this God will not be validated until he appears in the sky.
Right. And that's a good thing to speak about, because hey, look, it's a fact that some type of higher intelligence exists, right? So that argument's out the window, especially now we know that the world is flat. That obviously proves that everything was divinely created. Now, the only argument that remains is who or what gods were the ones who are responsible for creating the world. We, of course, we found our calling. The one that we're subscribing to is the God of the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because not only do we have archaeological evidence to support the authenticity, look that word up, of the text, we also have the prophecies, right? And these other religious texts don't have that. So that, is another incentive on why to subscribe to the Bible. Okay. Which, by the way, the word Bible means, what is it? Basic instructions before leaving Earth. That's what the word means. Right. So that's the book we would subscribe to. But the only argument that one could really argue
giving us
about.
wisdom.
Go ahead. What was that?
Nah, I said look at ETT giving us wisdom.
Dude, I mean that's also a good song by Killa Priest, man. He literally has a rap song called Bible, and like he dropped some gems in that. So he's also one of those people who just started getting in a bunch of random stuff, and he started off on a good path, But it's crazy, man. But yeah, it is it's funny because they end up being quote unquote basic to us, but when you go and tell people, they're like, oh, that's super deep. But whatever, man. Don't be dumb with these people, man. If reincarnation, you've accepted it, that's deep, and other people don't get it, who cares? Okay. It's not your job to go and convince them. We go to these people basically to laugh at them when they start saying, oh no, then they pick all these obscure verses that have nothing to do with reincarnation or anything like that. And we were like, oh, that's all you got? That's funny. Okay. So, just know that, okay, this is basic instructions for us. And then the thing is, what is it? Basic instructions before leaving Earth. Yeah, we're anxious to leave Earth, okay, because this place is hell. So that's going to be offensive to other people just saying that. So it's amazing,
Right.
man.
We're going to do that. We're going to do that in a spectacular way, right? By way of these UFOs, right? So, hey, look, these people, and that's even in the Apocrypha, says they're going to
I'll
be
get it.
astonished at the
Yeah.
strangest, right? That's a good scripture. But
Yeah.
hey, look, people are going to lose their mind when they see people being, taken up in alien spacecrafts,
Yeah.
which is what they've been indoctrinated to believe. That's going to be an amazing thing. So, hey, look, the only thing we should be worried about is getting onto one of them chariots. That's what we should all be striving,
Correct.
to be part of. I'll throw back to
Correct.
Mike.
And I want people to know, just think about this logically. Why would they be afraid? We're going to read that verse in Wisdom of Solomon here, but just generally speaking, why would a person be afraid? Hey, no worries. It's God, right? What's God going to do? Like make you stupid or whatever? Like, what's he going to do? Bring you garbage food? Why is the world afraid? Like in Revelation 1:7, and also in this verse I'm going to read here, because this world is antichrist. They hate God. Okay. Even your everyday average person who seems like a nice person, Joe Blow down the street or whatever. Yeah, they likely hate God. Okay. Because if you're not open and professing certain things that we know are true, public, quote unquote, publicly, again, not to get praised, but just if you're not upfront about it, then it's likely that that person hates God. Okay. God's not down with people who just like don't really like actually profess him or show any kind of allegiance to him in any way. God's like, dude, like he's not fooled by that. Okay. So like just know that. And so that's not easy for us to understand because we may get along with these people in an earthly perspective. Okay. We may even do sort of quote unquote business with them, but it doesn't matter. Okay. Wisdom of Solomon 5:2. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for. I would highly recommend people watch that clip from Independence Day that I have on my channel, where this quote unquote mothership literally comes up and it's shown in America for good reason. It's just a massive rock in the sky. Okay. That's what it's going to be. It'll literally like put shade over you. Like that's how big it is. It'll block the sun. So that's Christ. Okay. And a lot of the people are going to
Right.
be introduced to Jesus when it's too late. Okay. That's
Well,
just what it is.
and it's not gonna be sweet Jesus. It's gonna be a man. Oh, somebody get Isaiah 63.
Yeah. Is this the I will not meet thee as a man?
No, this is
Yeah. Then after, yeah, get that one. That's him in the wine press. That one. But then after you get this, go ahead and get, what is that? Luke chapter 19 and verse 27 is a good.
Yeah, I mean, this is an amazing time that we live in, man. Who would have thought, a lot of us read the Bible and like this and that, and we realized like this is very possible, and I would say almost certain it's going to be in our lifetime, without a doubt. Isaiah 47:3. Thy nakedness shall be uncovered, yea, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man. So basically, he will not be able to die. Okay. We understand that he died a death, a brutal one at the hands some of his own people. Okay. But he's not coming back in a situation, first of all, in a place, because he's going to be in the sky, and he's going to be coming with incredible power. So he's not going to lose. Okay. Luke 19:27. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me.
That don't
That's
sound
literal.
like this
That's
this
literal.
white, loving Jesus.
Right.
Right, and he was talking about Israelites too.
Yeah, exactly. So if the judgment's going to begin at the house of God, and there's a great verse about that, how much do you think God cares about these other people? And so all we can do is take care of our own house individually. Make sure that we're okay, Be selfish in these times, man. You can't go and save anybody and go and give them a damn brain cell, because a lot of these people don't even have 2 or 3 brain cells, man. You tell them this building doesn't spin, they look at you like, wow, well, like you told them something like bad news. Really? You don't want to know the truth? You really want to believe your building spins when it doesn't? You dummies. Okay. Don't worry, that's cool. Like it's not for a lot of people. Okay. That's fine.
People like to live in the fantasy. That's what it is.
Yeah, like this is what the Bible says. Their inward thought is that their house will endure forever. They genuinely want to believe they're going to have their still stupid Dos Equis on Friday after they're done their damn slave job. They still want would you give them a beer and a hot dog? These people will do anything. Okay. That's literally true actually right now. It's not funny. That's literally what they're trying to bribe people to do this.
Right.
So don't be like these people, man. 1 Peter 4:17, for the time has come that judgment must begin at the house of God. And if it first begin at us, wait a minute, why is it saying us when it's talking about judgment in the last days? That must mean that they're here again. Okay. What shall be the end be of them that obey not the gospel of God? It's talking about the end times. So I don't know, man. Like reincarnation is undebunkable at this point. Like, you come up against us on that topic, you're going to get absolutely plowed. Okay. Nonstop.
And that's what I thought. When Apostle Jahal got confronted by vocab, he could have went straight into reincarnation.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and it's clear that it's not for them, because then those people would do what you guys do better than I do, but they never concede a point. Has vocab ever conceded certain things that, okay, you are the Jews, or yeah, reincarnation? Like they don't say that. So they're not real people. They're just damn actors. Okay. So we give credit where credit is due. I'll give ETT credit for being on YouTube for years and preaching and all that. That's not an everyday average 15 or 16 or 17-year-old does that. No, they're freaking chasing around some idiot who doesn't have a damn brain. Okay. Or planning where they're going to go to cemetery school, or what plantation they're going to work on and all that. So, that's good, and that's unique. And so I give credit where credit is due, but we also have to be very, very careful that now we're in the time now where our doctrine really, really is going to be seen. And I'm speaking to myself here now too. Like it's either going to be proven true or false. And then we don't care what the world says, because they don't care about our doctrine, but what God's going to say. Oh, what were you teaching? Oh, really? You're saying it's the Vatican? Oh, yeah. So I'm going to go blow up the Vatican? Really? Because of your stupid opinions? That's what he's going to say to people. He's like, essentially, when people say that, you're basically becoming God. If you're not stating what God said, you're like, but God's like, wait a minute, I had a plan actually for America, but you're going around telling people that I'm going to go do that to Rome or something like that. So what are you trying to do? Like, you're trying to basically be God and direct his anger.
Yo, mind of God, drop a link in the chat. Yeah. I think Mike might want to stop by. I have him on the Discord here. I think I sent him a message to see if he wants to stop, but just put one in there in case he decides to stop by.
I'll probably end this in about 20, because TMoG's got a stressful day. I got a date with the golf course, so got to prepare for that. But yeah, what I was going to say is that this is why I want people to understand that the doctrine is important, okay? Because we're not in a position ever to boss God around, okay? And so if you're saying whatever you're saying that God's going to do whatever it is, okay? And if God's not going to do that, God's going to destroy you first, okay? Then he's going to do what he already said he's going to do, okay? And I want people to know that falls on me too. So going around and saying that God's going to destroy Rome or whatever.
Mike might be in the back chat.
Okay.
Elohim. Maybe then click the link yet.
Elohim. What's up, man? What's up, dude?
Yo.
Yo, what's up, dude?
What's up, dog?
We like talking to you, but we also like talking to your dad, man. Where's Pops at, dude? He's okay?
Pops is asleep right now, yo.
That's good. Yo, he keeps it all the way 100, man. We enjoy our combos, even though we disagree on a lot. But what's up, man?
We got a lot of storms coming in, bro. I've been feeling like shit. You know what I'm saying?
You're in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Damn, dude. That stuff in Kentucky, man, that didn't even look real, dude. That thing just plowed that place. Like,
Oh
that's
yeah, bro. I
crazy.
mean, the Almighty definitely sent that world record tornado. Whether or not he sent that directly himself, or whether or not he manipulated some evil people to use some weather manipulation technology,
Yeah,
it was definitely intentional.
100%.
Right.
There is no way that any kind of devastation, and we can read Amos 3:6, but yeah, I mean, Houston, when I first moved here a few years ago, we had water above cars. Think about that. People were on a boat floating around Houston, and below them were their cars submerged in water. How could that not be from God? 10 feet of water. Like, are you kidding me? So that I'm glad you're aware of that. But yeah, man, hopefully you stay safe. Do you have a plan, or how bad is it?
I mean, safe from what?
The storm that's coming.
I mean, there's a lot. We've been getting bombarded with storms. There's nothing you could really do to plan for it. You know, if the
Right.
Almighty's going to wipe you out, it's going to go down.
Yeah, man, TMoG would actually be a storm chaser in these days, man. You know, I'll be cool with that. You know, like I don't want to be here, but I'm not trying to make light of that. But yeah, man, it's crazy. But you know, we were just having a little short, 6-hour live stream. You know, about different things.
I think, is this your record? Is this your record going for
Getting
6
close, man.
hours?
Yeah, I don't want to like. It's and this, that rule where I'm already over my hours, but they let you go. To
Yeah,
over. So I'm in that zone now. So
Are you guys using StreamYard for the most of your?
yeah. We're using
Yep.
StreamYard.
yeah.
So yo, I could actually help y'all out and put you on to the way that we've started to do it. And I'm gonna be real with you. We don't have it down 100% where it's perfect yet,
Mhm.
but we're using Discord and OBS, and we've basically created our own StreamYard, so it takes away all the limitations.
That's sick. So you
I don't know
don't
if
have
you've
any
seen my
time limit?
recent streams, but we're running everything through StreamYard and Discord now.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Discord and OBS. My bad.
So what's the learning curve on that? Like how much time would it take to get into that?
Oh, I mean, you could have that set up in like a couple hours. You'll have it all set up. You just got to get it to where you get your YouTube streamer key, hook that up to the OBS, and then you've got to set up like your scenes, the different things you want it to do.
Yeah.
So like you'll have Discord, you'll have it share the Discord chat that you're in.
Yeah.
I'll show you guys how to do it if you want to do it.
But dude, you would help out somebody who uses a blasphemous name like the Mind of God. You would help me out.
At the end of the day, you got to realize that just because you're wrong about some things doesn't mean you're a blasphemous person.
That's
right?
that's dope, man. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much we came on here because ETT is running low on minutes. I don't know if I have that much to say. I would say we're kind of going over the same things again. I think it's good, for me and people. But
Let me ask this question.
yeah, go ahead,
How high does everyone think the firmament is?
dude. I wish I knew, man.
Well, yo, we know with Operation Fishbowl, right? We know they were shooting missiles up in the air,
Right.
and they were getting like 5 miles into the air before they exploded, hitting the firmament.
Oh man, dude, that would be
mean,
really cool to know.
We could see the firmament. You know what I'm saying? So it can't be that far.
Where did you see the firmament?
Yeah,
I was
you could
just
see
gonna
the
ask that.
firmament during Operation Fishbowl. When they're nuking it, you see the whole firmament light up.
Was there a video of that online?
Yeah, I was here. Where's the video? I want to see that.
There's a video out there.
Yeah, I want to see that, man. You're gonna have to.
That's
You're gonna
deep.
have
Hold
to
on.
send
Let me
that
see if I
our way,
got
man.
That just shows how crazy the God's left-hand side is, dude. They literally are like, it's like in your home. They're like, yeah, let me just blow up the roof, and see what happens.
Oh, but wait a second.
Yeah.
But wait a second. According to Tried and Denied, they couldn't have hit the firmament because nuclear weapons don't exist.
Right. Well, they're gonna find out about that thousand. You know what I mean? Because the Most High's got their name on one of those thousand.
Oh, but wait a second.
We don't care.
They said that the 1,000 is talking about the elect is what they said that means.
That's such a bad breakdown, dude. That's great.
Yo.
I would actually accept the China one, even though that's stupid too. That it's like the Chinese military or something like that. That makes a little bit more sense than that's the elect. Okay, But I'll address a
Right.
topic in the chat. By reincarnation, you mean someone that died and is reborn through another being, having no idea who they were? Yeah, that's what we mean. And so that's a biblical fact, you know. And then
Yo,
you could bring
the
up more.
nukes you guys were talking about, I'm not saying that nuclear warfare, the way that we've been taught it exists, but we do have really big bombs that have been shot at the firmament that they called nuclear warheads that actually exploded. You know what I'm saying?
That just shows how powerful the firmament has to be, because they're like, it will be like, doesn't even affect it.
Well, I think it's plasma, bro.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And if it's plasma, you can't really break it. It's just like it'd just vaporize anything that hits it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's described as this quote unquote molten looking glass, and it is, and it even uses that term of like fire, you know, or like that kind of language. Let me get that verse.
Well, yeah, bro. I
Hey, but
mean,
one thing's for sure, though. One thing's for sure is that there's no way to escape from this place. You know, we're really just
100%.
living in a massive ant farm, is what we're living in, and we don't even know it, right? Most people don't even have a clue.
We're
You know,
just a
they've been
bunch of
living
damn
under.
grasshoppers, okay, according to the Bible. Yeah, go ahead.
But the real interesting part is what's outside of the world. Are we like on some type of like table, and then there's 50 other, you know, firmament worlds next to us? Hey, we don't
Right.
know. We
Right.
don't know. The Lord could have a whole nother, you know, world out there, you know, in
I'm pretty
another
sure he
firmament.
does.
We have
I'm
no
pretty
clue.
sure he does. Yeah. But Job 37:18, hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong and as a molten looking glass. So yeah, I mean, the plasma thing is clearly something that you cannot go through it.
Wait,
oh,
do
yo,
you guys believe outside of the firmament there's actually like different like planets that you could go to, or no?
nah.
I don't think I wouldn't call them like, I mean, again, for me, I don't think there's any reason to limit what God has made, you know, like, I don't know, you know, is there other communities and
It
civilizations?
says that the stars are diamonds in the firmament.
Right,
You know?
exactly.
And it says like the other shit is luminaries in the heavens.
Right,
So
right.
Right.
you know,
So
we
there's
don't really
not,
know
you
what
know,
they
other.
are.
Right. There's not other worlds here, but what we can agree on is that, you know, it's possible that there might be other worlds that exist, you know, in a whole nother,
100%.
you know, place, at a whole nother, you know, dome of their own, and another, you
100%.
know, table or something. We have no clue what the hell's going on.
Technically, the
You know,
Almighty
between
could
the
have
Most High.
infinite realities
Agreed.
in every
Right.
direction.
Agreed.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
agreed. And we read that actually, and I want people to know. Again, can't prove this, but Psalms 86:13, for great is thy mercy toward me, and thou hast delivered my soul from the lowest hell. And so maybe the distance away from the Most High is he refers to as hell, and this could be the furthest. We don't know. And then he could have sort of quote unquote layers, and then other quote unquote civilizations. Maybe they have their own word. Okay, that's obviously still true, and he could be doing some kind of training and optimization with them. We don't know. Again,
Yo, I think I figured out the hell dilemma, guys.
okay. What's that?
All right. So in my logic, right, you got the heavenly beings, and at some point they was heavenly beings, but then when they fell to earth, right, they became earthly beings, physical beings.
Okay.
And they had, you know, the Almighty had given them horrible forms and cursed them to crawl on their belly, right?
Wait, 1 second, man. I got to address something in the chat. We got people, first and foremost, everybody in the chat, man, Taking Back Eden and Dominic, and just relax, dude. You guys are typing like damn essays, man. First and foremost, if you want to deal with reincarnation, again, I'm going to have to be the bad guy, man, with you people, man. This channel is not a channel where I'm debating reincarnation. I'm telling you that it's in the Bible. If you don't accept that, go away. Okay. Just don't put stuff in my chat right now that goes against obvious things that I teach. Okay. It's not up for debate. Okay. He's like, if reincarnation is true, then the dead in Christ means nothing. No, it doesn't mean that. Okay. So just unless you want your rear end blocked, I'll boot you to the other end of YouTube. Then shut up, man. Stop typing these damn essays. We're teaching you the Bible. If we were teaching you something that was open for interpretation, guess what we would say? This is open to interpretation, just like what we're talking about right now. Okay. Right. However, that topic is not open to interpretation. If I'm wrong, which you just said, which now you're going to get blocked, well, then why are you here? Okay. That's what I ask you, dumbos. What are you doing on a channel where you are listening to people talking about something over and over and over again, and we say it's for sure, for sure, for sure, and you say it's not, it's not, it's not. What are you doing here? Okay. That's why you got to go by. Okay. And so that's permanent. Okay. So you retards, again, this is on things that are obviously true. Like Mystery Babylon is America. We're not going back and forth with you on that, man, at this stage of the game and on that topic too. And I would actually argue that you can prove reincarnation actually potentially even with more number of verses. Okay. The Mystery Babylon is very, very clear, but there's number of verses wise, there's more things that point to that. So that guy's got to go. Go ahead, Mike. What's up?
I'm just saying that, like, when you really look at the way it looks like the angelic beings had fallen. And when they had fallen from the heavens to earth, they had taken on physical forms, right? So essentially, if they was something angelic and spiritual, then they didn't have a physical form, right? They were like less dense, so to speak. Okay. When they came down to the physical form, they became more dense and physical. And
let me hit you with a verse. Let me hit you with a verse. Jude 1:6, and the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. So there is a sense that there are spiritual beings here undergoing judgment, which I just read.
Right. Now, what I'm saying is when these spiritual beings became physical, right? And, you know, let's say there are some spirits here, right? We know that the Nephilim, when they died, they left their spirits behind on the earth forever. But what I'm saying is these original fallen angels, right? They fell, became physical. We can see that when they left the grace of the Almighty, they became a lower vibrational being, thus becoming physical matter. When they were existing in the grace of the Almighty, they were higher vibrational beings, thus not having a physical form. What I'm telling you is I believe that hell is below this physical form. You understand? Below this physical form in a more dense state, because we know that love is the least dense, you know, emotion, and hate is the most dense emotion. So when we are dragged down, I believe, in death, lower than this existence with our emotions and our vibrational frequencies and whatever we've done, we can be brought into that hell. You know what I'm saying? We're
Wait
not.
a minute, Mike, first I got to ask, how much gas are you puffing on tonight, man? Before I answer that question, how much of that?
Just the same as every other day.
But you're not passing it around to us. That's kind of rude. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just kidding, man. But first of all, I got to ask, what do you mean by dense state and all that? Like, just state your position. Sometimes flat.
All right.
Yo, real quick, before Mike responds, I'm gonna have to hop off for tonight because I got to get in. But I'm gonna be listening. I'm gonna tune in and listen from the comment section. But thanks for having me on tonight, man. It was definitely a great stream.
Enjoyed it, man. I'm gonna close up soon just because I got to wake up early, but I got to get down to the bottom of this with Mike, man.
Yeah, I'll leave too. I gotta get up in the morning.
All right, man. Enjoyed it, dude. Thanks for joining.
So, yo, the mind of God, right? You're a spirit. You're flying around. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're able to move in and out of reality, do whatever you want, because you're not bound to physical reality.
Okay.
Now, essentially, you fall to, like, in order to go into the daughters of men, they had to become physical bodies. At the same time, the lust that they were experiencing brought them down to that physical state.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? Then they were able to have their meeting on Mount Hermon. You know what I mean? They were able to make that, you know what I mean, that agreement. They go into the daughters of men.
Okay.
They had to become physical before they could do that.
Okay.
I'm saying the way they became physical is through sin. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. So I guess just what's your, how does that relate to the position on hell? What is
so now what I'm saying is, imagine if the ladder, right, isn't just up and down from earth to heaven. Imagine if the ladder goes from earth to hell also, right? So now on earth, if we are to fall, imagine if we go down one more level.
But where would
whatever that is?
But what? Yeah, okay. So what? You don't know what that would be.
Well, we don't know what it is to be an angel, right? We can just kind of imagine. We know what it is to be on earth, and we know that they were an angel. They came down to earth. But now, what is hell, right? What is the prison of the Almighty? a more dense state of existence than being on Earth. Something that you can't imagine. If you know, like, you're an angel, you could fly around, you have much mobility.
I know what you're saying. So now I know what you're saying. You're saying dense is more restrictive, to put it
right.
in.
Well,
Okay,
yeah, because you can't move. You're so heavy, you have no
Understood.
muscles.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
Understood. So
imagine being a stone monster.
Yeah. Here's the deal. The strongest evidence that this is actually the most restrictive place is that when God comes here, he gets crucified. So that, to me, is actually the strongest evidence that this is the quote unquote lowest hell, like the verse that I read, because where God brings his spirit or his prophets and all that, then they get killed. So you would be then imagining a place where God would then bring the same soul and they would get treated worse, right? If you were talking about a more dense state, a more restricted.
I'm saying it's a place where he wouldn't even bring his prophets.
Okay. So then your understanding is that, would that be in the earth or a separate dimension?
Below it.
Okay. So it's still tied to this place?
I mean, the same way that the heavens are above us, the earth is below us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Whether or not that's actually in physical or if that's dimensional, it doesn't matter to me. I know that earth is here, and we got Shamain above, and we got Sheol below.
I just like when you say Elohim, dude, because it sounds dope, man. I got to be honest. That's just cool. But here's the deal, man. So
I don't even say Elohim. I say Elohim.
Oh, Elohim.
Elohim.
So you believe? Okay, so if my channel was called The Mind of Elohim, you would be less offended, just in general?
I'm not offended. Okay. I'm just surprised that with your knowledge and your wisdom, that you would still go by a blasphemous name.
Okay, no, that's
it's
cool.
more of a surprise. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's cool, man. Even with ETT and in the Hawashai and all that stuff, like I just don't dig into that. Honestly, it's one of the topics that I don't dig into. But just so you know, again, I know you and we can talk about things maybe outside of the Bible and outside of the box, so to speak. But the Bible itself, the book, makes it very clear that this action, this earth, and then the actions on it are the place of hell. There's no things that are going on elsewhere. And if it did reference that, then there would be a possibility. But if you're believing that there's potentially a worse place than this, that's you can't prove that to be false. But the word hell in the Bible is referring to this earth.
So the mind of God, I've known people on this earth that were alive, that were in hell. You feel me?
Yes, we all are.
So no, I mean, I know people that was in hell and I wasn't. So if they was in hell on this earth and I wasn't, then this earth necessarily doesn't mean it's hell, but maybe hell is here, right?
That's a great point, actually, because it's not hell for a lot of people because they're living well, and that's what we talked about, that it's only going to be hell ultimately for God's elect because they're going to realize that this earth is deceptive and inverted, and lawless. And so, so you ask a majority of people on this earth, even people who don't have the best life, they won't say that. So,
I believe the hell that we speak of, right? And I'm going to apologize. Earlier when I was mentioning hell below, right?
Right.
That's the term that I'm using the same way you use the term God. But the word hell is not the proper word for the realm below, right? We got Sheol, right? And then you've got the lake of fire.
Right.
But there's also, we got to also understand where are the Malachim that revolted, the angels that revolted against the Almighty, where are they bound? Because it says that he sent, I believe Gabriel to bind them in the center of a star.
Okay.
For all eternity till the end of days, they're bound somewhere in chains. So where are they bound in chains? That's the question.
Yeah, if you believe that's in a separate place, I mean, again, I would read that verse in Jude and all the other verses in hell as talking about. Here.
I'm not saying it's separate. I'm just saying where are these? Where are the fallen bound in chains?
Here, in
earth.
Yeah, on earth.
Okay, so wherever they are collected to and bound and imprisoned, I would call that place on earth hell.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, here's the deal. Like, even even if we don't have quote unquote chains, okay, we're still enslaved, you know. And then even if we're having a somewhat of a decent life or whatever, that doesn't mean that, like, you know, we're not in hell, you know, or that kind of thing, you know. Like it's all I'm trying to say is it may not be something that we can actually even necessarily be experiencing to the same level, but it's what God's position on it is, you know.
In my imagination, right, of what it would be, it's a prison, right?
Okay. Right.
So
Yeah, this earth is literally a prison, you know, with the dome and the flatness. Like we're literally stuck here. Let's just say hypothetically you and I like wanted to go outside of this, like we couldn't, based on what we just said about the plasma and the firmament. Like that proves that we're in a prison, actually. That
there
we're
was a lot of times on this earth, though, when this earth was not hell. You get what I'm saying? We can't look at the earth in the end of days and be like, oh, it's definitely hell. Look at it.
Mhm.
Obviously, in today's day, they're bringing hell on earth, right? They've been given the keys to the bottomless pit. You understand?
Yeah,
So
that's a fair point. That from the beginning, it maybe wasn't at the moment of creation, but the intent was for it to be ultimately a place of judgment. That's even the better sort of way to think about it. Okay. Is that the judgment is not happening elsewhere or even outside of the body. It's happening here in this earth realm. Okay. And then ultimately, what the hell being destroyed by fire symbolizes that judgment will stop at some point. We will not have to be confused or in pain or, you know, all that kind of stuff at some point. And so in order for that to be the case, like we read in Revelation 21:22, this earth needs to be replenished.
I
And
think
so,
even the elect are very confused when it comes to when it comes to understanding what everything is. And it's because they look at things through a certain window. But when we look at it and say, oh, this is, you know, this is hell, right? Because like I'm suffering here.
yeah,
We're actually I can't I'm looking for a word. We are we're not acknowledging the correction of the Almighty.
no, I would say, I would actually argue that that's the reciprocal. We're acknowledging the correction of the Almighty by us being in hell, being away from the Creator. Because when we're with the Creator, there is none of that. And we brought out verses earlier that talked about that's a place of rest. That's where kings lie. That's
Do
where
you not feel connected to the Creator?
I do, but only recently because of the things that we've seen, the truths. Okay.
See, I've had a connection with the Creator my whole life, even in my darkness. You know what I'm saying?
But I would say I would not deny that people have a quote connection to the Creator, but in a real sense, in a tangible sense, and then him potentially visiting and being close to us only now in the last days. Do I
Yo,
have that
mind
sort
of
of
God, I'm
like-
talking, he's actually taken his hand and placed it in my life. Like he's actually moved around my reality. He's sat here and painted my reality like an artist.
Yeah,
You know, and the Almighty's sitting there just doing that.
Yeah, and I don't deny that people have done those things throughout their life. I'm certain that that's the case, you know, because now we know, now at least I know, God is involved in everything, every aspect of this world. So the fact that you knew that is good, and people have known that before me, no doubt. But if you're asking me when I've sort of quote unquote experienced that, it would be more recent. So, but that's good.
Well,
You know, I give
it's
you
good
credit.
that you've come into that, you know. It explains that there's a lot of, you know, people that are going to know the Father in the end of the days that didn't know him. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, correct.
They went through their life, they didn't know the Father.
I think you said that last time that people are waking up, or we talked about that. I can't
Yeah.
remember if it was you or your dad. And like, it's true, man. And these hangouts prove it. Why? Because even just the fact that we were even speculating about, or is there other land and what's going on? We were never able to ask those questions.
When I met my wife, she didn't even believe in the Almighty like that.
Yeah. And I'm saying the fact that we're questioning everything, I want people to know that's literally a sign that we're at the end, because it says knowledge will increase. So that's proof, you know, that
About some of the things that you guys were saying that I didn't agree with on the last time we spoke about. I went and did a lot of research on these things.
Good.
And as far as the UFOs and you know, all these different things, I don't really believe in blue beam anymore.
Good man, dude. Dude, and by the way, when you left, dude, your dad, he started going deep, man. Like we literally needed this man to give his own sermon, because I don't know if it was influenced by what we were saying, but he was ready for God to judge this earth, man. Like it was
he's ready, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
I would have brought him on, and he just woke up.
Yeah, and I think that's amazing too, because now we're also realizing too that, you know, there's no way that there would be a mass visitation and like the government would be behind it, you know. That
No.
just in general, that doesn't make sense. Like, what purpose would that serve? They already can take whatever they want from our bank account. They could get us to wear a mask or do this and get a yab and whatever. They basically can do whatever they want. So what would be the purpose of that then, since they already
I've looked into it, TMoG. What it really looks like is they've been preparing us for them to, I believe they're going to attempt to go to war with the Malachim. I believe they're gonna try to go to war with the Most High, bro.
Correct.
And it sounds crazy, but
No, that's what the
I think
Bible
that's
says.
what this is all about. All this control, all
Yep.
this jibby jab juice,
Mhm.
is that they had to get everybody prepared so that if, you know, essentially, I don't know if I know there's a lot of theories on the juice. You know,
By the way,
we've
just so you know, that war is prophesied everywhere in the Bible, but most notably in 2nd Ezra 13:34. So I don't have to read it because I read it earlier, but just so you know,
there's a lot of stuff that's going on with the
that's
juice,
happening.
TMoG.
Yep.
And there's one thing that I don't think anyone is seeing, but I
Okay.
saw it.
Let's hear it.
Right. So back in like 2015, or maybe even earlier, I got to get the video for you.
Mhm.
They did a press conference. There was some scientist, right? I can't get into specific words because they'll ban this shit, but it was essentially a scientist doing a presentation for the military, the U.S. military.
Yeah.
And they were producing a jab, right, in the past, but
Yeah.
this jab was designed to go into people's brain and reverse a VMAT2 gene. And this gene is what's responsible for when people read scripture or think about the Almighty or talk about the Almighty, this part of the brain lights up.
By the way, dude, I've seen that video, by the way. I've literally seen that. It's like some guy giving a talk like in a university.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen that video. Yep.
My theory is that not only do they have, you know, all kinds of different wicked things in the current juice, but I think they've also slipped that in there.
I wouldn't be surprised, dude, because here's the thing. It's if it's a passive mark, then it's not anything. You know what I mean? It has to be doing something, you know, for that to be something that can be for the next.
Is there a verse that explains that the mark will sever the tie between man and the Almighty? Is there any type of verse that explains that, where it'll separate man from him?
No, but it says that they're going to get sores.
Sores?
Yeah, like actual boils on their body.
Okay. So, I'm not sure, to be honest, then, but it's definitely fitting the description the more I look at it.
Mm-hmm. Here's the deal. It's like ultimately those people, for them to do it, they in a sense already have something in their brain, like a quote unquote mark or a blockage or a demon, whatever you want to call it, where it's not allowing them to think clearly about whether they should be doing that or not. Okay. So, you know, it could be a sort of like which one comes first, like the chicken or the egg kind of thing. But ultimately, people that do it, if we are dealing with the mark, which I believe very strongly at this point that it is, then the next thing that comes is God's going to show them that they violated his laws, and then he's going to plead with their flesh, you know, with their skin. So,
well, yeah, bro, I mean, I'm definitely keeping my eye open for the evidence coming out, and you know, I appreciate y'all putting me on to the UFO thing, because it does really sound crazy. Yeah. But if you really do enough research into the past and history, see, I didn't just use scripture.
Right.
If we just look at scripture, I do believe that the scripture, but at the same time, I do know that, you know what I mean, the author of confusion has been at work trying to hide the truth, even in our scripture.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to also correlate things that I look at in the scripture and see if they actually happen. This is how I test my prophets, test my spirits. You know what I'm saying?
That's good.
Now, when they both line up, now I have 100% certainty. When you have 100% certainty on something that you believe, right, you know why you believe it. And so I have no problem standing on something that I have an answer for why I believe it.
Right.
You know, but
Yeah, I
before
mean,
before then, I couldn't actually stand on. I can't just stand on something because this is what it says in this verse in the scripture.
Fair
I
enough.
can't say that I'm going to stand on that now
Fair enough.
forever.
Yeah,
It
I
has
mean,
to
this is
add
the
up.
deal. This is the deal. It's kind of like if we're navigating a vehicle, right? Everybody has blind spots, you know, in their car, right? So, you know, if we're showing, you know, blind spots that you may have and illuminating it and, you know, double check this, and you maybe bring your angle and then be like, hey, did you guys think about this and all that? That's fine, you know, but I think that that's good. You know, I'm the type who will leave every stone unturned kind of thing, but I think it's cool, you know, like just in general, I think we just see just with the evil that's on the earth, which is very, very obvious, that whatever God is out there clearly has to be angry because we're angry at the injustice. And so, yeah,
Oh,
man.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
And
agree
so,
that he's angry.
and here's the deal. It sort of almost just makes sense just strictly from a logical perspective. Let's say God literally just did come and appear in the sky just to kind of see what was going on. If the earth was righteous, we would be like, hey, cool, there's God, you know, like, you know, what's he up to? Like, you know, whatever. We'd like ask him for guidance or like, hey, can you help or whatever. They wouldn't go fight against him. You know what I mean? So that's wild. You know, that's wild that we see that if God did appear, send his
TMoG, they've been deceived though. They're not gonna see. That's the thing. People would never fight the Most High. Even the most wicked Satanist would never fight the Most High, because at the moment they were aware that they were in the presence of the Most High, they would instantly know that they are wrong and they cannot fight him.
Yeah.
The issue is that, like it says in the scripture, the beast will deceive all nations, right? To make war with the Most High. So if these people have been taught these massive lies, the round earth theory and all these things, it's for a reason.
Yeah.
That reason being they needed to create the narrative of alien invaders.
Correct.
Now that they've created the stage, right? They can play out their game, and the majority of this planet will not know that the Most High is here.
100%.
And when they see the Most High destroying these fucking American war fighters or whatever, they're gonna believe we're being invaded, and they too will sign up to go to war with the Most
100%.
High.
And dude, that's something that on my next stream, or you know, if I see you on ETTs or whatever, let's go into that in more detail, because you're right. There's going to be a process where they're going to continue to be deceived and believe that those things up there are actually evil. And I'll walk you through, at least, you know, you can consider it as to how that's going to happen. Because you're right, it's not just going to be like an overnight thing, you know, because you're right. Most normal people would look at that and be in amazement. Oh, cool, those things are moving around. What's that? And all that kind of stuff. They have to continue to be mind warped into believing that they're actually evil. But there's a process that's going to happen. So I'll discuss that next time. But dude, I got to sleep just because I got to wake up early. But you know, Mike, we'll chat soon.
I've got some stuff I want to talk to you about another day anyway.
Yeah.
Do you got our Discord, bro?
No, but if you can actually give me the heads up on how to maybe stream from here without StreamYard, so I don't have to live and die.
So first of all, you're gonna need to get Discord set up if you don't got that.
I do actually. I have it set up.
All right, I'll send you my Discord in the private chat. You can I'll get you in the server and I'll show you how to do it whenever you're ready. I'll walk you through it on there, so we don't got to be live.
Okay. Yeah, I use Discord. I used to use Discord back during the flat Earth debate, so I have an account and all that. So yeah,
I'll show you how to get it all set up.
Does it require OBS, or do I not need OBS? I can just do it.
You need OBS because OBS what connects everything you're doing to your YouTube.
Okay. I may do that, dude, because after I'm done, you know, my quote unquote ministry, I may do a couple sort of like non-religious kind of hangouts or whatever, you know, just more for fun. So it might be.
Look, we have family, right? We got this big family we're building on the Discord, and it's mostly solid people that come on these different streams and seek the truth.
Yeah.
And these are all people who create content. Yeah. And you know, I have no problem with helping everybody get their content together and, you know, make everything better. That's the goal, is to get the truth out.
Yeah.
You know, we've got the tools that you need to make the content better. I get all that stuff. I put it out there for free, all the different software and shit.
Right. Let me actually put my my email in the chat, man. Maybe I don't know if you put that, but This is also an email anybody can reach me at. But yeah, you know, that's cool. You know, I don't like having to be dependent on StreamYard and all that kind of stuff either. So that's cool.
You want to hear something funny, bro? Before we
Yeah, go
roll
ahead.
out, leave it
Yep.
on a good note.
Yep.
So I got a random scam text message today, right?
Okay.
And it was some girl, and she's like, "Yo, it's Mary," and I'm like, "Who's this?" It's like, "It's me," and she sends a picture, right? And and
Yeah.
it's like some picture that they grabbed like offline. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
some really hot girl. So I sent back a picture of TMoG.
No, you didn't.
I did, bro. And she was like, "Oh, you good looking at all this shit." You know what I'm saying? So she's like, "Where you live?" And I sent her a picture of like 10 Point, Key Largo, Florida. It was a whole island golf resort.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, "Yeah, that's my house."
Yeah. Don't give her my zip code yet.
No.
You know,
I didn't give her none of your shit. I was just giving her a random like a golf island.
Love it.
You know what I'm saying? And she's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I live right there." And I was like, "Oh, no way." And then she's like, "So what do you want?" And I was like, "I don't know. You messaged me. What do you mean? What do I want?"
Yeah.
And then she sends me a list of hooker rates. Yo, I got cold called by a hooker, TMoG.
Jeez, dude. But I don't, man, like what I don't understand what my face needs to be in that whole narrative.
Yo, I didn't have like a good picture of someone like, and yo, to be honest, bro, I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah.
Your face is not funny. Like you're not an ugly dude, bro. It's just you have a certain face, right, of determination.
I have a
When
face
you be
that's
looking
very
at the
teachable.
scripture, right?
Okay, no, I'm just kidding.
You have this face on, right, in one of the videos, and you're so determined. And I sent her that picture because it was hilarious. Like it looked like a dude that was just so ready. He's like, "Yes, a woman sent me a message." It was just so funny.
Send me the picture you sent her to my email. Actually,
TMoG, I got the whole thing in Discord.
Oh my god, dude! So TMoG's, I don't want to be famous in that way. You know what I mean? I don't.
No, bro. TMoG is the new meme, bro. It's all right. I'm a meme too, bro. It's fine.
Dude, that's wild, man. Oh,
it's all publicity, bro.
Oh, but you know, your dad was saying, "Oh, dude, why don't you put your face on video?" And all, dude, he doesn't know. Maybe he's subscribed now, but I'm always on video. Like all my videos are.
Pops is a good guy. He just, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes he be saying things a little too fast.
No, dude, your dad's funny, man. No, like, you know, it's not boring.
When you're a freight train going 100, sometimes you don't stop to look at the facts. You just, you just keep going.
No, but his point is valid because we get on Russian vids.
His points is valid. It's just like he'll say things that he doesn't like. He'll say like, "You don't ever put your face on camera."
Yeah.
Right. But he doesn't know that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I just don't do it on these ones because, like, I'm not doing a quote unquote lesson per se, but maybe he knows in my channel.
He definitely doesn't just blow by actual truth. He knows his shit when it comes to stuff like that. It just certain things, you know what I mean? He's a freight train going 100. We don't got time to look at the scenery.
Dude, we had him in the right spirit near the end, man. He was ready to wrap this thing up too, man, which was kind of dope. But
bro, he's ready. We already know what's up, bro. You know what I mean? I tried to explain it to you. I do communicate with the Most High directly. It's just that, you know, we have to learn on our own. The Most High will let us be deceived.
Yeah, I think that you know, it's cool. I put my email in the chat, man. However you want to do it, you know. Yeah, I mean, I
sent you my Discord name in private chat, right?
Okay.
You can add me. If you got ETT, he could even invite you to the thing. I make everybody an admin in the server we running. And you know what I'm saying? We'll link up on Discord. We can hop in the voice chat. I'll share the screen and I'll show you how to do it.
That's cool, man. I appreciate you coming through, man. I think after the next couple of weeks, I'm still going to be quote unquote religious into the Bible, but I'm going to take the foot off the gas a little bit. So I'm more open to like just talking about anything, but dude, that's cool, man. I'm down for, I don't like having to look at my StreamYard hours every day, you know, kind of thing. So
look, this gets rid of the watermark. It lets you have 20 people with video for free. You don't got to give them $20 a month to do nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I don't even have 2 friends. So I don't think 20 will be plenty. That's good.
I'm just saying, like, StreamYard limits it to 10, I think, or 9.
I think when you pay for it, I think when you don't pay for it, I think it might be 6. But
yeah, it's 6 and then 9.
Right.
But even that, you know, like you'll have a lot of guys that don't got their video on, so why they even on the screen type of thing, like.
Right. Yeah, that's cool, man. I'm familiar with that, and I think it's cool. Actually, you can do some customizations. Maybe I should have got into that back in the day, but that's fine.
Yeah, bro, we'll get you hooked up. You know what I'm saying? We got all kinds of abilities. We got all kinds of people that make music, you know, intros, video editing, animations, puppets. You know, we got all kinds of stuff going on.
TMoG's all about just kind of trying to give praise to Elohim. So that's what I want. So
think about it though, right? When we make a claim to mind of God, you're literally claiming to these people that you are possessing the mind of the all.
Yeah, I actually view it more as a place, but yeah, we can get into that. I mean, my channel name's going to change at the end of the year, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, Mike, dude, I'll probably rest now, but you know, I'll see you around on internet.
I'm going to let you go. I do got some important things to talk to you about. So, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you hit me up.
Yeah, I'll see you around. Peace out, man. Thanks for
joining. You already know.
Take care. Bye. So everybody, thanks for joining. I was like, we're at a 6.5. I'll just round this out in 2.5 minutes. For my mild case of OCD, ETT's got it worse than I do. But yeah, this was about 6.5 hours. This has broken the past record. So we made this one really count, you know. So let me see how much I had before I started this live stream. I had 17 hours, 42 minutes of 20 hours. So, you know, I made this one worth the money. But I appreciate everybody coming by. And, you know, I don't know. This is it for the number of hours on StreamYard. I guess I could stream just on YouTube on my own if I have something to talk about, you know, and then if people want me to speak on specific things or have questions and all that, you can just email me at that email that I put in the chat. And so, you know, I want people to know, people like Dominic Anderson, if you're still listening, this is not the place, man. You know, I can't read every single thing in the chat or whatever, but that this is not the place for you. Okay. In terms of going back and forth, this is not what we're doing here. Okay. The people that have come on this panel, we know what our similarities are and we know what our differences are, and that's out there and open. And then it's what it is. Okay. I'm not changing it, you know, in the times that we live in now. And then I can talk to people like ETT and Bible Defender and even Flat Earth Boxer, because we agree on some very, very important things. Okay. And then those are enough for us to have a conversation. But on topics like reincarnation, when I've spent many, many hours reading the Bible and then sharing it and all that, then that's from God. That's from the God of the Bible. And so if you're debating that, you're not debating with me, you're debating with God. So go debate God elsewhere. Don't do that here in my chat. Okay. Because I'm not debating God about that. I accept that. And I accept that as a gift from God, just like the flat stationary earth is a quote unquote gift from God that we labored for. Okay. And so just know that. And I don't care if I have to be the quote unquote bad guy or the good guy or somewhere in between. You're out. Okay. I was in a bit of a snippy mood last time, so I blocked Jack, and so I undid that. That was a little bit hasty. But again, I don't want people coming here and making statements in the chat that you're going to be liable for. So I'm helping you, because if what you're saying is not true, then God's going to be like, pull that up. Okay. What were you teaching there? And then you reference all these things. Oh, you said this and that. He'll be like, what are you doing? Okay. And so I'm trying to help you. Okay. Everything that I teach in the Bible, and I explicitly say this, you know, is not a subjective thing or whatever. I prove it, and many, many times over. And then I put my life behind it. Okay. So this is not a light thing. I'm not here going to freaking debate random people that I don't even know in the chat. Okay. And like, I've gone back and forth with you on other topics, and I don't know why you're here if you disagree with that. Why would you talk to somebody who teaches something that you are not going to come and agree on? Like, why are you here? Okay. And go teach on your own channel, whatever, something. And how do you explain all those hundreds of verses that clearly support reincarnation? Okay. And then all the other things. So you've stepped into the wrong room. Okay. I just helped direct you maybe to the right room, which is not here. Okay. But for the others that join my panel, ETT, Bible Defender, Primal Man, Galapagos, and now Mike. You know, it's a good combo. Hope everyone's doing well. Take care. Peace.